And then another correction I want to see is page 14 of 72. On the top page, under my heading. Smith Bridge would enter a deal like that without the necessary paperwork because they can write. They should be right instead of run. And then page 19 of 72, the very top paragraph, to replace the word renew with new. Any difference? And then that's it for now with the corrections, Madam Chair.
There being no other corrections, the motion to accept the minutes as presented.
Any comments?
Any comments?
Notwithstanding the proposed corrections, I suggest that we pass the minutes for the September 20th and 21st, 2023.
Okay, I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Okay, the administrative directors.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to keep mine very short because I know we all want to get into the meat of today's business, which is the loan guarantee request. So I'm going to keep it short to a couple of issues. One is what I discovered was a memorandum of agreement between GCC and CHamoru Land Trust Commission, and that was for lot 7161-R1 in Chico, the raceway track. It was signed October 13, 2023 by my predecessor, the former administrative director and the president of GCC, Mary and Alice. I don't know if the rules, I'm pretty new here at COTC, but the rules and other government agencies I've been with that have governing boards, only the board's going to approve MOUs or agreements outside, it's not done administratively. If an administrative officer does this, it'll be to attest to it, but the approval normally comes from the board. I don't know if there's any difference. So since this is for the, it's a 4-month, pretty much a 4-month agreement. And I know it's a good thing because, you know, it has been done already in the past where we've allowed others like GCC with a boot camp, you know, for the trucking, and pretty much this is what this is for. And also fire department and police department and others to use the that place up there, which is formerly the raceway track, for their activities to train their personnel. But I think it was out of order for this thing to be signed unless the people could tell me that it's otherwise. My experience with the bond is it's not. It would take the board to vote on any use or transfer, sell, or lease of property. And this is for 4 months. And I'm not asking you to ratify it. It's not on the agenda for ratification, just for informational purposes. And to let you know that this is on the books. I found out because the president of GCC, Mary Carter, contacted me and said, I want to remind you that we have an MOU in place for that property. And she wants to know if we're going to honor it. Because it did not receive board attention, I can't see that I'm going to honor this at all.
Would you give us a copy of that? And with the guidance of the Attorney General,
I think think I need to see a copy of it.
Yeah. I mean, it was signed by them, it wasn't notarized or anything, and it, first thing I noticed, no notary public and no board signature. Okay. The other item that I want to get through very quickly is, of course, the update, and Glenn A. will be here, I guess he's gonna provide this. He's the one who made the last inspection, I have pictures of it, of the update on Eco Point and the cleanup that's going on there. My understanding is that the Army Corps, we've already signed off that they've cleared out. They removed most of the material that was typhoon related, all of it. What's left now is Public Works, and the material left there is, I guess, material that we hope they take it all out, that's left over from when it was used as a dump by the mayor of Tamuini. And so we have our padlock on it, and whenever Public Works goes in, they call us up. I mean, they might have a key to it also, but after that's done, once it's all clean, I would like to lock it up permanently, and only COTC will have the key to the lock to make sure nobody dumps any trash in there. And that will monitor that from now on going forward. So it's, okay. Well, I'll let Glenn go into it in detail. He'll explain it. That's just all I have to say.
Well, as the director first mentioned, that I was told that when they're did a site inspection, and as well that Joey Cruz assisted me, and what we did was the Army Corps engineer and FEMA was on site together with the contractor, and we all concluded that they had finished what they were the debris removal from the facility, and what's left is several items there. When I say several, it's like a mountain, huge mountain of metal debris and also metallic debris and stuff like that. And right now, the DPW is they're ongoing right now, removing debris. And I have the keys and the padlock to that. I have full control of that. Nobody has access to that. If they want to go in and out the premises, I'll open and close for them. And we don't know as to the timeline when to complete, but I'm working with the supervisor there, and we'll be getting involved, on a day-to-day, if not, on follow-up rather than their completion of their project. So that's it for this time, and we were pretty close, like 95% of removal debris, other than what was left from the previous storm or typhoon, where there was a lot of white goods that was there, brought there by, if not the mayor's office, and we're still trying to figure out how we're going and who's going to remove those, or responsible for removing those white goods there. So we haven't gotten that at this time.
I don't know, were the pictures included in your packet? If not, I can have them introduce it.
Nothing.
Nothing? I guess the whole packet. Make sure they reach. Okay. And I just came out of a public hearing of the legislature. They're tied up all morning. I know they probably let me come back at 5:30, but I think the speaker gave me a reprieve.
One of the releases before 5:30, we have approval.
Yeah, I know, I plan to stay here. Yeah, and I know there's other issues we should bring up, but there's more concern that we have. We have people waiting in the audience for us to move forward on their issue, and I propose that be the final for the administrative director's report. And we move into, I recommend we move into old business.
Before we go
Unless you
into
have
old
questions.
business, I missed out on calling the roll call. Excuse me.
Oh, shit, no, Madam Chair.
So you weren't late if you weren't called. David Herrera,
Guy Gizu, Madam.
Earl Garrido,
Guys, good.
Acting Director John Birch,
President.
Kristen Feeney,
Here.
Arlene Verdali, here.
Quick question.
Concerning Saxon Point, has the mayor of the community been notified she can no longer dump?
Sackwood, I like using lot numbers because actually it's EPAW Point. EPAW Point's next to EPAW Beach. Sackwood is where the current hospital is. And Oka, if you look at Oka, Payless, going out to that point, that's Oka. So yes, it's EPAW. And no, we're gonna notify her that she can't use it. She should already know that. She's been at several of these hearings that we've been on at the legislature concerning EPAW Point. And we'll make sure she's aware. If we have to send her a letter, make sure that she understands that's no longer a place that white goods or any kind of trash or debris can be placed. That place has better value than that. So we'll make it a point, if I have to visit her, I'll do so, tell her it's not available. It's under CHamoru Land Trust Commission jurisdiction.
Just one more quick question also in regards to the same area. There was reports of invasive species there,
Fire ants.
fire ants, and I think the hornet. Who would be responsible for remediation on that?
Okay.
Well, during my discussion, at the end of the project, the close of the project, that's one of the questions I asked FEMA and Army Corps, did they find any fire ants or rhino beetle within the premises, and they didn't find any. Nothing, but there was, I brought that up because there was brought up that there was fire ants or we knew once upon a time there was rhino beetle, but that was that was already remediated way back about 4 or 5 years ago, where they placed a whole net there, and I believe they had to burn it out,
Well,
so.
yeah, I was at a hearing at the legislature oversight actually a couple of weeks back, and this issue was brought up there before the legislature, and the epidemiologist from Department of Agriculture said in the area that's cleared there are no fire ants, but in the area that was not, the one with the bushes and the housing area have fire ants. And he gave an estimate, I forget how much. So again, while it's in the area that has been cleared out where they went in, the fire ants have been removed. But according to that guy from agriculture, there still is a major problem with fire ants up in the area where the weeds are and where the buildings are still located on the property. So yeah, it is of a concern. Maybe we should get together with agriculture and see what they can recommend to clear that area out.
I'll support you in that.
Now we can go into the old business. Continuation of loan guarantee request for board action from October 19, 2023, starting with Joseph John Guzman Mendiola.
Okay, Mr. Vidal, I'll be presenting the case here.
Glenn will handle the presentation of that. I assigned him when I came in to be the land agent supervisor, so I'm able to delegate duties out. I do have a huge plate that's filled to the brim, I believe, so I assigned him as land agent supervisor, so he'll be presenting these cases to me. So I'd like to turn it over to Mr. A.
Okay, so moving on last month we went ahead and we went through 12 constituents, and they will be continuing for the 13th one, and which is Joseph John Guzman Mendiola, and he's requesting SBA loan guarantee for the amount of $200,000 for real estate repairs and or replacement. And one of the issues found was, that was put on the report was a residential lease was awarded contrary to 18 GAR Chapter 6A, subsection 6A111, application for leases, where it states contract for award of priority. And it also reads that applicants shall be considered for an award in the order which they are completed and that applications were received by the commission, provided that awards shall be first be made according to ranking and existing priority waiting lists in order until those waiting lists are exhausted. So that's the issue that at hand right now is how they prioritize the list. You know, was it in a first come first basis, which is the only issue at this time. And as you're aware, the facts, the lessee date and time here, as mentioned, it's December 2nd, 1995, at 1:12 p.m. rather. So, like I said, I mentioned they're here for a loan guarantee for $200,000 for repair and replacement of the building and improvement of the building.
What was the total loan amount?
The total amount is $220,800, but what we're gonna for loan guarantee, we're gonna do only for $200,000 for repair or replacement or improvement.
And,
I believe you have photos there too as well. So
Yes, yes, yes. Is Mr. Mendiola here?
Not present.
No, the proceeds will go into putting in a concrete roof on the dwelling? Do we know?
I'm not sure exactly what actually, but it's for repair or replacement or improvement of the building because as shown in the photo that the roof was,
Yeah.
caved in. So, what's needed of repair, I don't know really at this time, but definitely it's not just for roof structure, there's also probably involved the flooring and the tiles and stuff like that, and other things, but definitely it's gonna be built to code.
If you look at the cover sheet, the cover sheet would identify the project.
I didn't have a cover sheet for that.
No, right here.
No. Oh, this one.
So, to the far right.
Yeah, concrete roof slab.
Yeah, so the project is a house renovation, concrete and perimeter fence,
Yeah.
according to the, so most likely the Small Business Administration have made their computation, and it would be based on this kind of configuration on the amount that was awarded, which is $200,000 for concrete roof and perimeter fence.
Excuse me, can I just point out that the lease is not recorded? Land management.
I see, the lease is not recorded, okay.
I'm sorry, can you say that again, please?
Oh, I said the lease is not recorded at land management.
She's Finney's referring to the lease between CHamoru Land Trust and Guam Community College.
Oh,
What?
No, no,
Right?
no.
Oh, this one. I thought you were referring to that one.
For the,
I'm so,
for
I'm sorry,
Mr.
I'm talking
This
about
lease.
this particular.
Okay.
When
Mr.
I'm looking at
Mendiola?
the fact sheet here, it says the lease is not recorded at land management.
for Mr. Mendiola, I see. But it's been ratified by the, yeah, signed.
I haven't reviewed every one of these, yeah,
Okay.
but I'm just pointing out that,
I see.
that it's not recorded at land management.
And Mr. Mendiola's request is for the loan guarantee and the approval to build, just those two.
Yes,
That's his primary request.
right, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not comfortable with the lease not being recorded with land management.
Because of this, loan guarantee, it will be required to be, recorded, yes. It will be. Especially with their loan guarantee. In the past, back then, the early, when we first started issuing leases, it was not required back then to record leases, but until when I came on board, like 2016, 17, at this time, they started implementing leases to be recorded.
Mr. A, you mentioned that there was a bill or a public law that exempts the land trust maps and lease to be exempt from recordation, is that?
Well, any approved map has to be recorded.
Recorded,
Yes.
required.
Any
recorded.
approved map has to be recorded, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, does the map have to go through the Department of Land Management, chief?
In order for it to be recorded, it has to have the approval from land management, of course, through all the division heads, as far as the survey and planning, and especially also the director's approval.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so may I make a motion for Mr. Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion for Mr. John Guzman, Joseph John Guzman Viziola, to approve his request for a SBA loan guarantee and the approval to build based on the property map or the building permit or building map, that he provided.
Now, Glenn, will we forced to record his lease?
This will be one of the conditions we're gonna put down.
It is a condition.
Yeah.
Okay.
That they,
So I second the motion.
Provided that it is done.
right, yeah, once everything is completed, we'll, the lease and the loan guarantee attached will be recorded simultaneously.
If possible, in the motion, can you state the amount of guarantee, that the commission's guarantee?
I would like to restate the motion, Madam Chair, for Joseph John Guzman Viziola for the amount of $200,000 for real estate repair and replacement on his dwellings. Oh, and to approve the SBA loan guarantee and the approval to build.
Second,
Second.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the next lessee now is Genevieve L. Aldan, who has a residential lease. And she's here for SBA loan guarantee, which her total amount approved is $220,800. And what we're here to, she's here for a loan guarantee for the amount of $200,000. And the issues are, there's two issues found. One is a residential lease was awarded contract to 18 guard chapter 6A, subsection 6A111, which is again, first come, first served award. And the next one again, the next one followed by that is the residential lease property description is based on a master plan. And to fix that, we have an addendum is, should be executed to reflect in the in-house survey map. And the latest date and time, again, is December 2nd, 1995. at 4:06 p.m.
Madam Chair, the Genevieve Aldana is here, and she'd like to make a statement.
Would you like to make a statement or?
State your name. State your name for the record.
Oh, I am Genevieve Aldana. Requesting for the loan guarantee for SB. And to build my concrete home.
This is a residential or agricultural?
Excuse me, Commissioners, may I ask a question? I just wanted to see if we could get clarification. It says there's a recorded lease and an unrecorded lease.
Yeah, there's two.
Yeah, and I just wanna see if maybe if the staff could clarify.
So there's two, is it two separate leases in different dates or?
Recorded.
Plan number 12 and 13.
There was an error number on the item listing there, but the lease is recorded. The document there's mentioned is 888921, document number.
So 13 is void?
The lease of the, it's a recorded lease on a portion of 101.45 Echo. So we should, in other words, the lease is recorded, just strike out the unrecorded lease. But what needs to be corrected also is that the property description was based on a master plan. And it was a practice back then where we used master plan just to identify lots number, but at the time when they did that, there was already a map existing, which was a in-house map that was approved by survey. So what we're going, instead of using the master plan, we request to do an addendum describing the lot to reflect on the in-house map. So that would be an addendum. So I have here, right here is the recorded lease here.
And there's, just to clarify, there's only one lease?
One lease, yes. Mhm.
So,
There is a question on the request to change name due to marriage. That's on number 10.
Because right now her married name now is Algon. At the time she applied, is Titina. So that will be requires a name change also. Or to the addendum.
so the lease is under JPL, hold on, oh no, I'm sorry.
Chicken.
Chicken, okay, I understand.
Yeah. So addendum just to change to now married.
I see. And that will reflect on the
And,
lease?
and also the master plan to reflect on the in-house map.
I see. And the request is basically for the SBA loan?
Don't guarantee this.
I see. No other?
For the amount of $200,000. Other than that, there's no, those are the only requests.
Any questions from,
No questions on this?
So, we also like to also ask, pending also is the building plan also. You know, if once it is approved, she has to submit building plan, and then also approval to build as well.
What was the last one you just said?
I'm sorry?
After building plan, what?
But once she submits a building plan, then we can request for a permit to build as well.
I see. So that's why there's no permit to build on this one?
Yeah, we're always pending.
I see. So just for the loan guarantee?
Right.
Yes. Can I speak on behalf of my wife?
State your name for the record.
Johnny Minola. Yes, I'm only to speak because we have it going already. We had an engineer. So he did a sketch out everything. So right now it's in the process of getting stamped on DPW. And once it's done, we can have a copy to you guys.
Yes. Yes. Normally, building plan will be already, it has to be approved by an engineer, right?
Yes.
And, yeah. And then once that's completed, then it goes to us, correct? Yeah.
Yes.
so do we have to do a conditional approval on the SB loan? Wait for the building plan?
Well, generally, the request is basically just for the loan guarantee. And then when they're finished with their building plan, they'll come back, right? To
Well, we
present
can-
the
we can
building
give
plan
them-
and the permit to build
We can give them a conditional approval.
for both?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pending receipt of the documents.
Yes.
Okay. For, to, permit to build.
For 200.
So, what we're gonna do is that we're gonna approve for two,
Yes.
Two conditions.
yeah, for the, loan guarantee, and also we're gonna approve conditionally for the, permit to build. So when you have your plans, you don't have to come back and come to the.
So you need to bring your plan that's approved and the permits.
Yeah, just present it. Yeah.
Pardon?
The stamp, the DPW.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go to PW, Public Works, GPA, all the utilities, EPA, Department of Ag.
And also on the process.
Yeah. They will give you a list when you go and apply for permit. Who you need clearances from, also for your plans.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion for conditional. Okay, for conditional approval.
I was asking.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, for conditional approval for Jenny B. L. Aldan, commonly known as Jenny B. Chigina, to approve their request for SBA loan guarantee and a conditional approval for the permit to build,
And the building plan.
building plan. On lot 4, block 5, tract 10125, Dedilu, containing an area of 2,023. Shown on subdivision master plan number 2015-N05-4 for $200,000.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
This is Marcy.
Good luck.
do a re-motion on that one, on the lot description, pending further concurrence with Pierce, our planner two, to confirm the lot description. Because as Commissioner Herrera mentioned, he used a master plan. But what we're trying to do is we're going to change it to reflect on the in-house map, which changes the lot description. So we're still pending right now. We're waiting for confirmation from Pierce, and that's, we'll get it soon.
Okay, so we have the in-house identification.
Yeah.
You want us to change?
Mr. Pierce,
Present it. I can present, stand by.
Yeah, because the lady I believe just left. She's right. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
I was
Yeah,
looking.
we have a different block, lot of block identification, so it's okay. Yes.
There you go.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
So you notice this lot number, this is one of the issues with an in-house map. It didn't come through the GLM map approval process, but because it was signed, per the public law, it was signed by the director and the surveyor, so it's deemed approved. Not recorded, mind you, it's deemed approved. But if you look at the title block here, it just says boundary survey of lot 2 block, lot 7 block 2. Doesn't mention anything about the basic lot being lot 10125 or it being a tract, the 10125. So we're gonna have to work on that, and I will have to give you the correct legal description later on when I consult Mr. Santos, Paul Santos.
Okay, so Pierce, so this would be lot 7, block 2. Based on-
Yes, the only issue I'm trying to work out is the, it says within lot 10125, so I believe based on that, the correct lot descriptions would be tract 10125, lot 7, block 2. So, but I have to confirm whether we have an existing lot 7, block 2 now, that's not this lot. I just want to make sure we don't have duplicate lot numbers.
Okay, same track, same track.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's referring to the same tract, the same lot. Even the placement is the same, but I just want to confirm that there's no other lot number given this description.
Okay, and then the reference subdivision master plan would change also?
Yeah, let me, I have to get out, I can't share it twice at one time, so I'll pull this map and share the other one, okay?
Okay.
So stand by. Master plan.
Can you put the in-house on the screen?
Sir, I'm working on it right now. Just 1 second, almost there, almost there. Okay. Sure. So, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, so lot 4, block 5 is the master plan, is the lot number that was issued by the master plan. Her name doesn't appear on the master plan, but as we said before, the master plans are subject to change. At the time we did the master plans, it was more for tax purposes. And we just needed to match, it was for taxing purposes, so we needed to get all the lessees that submitted an application. We had to match an area size and a lot number to their names. Just because Mr. Ernestine experiences on this lot, doesn't necessarily mean that they're occupying the lot. So, it's Miss Aldon that's occupying the lot right now.
Correct on,
Okay?
yeah, lot 4, block 5.
Yeah, so this is the master plan lot number, which is eroding, it's not correct. We gotta follow her in-house map approved lot number
Okay.
per the law.
And we have the in-house.
So the correct
on the screen.
number is, lot
Yes, sir, I just need to work out the situation between the master plan is indicating as a tract 10125, whereas her in-house map is indicating it as lot 10125.
Okay, got it. So, can you screen the map that identifies lot 7, block 2? If you have it, if not, then we're okay.
Yeah, like I just did before this one here.
What's-
You're referring to her in-house map, right?
That was the first map he showed us.
The first one, this one.
No, this is the
Yeah.
master, this is the master plan.
No, this is the master plan that's being shown now.
Okay. So what is lot 7, block 2?
Lot
Let me-
7
let
block
me get back
2
to
is the in-house,
The in-house.
right, but you have to confirm with
I see.
surveyor.
And on the list it's showing,
Uh,
Four and
block
five.
4, block 5, tract number
okay, so
25.
that needs to be.
Changed,
Yeah.
right, but
Okay,
every
so we're,
tenant, motion to, yet until we confirm with the
Okay.
tract.
okay, Pierce, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, the lot description.
Okay,
Has to be,
so we're still good, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
The property itself is there, it remains, it's just the lot description has to be identified.
And same applicant.
That's
The
correct.
same applicant.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Pierce. Okay.
You're welcome, sir.
Sarah, you have to amend your motion to
Oh.
not include a lot description.
Do
So
we-
just indicate that you're approving the loan and the approval, the conditional to approve, bill without the lot description.
Okay. Okay, right, I would like to restate my motion, Madam Chair.
Because the motion was approved, it's to amend.
Okay, to amend, no?
Yes.
Without the lot number. Okay, I'd like to make the motion to amend to approve the request for Ms. Genevieve L. Aulan for the SBA loan guarantee and permit to build. On track, I can mention the track? On track 10,
No, just,
oh, just to build.
just to build only, yeah.
Got it. Okay, for the amount of $200,000. Okay, that's it, thank you. Motion to second.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you so much.
It's approved.
Thank you.
Still good.
You just have to correct your lot number,
Yes.
then the rest is on you, permit and plan.
Okay, Madam Chair, if I may make some clarification here, right? I understand that what we just went through was, we did have a subdivision master plan. And again, my question in the beginning is that when we do a subdivision master plan, right, do we need to go through the check print and have the chief cadastry go through that? That's number one. Number two, does that master plan have to go into the recordation to be considered a an official master plan. So what we did is that then we changed the master plan to a subdivision tract. Is that in line, Joey? No, from the in-house master plan for the purpose of
So,
the tax and the assignment of the lots.
so what happened before in the past, like in the late nineties into the 2000s? The lessees were hiring surveyors on their own,
Yes.
and the maps were just being approved in-house, which is the director at the time and the surveyor.
Okay, hold short on that one. So when the lessees hire a private surveyor, right? The private surveyor performs the job, then that subdivision or that plot that was, surveyed does not go through the check print or recordation
Before.
before. And this is why we have this kind of problem now that we're facing, is that now when we try to integrate and overlay the master plan and the in-house, it gets discombobulated because they're not they're not in alignment. So today now, if a constituent requests for a surveyor, a private surveyor, to survey a lot, for example, are they required to have a check print, go through Department of Land Management, and then after that, and everything is checked and they're in sync, then it gets recorded.
That's the process.
That's correct.
Okay, got it. So Pierce, remember that we were discussing this, that way back during the private individuals hiring a surveyor, they were not required. Now, was there a public law that gave them that authorization to do that at that time?
The public law that was made mention earlier was 31-170, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Although that's to grandfather the in-house maps that were already approved. There's a criteria it has to meet in order to be considered an in-house map. So it required the registered surveyor who conducted the survey and the director to approve or accept. And it was for a certain period of time. So when they were creating the master plan, some of the in-house maps were considered in the design, some were not due to, for whatever reason. So like yes, like you mentioned, that's one of the issues we're facing now.
I see. Okay. Because this is one classic example, right? We just had the constituent and then we have the lease. Then now we're trying to put a square configuration to a round configuration. But again, until then, that DOM approves the final map, then we identify the lot and block number and track number. Okay. That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
That's great. Next.
Okay, moving forward, the next lessee is Brianna Jack Sablan.
Please state your name for the record.
Property Brianna Sablan.
So, Brianna Sablan is here today for approval to acquire SBA loan guarantee for the amount of $192,200. And the original loan approved is for $240,000. And she's December 2nd, 1995 applicant at 8:41 a.m. And there's some issues here noted here, at least 5 mentioned. One of them is mentioned is original agreement under Luis Santos Pinona, need an addendum reflecting Brianna Beth-Yarna Sablan. And the other one is no building approval for structure on the property, which is there today. There's a structure, and there's a lead statement fee that is due. Also pending board approval for loan guarantee and pending approval to build. These are the issues today.
sorry, can I just ask, just to clarify, it says that this addendum is needed, there's already a new lease with her signature, right? So whatever needed to happen before, it's already finished, right? I just wanted to clarify.
For example, oh, go ahead. I'm trying to clarify one more time.
Yeah, I just, it's mentioned here that there's an issue that an addendum was needed to add this, the current lessee's, or the current occupant's name as the lessee, but I believe that's already been done, right? And there's already a recorded lease that she signed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm, just to
Yeah.
say that's actually not an issue.
But
So I reviewed the lease.
Who is Louis?
He's my father's brother,
Your father's brother? Are you the beneficiary?
I believe so.
I think after the 7 years
After
had
the 7
passed,
years.
then the lease was transferred to her name, and everything's already done. So I'm just mentioning that because it's listed here as an issue, but I just wanted to, just confirm that I didn't see any issue with it.
Nice.
When did you take control of the property?
Next year, 2015, the,
15.
yeah, it was a transfer for some,
Yes, 2015.
yeah.
Yeah, 2015. Is this your primary residence?
It is.
And your roof was blown away?
Total damage there.
No total damage? So you're not residing in the?
I am
You still are?
still. There is a,
Are? The building was self-constructed?
I believe so, so
So
when we
you
moved to the
just got it that, in that
Yes.
state already? Because it says there no building approval, so that means there was
Right.
never a building permit for the structure. And where are you in getting your blueprints?
Blueprints were already submitted, engineer was submitted here to the office, to the staff. And, I'm at DPW, the stage that I'm at, as far as the permit.
So have you got,
Just under EPA and now we're at DPW.
also you're still in the process of
Yes,
securing
so,
the authorization?
We've already got clearances from all the other agencies, so our last step is DPW. So I'm on that stage.
Have you gone to Department of Ag?
No.
Because you have to go there, you have to go to EPA, public health.
I think it's only, I think it's agriculture and DPW, so those are the last two. Yeah, Department of Agriculture and DPW.
Okay, what's showing here that's lacking also is the lease fee payment.
That was today, but I definitely can do that.
Okay. And of course, the approval to build, you're working on that now, right?
Right. But I've already submitted my plans, yes. And I'm working on the permitting process with other government agencies.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Madam Chair, may I make a
Sure.
motion? To approve the request from Brianna Beth Pinonia Sablan to approve the SBA loan guarantee and to approve the building authorization for Lot 4, Block 4, Track 9210, Phase 1 in Jigu for $192,200.
190?
$192,200. Yeah,
Good condition to secure permits.
oh. Upon the approval of permits from the regulatory agencies from government one.
In the past, when the constituents present their building plans, the board, even this board, has approved the authorization to apply for a building permit. If the constituent is gonna wait until it routes through the whole process, it may take 3 to 4 months. But nonetheless, it's, because they presented the plans already, they have the intent that that's what they're gonna construct. So I'm just making mention of what was done in the past, so it wasn't approved conditionally, it was just approved because if you're approving based on the plans, it doesn't necessarily mean that the plans are gonna be accepted by UPW. There may be a change. So the requirement is just to submit your plans and we'll present it to the board for an approval.
To build.
To build.
To build.
Yeah. I just wanted to make mention of that, because previously, that's the way it's been done. So if we're gonna wait until the permit is approved in its entirety, it may take 3, 4 months, maybe even longer. How that would affect her loan in regards to when she has to encumber the whole amount, I don't know, but it's just to make mention of it. So since she already provided the plans, and based on our previous actions in the past, it's acceptable as it's being presented to the board for approval.
That's conditional. Okay, understand. Okay, we're good. Or do I need to rephrase?
Yeah, because you're saying, yeah, so
I see.
just approval for the
Okay.
amount and approval to build.
Okay. Okay, Madam Chair, I'd like to restate. I'd like to, make a motion to approve the request from Brianna Beth Pinonia Sablan to acquire the SBA loan guarantee and also to approve the building authorization on Lot 4, Block 4, Track 9210, Phase 1, Jigu for $192,200.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Yes.
very much. Thank you.
So, moving on, the next, one on the list, is David Vincent Angelina. I don't see.
He's online.
He's online? Okay. Your Angelina, you can turn in your, camera and your audio, please. There you go. Can you hear us? Can you unmute, please, unmute?
Can you hear me?
There you go, we can hear you now, thank you. Okay, so, Mr. David,
Your name?
go ahead and state your name, sir.
David Pangilinan?
Okay, so we have Mr. David Pangilinan, who has a residential lease, and he's here today for a loan, SBA loan guarantee for the amount of $196,800. The original loan approved is $206,000, $206,200. And there are several issues here that the land agent had stated here, and one of them is the December 6, 1995 application was paid on October 21st, 2002, which is contrary to 18 GAR, Chapter 6A, subsection 6A 107, application processing. It reads, the applicant shall pay one-time processing fee of $50 to the commission within 30 days from the application submittal. So from the time from December 6, 1995, the applicant paid 2002. So it was over the 30 days limit. And the second one here is mentioned is that the residential lease was awarded on June 12, 2012, contrary to 18 GAR Chapter 6A, Section 6A 111, which mentions again the priority listing. And also, there was two structures on the lease property when the land agent inspected. And the two structures there was one where they're actually occupying right now, and the other structure identified there when I inspected was their former house that was destroyed by the neighbor. So they built another one next to it, temporary, so that until occupied until they can get their dream house built. So that's why there's two structures there right now. The property is surveyed, and in-house approved map is on the file. Addendum to residential lease was executed to reflect the subdivision master plan map. So, so these are the issues that we have at hand that I just mentioned. And again, the date and time of the lessee is December 6, 1995 at 1:12 p.m.
What numbers the in-house approved map, there, Mr.
I don't have the,
Okay,
information. This is,
just in the maybe first, the fourth bullet,
the
in-house.
the in-house map. What is the,
I think it's on the bullet number 4, oh, it's okay. That's the in-house.
Pierce, would you like to show that, Mr. Pierce?
That's okay.
Okay.
I'm currently looking for it right now. I don't think I have that on file, on my file, the in-house map.
Okay,
Do
we
you
have
have the satellite imagery?
if you could just, go ahead, put the silent, the imagery, but we have the hard copy here though. Thank you.
Everybody, oh, you're,
Satellite imagery there where the lot is located and the building.
This lot is 1 acre big, then?
Yes, 1 acre residential, where it's, for residential use, it's, you can only, it's leased up to 1 acre, not over. So it is a good lease.
Keep in mind the image is from 2017, the standard image.
Okay. So what you see there, the satellite image is different from what we actually,
lot 4, block 5. Yeah,
is that lot 4, block 8, Mr. Pierce? Here?
yeah, sure.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. 4A.
Lot 5401S-2.
The in-house map.
That's what's on his lease as well.
Yeah.
What is the lease, lot number, lot showing the lease?
Lot 5401S-2 in Nila.
So there needed change addendum to that
No,
one.
no,
That's
the
good now?
lease is okay.
Okay,
The lease is showing,
the correct,
However, the addenda
Yeah.
is showing the master plan. It's describing the master plan.
well, it shouldn't.
Lot 4, yeah, so this one, I don't know, if you have to terminate it or do another addendum to reflect
back
the
to the-
lease.
Right.
So the lease agreement has the correct lot description from his in-house map. However, he signed an addendum that changed the lot description to reflect the master plan. So do we do a second addendum to reflect what it said on the lease, or how do you go about this one? Because right now with rev and tax would have this description.
But that's the wrong description.
Yeah, it's not based on his map.
The original lease was the correct lot description, yeah. I don't know why you changed it.
oh, it's correct with the master.
With the master plan.
However,
However,
I didn't, I'm sorry, I didn't review.
And the
There-
tax- the
okay,
tax
yes, So the
will show-
original lease was based on the in-house map, which is the correct lot description. Later on, there was addendum.
Yeah, I have to look at the thing.
And the tax.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, I used
that.
Lot?
But it shouldn't, it sounds like in this case, it shouldn't affect the principal because.
Right, this is an administrative
Yeah.
adjustment, so we're just gonna have to do it administratively.
We can
because
put
the
that
tax-
addendum, yes.
The tax payment is not gonna match. No, that's,
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah, because the addendum can be, revert back to its original, and done administratively, yeah.
okay. So it's just for the loan, right, loan approval?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, Madam Chair, may I make a motion to approve the request for David Vincent Pangilinan for SBA loan guarantee on Lot 4, Block 8, Track 18113, Manila, containing an area of 4,047 square meters for $196,800.
That's the description.
Lot description, Lot 4, Block 8. Oh, no, don't use the numbers.
We're gonna have to
Okay, we're gonna have to- Okay, got it. So I'm gonna rephrase to approve David Vincent Pangilinan for the SBA loan guarantee for $196,800.
I second.
Any discussion? There being none,
Aye.
motion to approve.
Okay.
Okay, next, person on the agenda is, Josie Lynn Camacho. She's requesting approval to acquire the state loan guarantee for the amount of $186,900 and a total, loan approved from SBA is $240,000. And, she is a December 2nd, 1995 applicant at 1:38 PM. And the issues are, lease issued outside of date and time compared to 18 GAR. And what, also, there's no survey completion. There's no building approval for structure of property, which is contrary to 18 GAR chapter 6A, subsection 6A126. Also pending payment of, tax, and that's pursuant to 21 DCA 75-114, the lessee shall pay all taxes, and also lease fee payment of $99 was unpaid today. So as mentioned, there are 3 structures on the premises. I don't believe she's here today. Is she here? We were trying to get a hold of with Josie Camacho in the past, and even in site inspection, we went there several times, and we found that there were 3 structures, but the structures of the premises, they're decapitated. No, it's unlivable. Nobody can live there, even with the 3 structures. So, the whole, if she wishes to rebuild, we recommend that all 3 structures be removed and demolished from the premises. That will be part of the conditions there.
No plans yet.
No plans submitted.
Have you been in communication with the, Ms. Camacho?
Land agent is Ms. Hanson. Yeah, I don't have you communicated.
So,
We did send out a notice to them though.
So that's basically it. Like I mentioned, there's 3 structures there, and it appears like it's been abandoned even prior to the storm, and just based on, the condition of the building. And,
So, Ms. Camacho actually has been contacting, she's been in contact with CLTC. She's been trying to get her survey situated. The surveyor that had done her or performed the work didn't complete the map. And therefore, and then he, I believe he passed away. But she, she lost out on the survey cost. And so she's been trying to work it out with the former director. And that was Ms. Camacho, Angie Camacho. However, Ms. Josie Lynn has not, we haven't really, how do you say that, completed our, right, and then the typhoon hit, her property got damaged even more to the point where she was displaced. So she's been actually, I guess like renting other places just to, but this happened before the typhoon. She's been trying to build a home, or how do you say that, make her home safe for her and her children. But we've been working with her on the survey and whatnot. So she has been in contact, it's just that because of this, you know how we keep canceling the meetings and stuff? I guess just when she didn't respond to us yet. But yes, she has been in contact. She's been reaching out to us to conclude her.
So normally,
Requests.
there's many cases like Mr. Macho, whereas they are constituents, or rather unless you hired surveyor who did not complete their survey, either they passed or whatever reasons, we receive a lot of that. So a lot of times they would try to come up and request if they trust and survey, for them, but many times we also try to ask them to go and see if they can get another surveyor, and do another survey, at their cost. We understand their loss, that they invested, and some paid in full, some paid half, and but the only way sometimes if they really want to move forward, we ask them if they can just look for another surveyor, because we don't have the funding right now to do a survey for them.
Can the constituent request for a payment from the land trust to pay the surveyors that, for example, that passed away, or let's say they paid $10,000 for a survey, and the surveyor passed. Can they claim from the Attorney General that they have paid and a survey was not completed on CHamoru Land Trust property? Because after all, it's a land trust property. And in the beginning of the program, it was required for the land trust to perform the survey, not the constituent. So would that not put the land trust in liability?
I think
Because it's a land trust property. And in addition to that, and this is why we just have two cases, right, where we have agricultural subdivision master plan in-house, Then pretty soon we have a private surveyor going out and performing another survey. And then pretty soon, and if Pierce is still on the line, now the surveying department have two different lot numbers, two different block numbers, one tract, one subdivision, and one lease that contradicts each other because we did not follow the regular protocol of the subdivision requirement to go through the Department of Land Management Cadastral Division to verify. That's in a nutshell. I mean, these families, right, for a family to burn $5,000, it may be nickel and dime for the CHamoru Land Trust, but it may be a major expense for the family that has a single parent, for example, or.
And I think that's why there's the provision in the law that if they perform, if the lessee surveys the property, then there's a period of time that they don't pay the taxes on it.
Oh,
7 years.
7 years.
But if the land trust performs the survey, then they don't get that.
That's it.
They immediately pay taxes of the year.
So let's say, a million, just hypothetical, right, a property that was surveyed for 20,000, and they're exempt for 7 years, and the tax value is only $50 a year. So that's 51, 52, 53, $400 versus a $15,000 burn. So again, based back on the law, 12-226 that indicated for the trust to create these funds, survey funds, home improvement funds, educational funds. And we are here today, 50 years later, and we still have not put money into that bucket to meet our mission requirement. And we have 11,000 acres in the inventory. And we're still trying to, be creative to create more cash flow to fill the bucket of funds to help our constituents, which is about 8,000 applicants now, then roughly
We have close to 13,000 together and
13,000
close to 12, I think.
that are still
I think
waiting,
there's
Still waiting.
still waiting 8,000 plus.
about
yeah,
8,000 plus, and we are at number, what was that number? I forgot. It was applicant number 6.
Well, we're,
What was that?
we went back to the beginning from December 2nd, 1995.
Yeah.
We're at 8:06 a.m.
So we're at applicant number
That's the
6.
first 30.
And we are about 20, 30 years now. Okay, that's it, Madam Chair. It's just a point of reference about two kinds of survey process. Okay. Like to make a motion to approve the request for constituent Josie Lynn Camacho. Right, that's the,
And Josephine Camacho for, also, she needs to complete her survey, she has to be updated for her lease, fee payment, for 99 years. And,
but for the request, it's the two items?
the two items is approval for SBA loan guarantee for an amount of $186,800 and building authorization.
Okay. Okay. I have to mention it.
The building authorization should be conditional because there's no plan. Just.
And the lease is not recorded also, right? It says unrecorded lease.
Unrecorded lease.
So the request would add to approve the SBA loan guarantee and the building authorization upon submission of the building plan for lot 5-1, lot 22, tract 10125, Dedidu containing an area of 2,023 square meters for $186,900.
The amount for $186,900.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Yes.
I second.
All in favor, say aye. Motion carried.
Okay, next item on the agenda is, maybe Roberto Domingo. He is not present at this time. And, she's requesting for a loan guarantee for the amount of $186,600. And also, approval to reconfigure the area to include her garage and trees. And approve to make payments to current structure, approve improvements to current structure. What you may be asking is to reconfigure the area of the garage and trees. What happened is she has, the current, basement or building right now is not exactly on the lot line. So what they want to do is reconfigure the property, so that it can meet the setback requirements, so that, she'll be within her lot line. And, we have the amount, of, area where we can do that, what we want to impact any of the neighboring lots. So that's, that's the good thing about it. There were adjacent lots, that leaves, and then she'll be approaching to the neighboring lot, which would not be, it would be impossible to reconfigure her lot. So I just wanted to mention that. And also, the issues found that also is change of application time from residential to agriculture. Also, it's compared to 18 guard chapter 6, subsection 6A120. A resident permitted on agricultural lots, site inspection, and validate that there is no farm activity at this time. There is no farming activity, and it is contrary to 18 guard chapter 6A, subsection 6A126 building requirements. No building structure improvement may be constructed on the premises without written approval from the commission. So at this time, there's a building there which does not have a written approval from the commission, as our land agent inspected. And also the lessee's garage and trees are encroaching onto adjacent lot. Like as I mentioned, we were gonna be requested to reconfigure the lot so that they will no longer encroach to the neighboring lots. And also,
Does that mean we're going to have to downsize the neighbor's lot to accommodate the encroachment?
I haven't really looked into it, but see the neighbor lots that may be downsized, is not, because I think what's your name, it's gonna be, we'll put it up on the screen.
Yeah. So this is Mr. Domingo's property or house. This lot is not occupied or leased out.
This is Manila or?
This, you know.
So this is her property, and this is the property where her trees were and her garage is now.
This is Simpson?
Yes.
So we have Mr. Pierce working on that to reconfigure the boundaries. I don't know how it's going to do that, but he may have to shift to the left side so that will meet the setback requirements. So as shown here, this is the lot line, the neighboring lot. This line will be moved here so that it will meet the setback requirement. And also the rear will be also.
And that's a right of way?
No, this is the right of way over here, right here.
Okay,
And that ties into Swamp Road?
That goes to, it goes to the main road to,
Right across the coral pit.
the coral pit, yeah.
Sorry.
That's a coral pit?
That's
Who-
the coral
who-
pit.
Who's the neighboring lot?
The neighboring lot right now, as Dave mentioned, there's no lease to it. It's a vacant lot.
There's some buildings there.
There was a building there because
Oh,
there
it's
was,
not there anymore.
well, the time they took it away. But there were people squatting on that, so they vacated.
No, on this one, they're over here actually.
They actually built in their lease in the other side, but because they didn't survey, they built onto another lot. So
They're on the panhandle
Yeah.
actually. But this property here, this lot here is actually vacant. And then this is Miss Domingo's. She has 1 acre.
And the coral pit is on that's
This side.
East Simpson Road?
yes,
right
it's
there?
almost on right.
So right there is Batulo and then, or the golf course, and right
Yes.
after the golf course.
I see.
You mentioned agricultural.
Yeah.
So there are, that's why the report here is that they're not in compliance with their farming needs. There's it's a nice clean lot, but no, farming activities on site,
On a 1 acre.
on the 1 acre, yeah. So, you know, in, our lease agreement,
Okay,
there
that's
is
good, right
conditions to
there,
the lease.
right there, that's good.
Prior to building a home, it has to be 2/3 farm. Once you farm 2/3, then you can build your home.
Take a look at the entrance road, right? It's the rights of way,
Yeah.
and this entrance road is on the buffer strip. It's cutting in from the buffer, or is that another partial?
That one is 100-foot right of way. Right now, you're looking at a 22 feet pavement, on Easting Song. So it's not, there's no buffer there. There's no
Okay.
buffer.
So that triangulation lot is another lot where the road goes in?
Yeah,
Assigned to somebody, or is it open? Assigned?
It's leased out.
yeah.
But this is how they enter,
Yeah, it goes into,
no, this one right here, it's clear.
Oh,
This one
really?
doesn't really show what it looks like now, but this is cleared here, and it was Mr.
Their road that you see right there, they were using for the past 20
I
years
see.
or 15. Just last year, they were able to use the easement right there, that's they
Right here.
pointing out. They cleared about 10 to 15 feet,
okay.
so that's their access right now.
And there's other trails there, right, on the top right? Instead of, yeah.
Yes, this goes to other lease
And
properties.
And that would be their egress also.
We were entering Chalan, Ibamba
Yeah.
one time, but this one is all leased out now.
The front of the house, does that meet the legal setback?
This is what we're doing, sir, is, we're trying to, make sure that the front is 15, sides are 8, rear is 10, right, to meet the variance. So, as mentioned, the property is, where are we here?
Yeah, right there.
Right there.
Okay, so this is, right now, just looking at it, whenever the easement is, there's an easement, that should be your front,
Yes.
right? But right now, as it is, it appears, this is where the garage, this is where, you know, there is,
No, but I'm
But
talking about the front.
the
How
front
far is
actually
it?
meets the, if you look at this one here, it meets the setback
It
requirement.
meets the
Yeah.
setback
Mhm.
requirement?
Yeah, it should be 15 feet.
Question was this, is that a master plan, no configuration that we see now? Or is it I mean, was this a rental before?
No, this was a map done by a surveyor. It was only signed by the surveyor, so it doesn't fall under the public law 31-170. But because they used it, we used it for leasing, we included it in the master plan.
Okay, got it. Okay. And then right here, after the master plan, then it's gonna change to track?
Some of the lots did, but some of them, it just depended on the size of the basic lot. This is on a huge lot, which is lot 10122 is the basic lot, so this portion of lot 10122 was converted to a tract.
Okay, copy, thank you.
Yeah, but just this portion where this little subdivision is at.
So you can see here in the portion right here, this is where part of the 1 acre here, where there's no farming activity, just heavy vegetation.
Is that a flood zone or sinkhole? I mean,
No, flat here, no. It's flat.
Where
But
does the water
the
go?
initial application was for residential? Or was it for agriculture?
It says original applicant,
Residential.
is residential, original applicant type is residential, and it's now an ag, right? Is that?
They changed it
We
to
change it to ag. Yeah, so that's one of the issues that we were also facing.
Did the
They changed the
tenant
application
request to
time.
change it to ag, or did we just change it ourselves?
We would not change it until they request to change it.
This is originally under the Arendu.
So that's a LUP.
The original lessee was under, and then
Land use permit. Do you have a copy of the LUP?
I don't have the LEP, but I only have the, I don't have the copy of the
Okay,
LEP.
all right, okay.
However, it was just, he held his fees for more than 7 years and then he transferred it to his daughter.
Nice. No LUP.
He has it, but it's, I believe it's not in the file,
Okay.
Yeah.
but he does have.
Okay, later.
It doesn't mention, in the staff report, an LUP number.
Oh,
Yeah, but, in their application, they claim that they were, preoccupied.
Right.
Yeah.
Preoccupied from the.
Land use permit,
I
yes.
see. But there's no LUP number?
Right.
No, okay.
Normally, if there's an LLP number is when we go through the listing and we
Yes.
see if the father was part of the list. And, but
And we have that-
sometimes, if that's the only way I would verify,
Okay.
but I don't know, sometimes, because maybe the land agent at the time knows, or even mirrors verification, they can say that they were occupying there since 1970 or 1993, you know, so far, so.
And we have a LUP data, no?
We have a listing
Data.
for them.
Yeah, so maybe next time or next meeting we can have that as a important.
Okay.
You know, but that's, okay, okay. For this one?
Madam Chair, I'd like to request that we place this specific applicant on a delay voting on this because there are too many questions that we're experiencing on the status of the property. Part of it being it was changed to agriculture, and there's currently no agricultural work being done on the property. And there's setback violations. I think we need to research those further. So I propose that we set this aside for further investigation. And that would be for Nadine Roberto Domingo. Her lot number is lot 5, block 14, tract 10316, Dedulu, containing an area of 4,062 plus or minus square meters. I propose we defer it until a later date after more detailed investigation.
No questions. I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah,
Okay,
10 minutes.
can we wait?
later.
Okay, moving forward, the next lessee is Carmen Crisostomo, who has a residential lease, and she's requesting SBA loan guarantee for the amount of $200,000, and also approval to build. And issues as noted is the residential lease was awarded on August 22, 2003, contract 18R, chapter 6A, subsection 6A111, which speaks about first comes, first served again, and also a building was constructed, which is compared to a residential lease agreement, section 7.3, the lessee shall conform to all territorial zoning and building laws, subdivision, environmental, and administrative laws or policies. Site inspection findings, there are junk vehicles, white goods, and household trash on the property. The applicant date and time is December 2nd, 1995, at 1:02 p.m. And the type of application is residential, which is the lessee also has a residential lease. So, yes.
I just want clarification or explanation. In your, on your third paragraph there from the top, you said applicants shall be considered. That's strong language, using shall.
Yes, shall, I need to put that on bold, because, you know, whenever you enter a lease award for lessees, we have to base it on we have a priority list based on first come, first served. So, you know, they're done numerically. And so if you're working at number 1, you can't go to number 200. You gotta go from 1 go to numerical 2, 3, 4, 0. So that's why I say shall, you know, it has, that's why a lot of the issues in question, did we skip, did we jump? How did, you know, many people, I was there before somebody else and they got a lease and now I don't get it. So that's what it actually, that's why they put, emphasize shall, and they put that on bold.
You can continue.
Okay. So that's basically it. She's applying for for SBA loan guarantee for $200,000 and approval to build as well. And as you see in the photos, I'm the one that took that. The home was actually totally demolished from the storm. There's only the whole roof is gone, and just several of the columns are rough right now. And of course, as you see there's some the findings also show junk vehicles, white goods, and household trash on the property, so that, you know, these things have to be removed, you know, with this condition, or, you know.
So she's not compliant with this?
Right, so not compliant to lease, right.
Is that because of time and date?
No, it's because of the accumulation of
Oh.
the junk vehicles and white goods and other waste items on the property.
Okay, I understand.
That's found on section 7.3.
And then she's budgeted for 40K to be cleaned up.
$240,000, you know, was approved for her loan, and then $200,000 will be for loan guarantee. So we're not gonna include the $40,000. That's, I believe, that would be for her other use for property cleanup and stuff like that.
Right, yeah, it's a disaster cleanup.
There
Okay,
was no
so,
mention here whether the structure was permitted prior to this storm?
I believe there's no permit for this structure. right? So, because now they're coming in now to build a new home that, you know, so you know, it's up to the board now if we can just, you know, just,
Yeah.
to move forward, you know, with now the
Loan guarantee.
loan guarantee to put in a permitted, permission to build a house in accordance to the building, codes, okay?
And the approval to build.
Right, approved to build, right?
Okay, questions, madam?
Go for it.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion, Madam Chair, to approve the request from the constituent Carmen Diane Chrysostom to approve the SBA loan guarantee and the approval to build on Lot 1, Block 5, New Track 1022-2 for $200,000.
Half an acre. Half acre.
For a half acre.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
I'm sorry, can I ask a question first? Are you, you're not considering, any kind of requirement to come into compliance?
Well, basically, the request is just for the loan guarantee and the approved to build. And
Right.
then you're looking at the item 2 and Roman numeral 3.
I'm just noting that the lessee is not currently in compliance with the lease terms.
Yeah, 'cause she's got junk.
Yes.
Property.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I noted the, if you look at the spreadsheet on the loan guarantee, right, the disaster cleanup and debris removal expenses are here. So most likely they want to do a demolition and clean the property at the expense of the SBA, right? But we're only guaranteeing the, for the building.
Yeah, but we want to note that down as part of the cleanup too, that the miscellaneous trash, household trash and junk vehicles and white goods are included as part of the removal.
Okay. So, you
I
want to-
second it. And we,
All in favor?
I,
Aye. Okay,
Motion carried.
good.
The next item on the agenda is Mr. Billy P. Cruz. And your name?
I'll see you later. I don't want to.
Right, very nice.
So it's good.
Conditions. Okay, we have Mr. Billy Cruz here today. Please state your name.
Billy Cruz.
Billy Cruz.
Buenas.
Buenas, buenas.
So we have Mr. Billy Cruz here today. Thank you for coming, sir. You know, I know we've been talking just via telephone. You just been, yeah,
Thank you.
away for a while. And Mr. Cruz is here today. He has an agricultural lease, and he's requesting approval for SBA loan guarantee for the amount of $195,300 in his real estate for reconstruction or construction of his building, and also requesting building authorization approval. So issues here at hand is there's like 4 items mentioned here. Change of application type from residential to agriculture. Lease issued outside date and time contrary to 18 GAR, subsection 6A111. issue of lease on unregistered property contrary to 21 GCA subsection 75A 105, and no building approval for structure on property contrary to 18 LAR 6, subsection 6A 126. So I want to remark on item number 4 where it reads no building approval for structure of property contrary to 18 LAR. What I did was I went out last week and even a week and a half ago, and I found that there's an ongoing building structure, as you see on the photo there, that is approximately a 20 by 40 structure being built. And I have spoken to, we have a letter from Department of Public Works stating that well, my concern was there was no building permit. So I spoke to DPW and they were able to provide us a letter stating that the type of building structure is building on the property or the premises does not require a building permit. Reason for that is that as long as there's no walls that enclose the structure, and as long as there's no electrical or water or plumbing on the building, if that happens, then you would need a building permit. So I confirmed with DPW, so and he also have provided a building plan, for his home that he wishes to build, and one of the biggest problem here that I want to mention today that my findings is that as we also my line agent that the property that was leased to Mr. Cruz is located on an unregistered property. That being said, there's a public law, there's a bump code annotated law that mentions that no lots, CLTP shall not lease unregistered property, for lease or license purposes. So right now, the situation, like I said, we released to Mr. Cruz, and no fault to him. That was on our part, and we were trying to find out how we can fix this issue, and with concurrence with our legal here, I discussed with her earlier, and we would like to see if we can table it so that we can find a solution to this, how we can fix this.
Okay, can I just say something?
Yes.
I know back in 2003, an approved map, which was filed with your office, also signed by the CHamoru and Land Trust Administrative Director Joe Borja, signed by me.
Yes.
The same situation that we had where we didn't have to register the map because of them 20 years ago. So that signed here, survey came out, Millington Santos, who did the survey, signed the survey, the land survey, and all that. I got this copy because I lost my copy here from CHamoru Land Trust. So I requested a copy. So this was signed by Joe Borja at the time, director, January 5th, 2004, signed by me, October 20, 2003. And then coming to the register part, I obtained a copy of a registered map from Land Management. It's an agricultural subdivision map, master plan, that indicated that lot number 53A-3, that's assigned under me, Billy P. Cruz. This survey map was signed by Paul Santos, Marvin Aguilar, and Margarita Borja. And I don't know whether you guys have a copy of this.
When you say registered, you mean, is it recorded?
Yeah, it's the recorded map.
Okay, there's a difference between registered map and recorded map.
Okay, so I at the time when this was given to me, I took guidance from them, whoever was the CHamoru Land Trust, they stamped that stuff, approved it, gave it to me. I assumed at the time that everything's good. I hired a private surveyor, Millington Santos, who is not here, can't answer it. Things out of business or whatever. He was one of our surveyors that I hired back then. And now I'm left here, come before you, and I treasure this property 20+ years ago. I never like neglected this property. I spend my whole weekends and, with my family to make sure I take care of what's given to me and not abandon it every now and then. But for the past 20+ years, I've never neglected a piece of property that was leased out to me. I do have a lease agreement though, signed and registered with land management, stamped also, and it should be filed, probably have a file also. And this is where we're at today. I'm sorry that I don't know what else is the requirement to, whatever it needs to take to make it happen. I request that we move forward, and I'm asking that we get whatever I need to do now. The people that I've worked with 20 years are no longer here to answer to, or even for me to go to their office, they're closed. I can't get that done. So I'm here today facing you, the board members, and staff of the CHamoru Trust to see what guidance you're able to give me so we can move forward. Thank you for giving me the time to speak before you.
I have a question for you,
Sure.
Mr. Cruz. Part of what you're asking for is to reclassify
His
from
map.
residential to agricultural. It's a half-acre lot only?
Yeah, it's a half-acre lot, 2,000. And I think, I can't believe, I remember this back 20 years ago, I signed a document from agriculture to residential. Because at the time, I think my lease was supposed to be agriculture, but I signed an addendum, and I can't find that. It's supposed to go from agriculture to residential, because I don't want residential. That's the only thing I can really afford to maintain. I don't want to get a big piece of property I'm not able to maintain. I want to be able to maintain a smaller piece of property.
So, I guess my question is, are you going to, or do you intend to farm on that half acre?
No, my intention is I need to build a residential home. It's only a 2,100
So
square.
you're defeating the purpose here because it says you want to change the type from residential to agricultural.
I don't think he's asking to change it now. I think it was already changed.
It was changed, the original application type was residential, then later changed to agriculture. So as of today, his lease now is agriculture. Yeah. So Commissioner.
Here, number one, issue number one says change of application type from residential to agriculture.
Right, so it is, right now it's an that lease is agriculture right now, yeah. But if you look at the facts, I was
So it
looking
should
at
be
the facts.
agricultural to residential.
Yes.
And then, in fact, in item 3 and 4, is, if you look at that, is the original application type is residential. Current right now is ag.
Sir, the map that you have there was signed by, or it was recorded, or?
Well, the only thing that was recorded is the agriculture subdivision master plan.
I see. And that's where the, let me see, because this is not the same map.
Yeah, this was approved by Joe Bohr at the time when he was director.
I'd like to see that. Can you pass that, Earl? So this is, no, this is the agricultural, right?
That's the master map,
Yes.
and this is his map.
This went through Paul Santos, right, the chief cadastry,
Yes.
and Marvin Aguilar,
Yes.
which is the chief planner,
Yes.
and Margarita Borman. So, and you were saying that this is unregistered, right? These guys must have caught this, from the very beginning. But to make it go through the chief cadastry, and the chief planner, Marvin, and then the land administrator. So pretty sure they resolved this. You got
The master plan is not a map. That's just for the purposes of tax.
Yeah, so it's not a
So it's
survey.
not a survey tax.
Don't need to hold on.
It's not a survey.
Okay, it's not.
It's not a
This is
survey.
actual map. Some of this big and this unnecessary.
I see.
That's his map, and it does say that it's in there.
Yeah, okay, this was correct.
And this is a master map.
Again, earlier, you know, when I was listening to the conversation, and the gentleman mentioned that then they didn't have to get a approved map like what is required today versus if the director signs up and we sign up, that's gonna be sufficient. So I asked the same question back then, and I believe probably the entity was not together, or separate, so for some reason, that's what happened.
Commissioners, the map is the map. Mr. Pierce, you can look at the TV.
Oh, that's the,
It's the 5380 area.
got it,
Mr.
okay. That's the master plan?
No, this is a map.
The
No,
map.
and what you're seeing up here is a registration map with GWA that GWA did for the water tank.
Okay,
The basic lot 5380 was not registered at the time. When GWA came in, there was a parcel cut out for them, which is not 5380-1, which is where their existing tanks are. They registered that portion, but the remainder of the lot is not registered.
okay, so they registered the part that Guam Water Works, you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that where the water tank is at, right? No?
Yes, sir, you know the water tanks,
Okay, so the, no, maybe Joey can help me with this one, so the registration process to register an unregistered property, right? They went through the proceedings, the court, records, no? And if there was an original landowner, right, or any ancestral landowner, so apparently it passed.
GWA's part.
Yeah, so the whole basic lot, there is lot number
basic lot is 5380.
5380.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So GWA came in and parceled out the lot where their water tanks at.
Okay.
That's not 5380-1,
Okay,
and that was registered.
Roger that, so the basic lot
End of the lot was not
5380
registered.
is, portion of it is, okay,
Yeah, the dash one.
that's one. So Pierce, the basic lot 5380 was recorded back in 40s, 30s, the 50s? Any tax
No,
roll?
sir.
Any tax roll from a private claimant? I mean, you know what I'm saying?
I don't think so.
No? Did anybody claim this property as ancestral lands, or is it Crown lands, or is it government of Guam lands? Because apparently the water tanks are there, right, and it's registered. The basic lot 5380 is more or
Dash
less
one.
clear, yeah, dash one. That's the title.
This is the title for 5380-1.
And the title was since 1984.
It was done in 84.
And who
Yeah, it was actually, 84.
and who was the owner before 84? Based on the title.
Which one?
Who was the owner before 1984? Was it government of Guam or Navy? I'm just checking.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Government of Guam, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the basic lot, just to go back, right, 5380 was registered to put the water tanks from Guam Water Works. And apparently, their
Yes, sir.
research apparently found there was no payment from the Crown lands for ancestral lands. Because if there was, it would have surfaced during the, not from the land registration. So the basic lot basically is not claimed by any private entity or the government of Guam or ancestral lands, right, Director? Because if it was, then it would be under your inventory, or, you know.
Not necessarily.
Okay,
Ancestral lands has crown lands, non-ancestral lands, and
also,
ancestral lands.
okay,
We have like several thousand acres of land that's ancestral that we're trying to find the owners of.
On the central part,
Right,
and then the
We-
ground,
right. So the Crown is mostly central, most southern property in Crown is probably down at Polaris Point. Most of it is up north.
okay,
So this is an area, well, it's right by the water tanks.
yeah.
So that's a northern property.
So apparently the One Waterworks, real estate group must have did their due diligence to
Did-
do the research, right? To find out if there was any claimant for this
Well,
5380.
be honest with you, there are ancestral lands that are being used for parks
Mhm.
that have original landowners.
Okay.
You know, there are several out there. I mean, the easy one is Tejan, you know, that,
Oh,
they've returned some properties and some have been kept, like for the football field, you ever notice that?
yeah, yes,
Yeah, so those have original landowners and they're waiting for it to be returned, but because Gov. deemed that it was necessary to use it as a park for public use, they kept it. Gov. has that type of control, and I know those owners have requested that, okay, when can we get these properties returned? But, unless it is legislated, you know, and the issues like this could be cleared up through legislation. That would be the easiest way to handle it. But,
so apparently One Waterworks sliced out or carved out a portion for the water tank
and had that registered.
Yeah,
They did
yes.
it partially on their own.
and kind of left the remainder open for agricultural subdivision at that time. Basically,
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's ag, but some of our property is mixed use, but it should be ag.
okay. And then they decided to subdivide it to residential and, well, I guess the agriculture is not more than an acre, right, on this one? Because Mr. Cruz was authorized an acre,
What
half
acre?
acre. Half acre.
Half acre?
Half acre, yeah. And then the rest, I see, if you look at the configuration of the property on the rights of way, yeah, what's the size? Bears in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lots, maybe water? Okay.
Still a half acre.
Half acre.
These in front of that quarter, yeah, the one, this is well, let me pull the map. Mr. Cruz's lot is a half acre. This one is a half acre. No, these are half acres right here.
Okay.
Hang on.
Mr. A, the other lots, the neighboring lots, are they mostly residential?
I'm not aware of that, but the neighboring lots, like right across them, directly right across is private, and the other side is CHamoru Land Trust. So towards the cliff side, there's the assigned lots already, there are already homes that are built on that one there. And it appears to be residential, because I don't see any farming activities within the premises. But I have not yet, checked that yet, but by field inspection, they all have residential dwellings there within the premises.
So why can't we change it from agriculture to residential, this particular,
That's our legal,
since the neighbors are all,
we have to confirm that. Mr. Pierce, is the neighboring lot, or the cliff side, is that residential?
These here, the one on the,
Yeah, that's a blonde? Yeah, those area,
yes, these had said residential.
okay, residential.
Yeah.
But it's your intent, Mr. Cruz, to have that classified as a residential?
Again, yeah, again.
The original application as stated is residential. And in 2002, Mr. Cruz requested to change application type from residential to ag, which was approved by Administrative Director Ron Tehan. We have that on file, I just confirmed it. So the question now is to revert it back to residential, from ag to residential, that's the legal question.
But the lease is indicating,
Ag.
the 99-year lease is ag.
Yes.
And
The original application type is res.
So
It's in your report.
It's not, I mean, it's not like a, you know, I think this is one of the issues that we were looking at, because I think that this is not the only, case of a person who switched, who had a residential, application, and then switched types to an agricultural, and then, was not in compliant with the terms of the agricultural lease, and so wants to switch back to residential. I think there's a number of leases that are like this, so I'm not sure how how the board wants to, proceed with that, but I haven't really, I mean, I'm aware of the issue, but I haven't, I don't have a recommendation for you today on how to, handle all of those that are that type, but they should definitely be treated the same, if somebody's not compliant, but they're living with an agricultural lease, but they're living on the property.
Pierce, I have a question. What is the zoning of those lots in that area? Is it zoned agricultural or residential?
The neighboring lots are agricultural.
Including this one?
I mean residential, the neighboring lots are residential.
Because if they're residential, I don't think we could or should authorize it to be agriculture, because if you're gonna raise livestock or something in a residential, subdivision, then we might have problems there.
Yeah, but that was done.
So if
last
it's
year.
residential, if it's zoned residential, I don't think we would have a problem with,
The neighboring lots,
Yeah,
the
if they're-
neighboring lots are zone residential.
well, that's why I asked Pierce, what's the zone?
It's gonna be kind of difficult to answer because a lot
I'm getting, some of them are saying R1 and some of them are saying agriculture, so, I can confirm it, more in detail if we need to, but, yeah, so, okay, for example, the first lot here, or the second lot is zoned R1. I'm not sure if that's right, and then the first lot is zoned, agriculture. I'll need to confirm this with, planning division. Maybe, hold on, let me verify one of the maps. According to the map, the 5380 is still zoned A, agriculture.
that's one of the,
The basic lot.
yeah,
Yes, yes, sir. It's not.
still A and. Here's the One Water Works is zone for the, for the water reservoir. Is that M1?
For the map, it's zone A.
Okay, so.
I need to verify with planning if it was ever changed. If they had it rezoned, I don't have that information on me right now. But for this map that was recorded in 2018, it's zone A.
a lot of our, if I may comment, a lot of our leases on our ag or on COTC lots has mixed use. They're not consistent. If you're talking about zoning, in order to change the zone property, you have to go to a GLUC, right? But in our case, what we're doing is like, okay, this one's ag, next door, let's make it residential, you know? And that's been the practices that I've seen, you know, thus far when I came aboard, and I said, how is this done? Well, internally, right? So, like the true way of zoning, you know, like I said, it has to go through, there are a process to rezone. And the question was it done correctly?
I feel like right now we're at an impasse. Our tenant wants to revert back to residential. Clearly, he's maintaining the property as residential. I don't know if he ever farmed in the property. That's beyond my times. I personally would like to see if we can assist him in reverting it to residential so he's in compliance.
I don't think, Commissioner, that there's an issue with building residential homes on agricultural land.
Right.
I don't think there's any issue with that. The issue is if it remains agriculture, there's a certain percentage of the property that must be used for agricultural purposes.
right.
And that, in a half-acre lot, that would exclude building a house. So I'm assuming then it could be the prerogative of the board to allow a residential home to be placed on that lot, following certain, whatever conditions our attorney could come up with. And if it might take time for her to review this, you might have to table it to the next meeting,
Well,
unless we can make that decision tonight.
There's no limiting the structure that you're building in an agricultural lot, okay? On an agricultural lot, you can build a duplex, nothing more than a duplex, so you can build a residence, okay? But like you said, part of that stipulation for agriculture is 2/3 of the property has to be farmed. Yes, sir.
For duplex, it has to be zoned in R2. Oduwelu.
No, duplex is allowed on agricultural.
Well, I can pay that later.
But, so I guess if we convert his lease to residential, it will remove that stipulation from our rules that a significant portion of the property be used for agricultural purposes. And I don't think there's a problem with the zoning being agricultural to place a residential house on it. So I'm assuming that it might be up to the commission unless Attorney Finney has any objections.
Does do they have sewer in that area?
There's no sewer available at this time.
That's why it's a half acre.
That's why it's
that
half,
you're
correct.
Given,
And
so,
one more so next to a well. So, you know, plus about, radius about 1,000 feet. you know.
The wells are above ground.
Yeah, but you know,
Yeah,
they-
the water levels is below
but
ground.
they're,
So,
their standard, I believe that any well or even pumps, you can build any structure within 1,000 feet radius. So, you know, that's, you know, above or under, that's the law. There's an EPA also.
What are the alternatives to this deadline?
But I mean specifically though, you mean to the wellhead protection zone, there's none.
In changing his zoning, because he's not meeting the criteria for
You
agricultural.
don't need to change the zone, if you're, I mean, that's a separate consideration that I don't think is an issue either way.
okay.
I think it's just the lease type.
The lease is under A zone,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
And with the A zone, you can build a.
The lease is an agricultural lease.
Yes,
It's not,
yes.
it doesn't have to do with the
I mean,
zoning of the
agriculture, I'm sorry.
property in.
Okay,
Yeah.
No, but the lease is an agricultural lease, so that means he has to farm
Correct.
2/3 of the property.
And can build a home,
He can build a home.
correct,
Yes.
that's it.
Plant bananas?
No, his house will be extremely small, 2/3, because remember, you have to have space for a leaching field with the septic tank.
Right.
Yeah,
So there
you
would not
can-
be
you can
enough
actually
space
build
to
above
place
the
a
leach
building.
field.
Unless you convert the lease, not the zone, but the lease to residential.
Yes,
And that will be up to the board.
And residential would be with the
It would
sewer,
allow some.
sewer,
Yes.
right?
But normally it's just a resident, and it's not a big,
he
That's why-
meets the criteria, the lot
Yes.
size meets the criteria
For
for
residential.
residential.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay, so, like what's being said now, it's up to us to decide to change the lease from agricultural to residential, correct?
Correct.
And remain, the size remains.
There's no change in size, because it meets the
Just,
qualifications.
just the lease, that changed the condition of what he can place on the property.
And then you don't have to farm.
Right. And I believe that's what he's requesting right this place.
that's
Yes.
the original, that's the residential.
Okay, so,
Mr. Rare, you have,
We just still have to address the unrestricted properties too, so,
correct, that's the administrative part, we have to.
yeah, so if, you know, are you going to request a condition of the bill or to go back, revert back to residential? To include the bill, or are we going to table it until we get a definite answer on as far as the unregistered property?
You know, that's a good point, right? Because if this is an unregistered, and I see on that property that, are those homes or,
There are homes, sir, yes.
and they're the same parcel?
Yes, the same tract, 380.
So
A lot,
how did they build, how were they approved to build homes when it is unregistered?
See, there's a map, you know, that came in place, right, that, you know, that was, I believe, was recorded, but there was an oversight there where they didn't check to see if it was a registered property, you know, we caught it only because of the due diligence of our staff.
So those
we-
three homes there are land trust recipients that built a home?
Yes, they're all, like, they're all siblings.
And they went through,
They went through the
Department of Land
process,
Management.
yes.
and then now we're gonna penalize this next person because we got it.
Can I say something?
I mean, I'm just trying to see the equality.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know who Mr. Billy is, this first time I met him, so.
May I speak?
Yeah.
Because I can remember, I'm the first one before all the sublons in the bottom who did my survey map. You can go back to your business block to see that. And I'm sure that they probably followed my points from there. I just want to throw this out because that's, the whole entire place was, Mooney's jumping.
The three
I'm the
homes-
first one there,
the three homes
besides,
that you're seeing there.
on the corner, besides Mr. The Belgomis are right across me, and the other American guy right beside me was the only one there. So I just want to say that I was the first one cleaning that place by hand. You know, when they, a couple years later, I guess they started to develop their area and I was wondering what's going on. And that's, and then they cleared out, they were able to build, I guess they have money. I'm sorry, I don't have that kind of money at the time.
I think we have consensus already of changing your lease type, okay? Right now, the problem is it's unregistered land. And I look to our CLPC people to guide us on how we can get that registered.
Yeah.
Because I don't know the process for registering unregistered land, aside from hiring a surveyor to do it all.
There's a process we can follow as far as doing a land registration, but the question is, and it's a lengthy process.
Have
So
we
the-
ever done one?
We've been doing it in the past, yes.
And which one is that property?
The last
I mean, yeah, I'm just
one,
checking.
101, that's a decade old, isn't it? Chico? Yeah, 10154? This is at Manditan Farm, down there,
It was unregistered property.
was unregistered, and we did that maybe about 5-6 years ago. That's one of the one we did, and right now we're doing a land registration, one in Dededo. And we still pending approval. It has, to register our property, we have to go through a process. So you have to, just let's say a whole tract, we have to go out and investigate who's around the perimeter, who's occupying there, and then give them a notice that we're gonna zone. And all we're gonna do, we're making claims to the property, we're gonna register it, and giving them opportunities to make claims, like, hey, that's my land. So that's the process, and it goes to the court. And it takes time to go for the court proceedings to happen, and we don't have a timeline.
But meanwhile, we have a tenant that has been through the SBA process and he's just waiting for our loan guarantee.
Okay.
I see the point what they're saying with unregistered land, there is a problem of claimants that might cloud up the title should that ever come about. And once the title is clouded, then it takes quite some time. So the safety measure is to register it. I mean, I see that one motion where you can make just to change the lease from agricultural back to residential. The other issue is now,
Unregistered.
the unregistered property.
Would that go for the other lots?
Right,
We would
that's the
have
point.
to do it one as a whole, yes.
So if this fails on the registration, then all those leases that we provided would be null and void. The ones that build homes.
If it fails, and somebody makes a complaint and the court decides that makes a judgment that it belongs to them, then we have to,
No,
we
no,
would have to,
We were going back, right? In the
Yeah.
beginning was a basic lot, and then the, one waterworks, was that registered their portion. And then we gave lease to the top 3 or 4, and they build homes. Apparently they went through the permitting process. So now we're gonna go through this corner lot, and we failed.
we only can look at whereas Waterworks did land registration, hopefully we can go through that same smooth process where nobody claimed, that lot, because 5380, that one, that's a big lot there. So we're hoping that, we can only assume that nobody's going to claim again up to the remainder of the property. But then again, we can never tell,
So I'm saying that if we went through the process and there was a claim, so those 3 homes would be our liability to pay.
We're gonna have to, yes, pay them, and how we're gonna pay them, there's gonna be a relocation act that we're going to have to follow, the local law. And whereas if a person's being displaced, there's a very lately, but in our part, we're gonna have to relocate the lessee. And we're looking at the fair market value of the house, the cost, the current fair market value, and then either recompensate them and relocate them to another place. Depending on the agreement, just compensation is the word.
AG, what are our options here?
I think really,
We're caught between a rock and a hard place. We wanna help the tenant, but it's a long process as stated.
Well, and plus, it is also a violation of law for us to grant a lease for unregistered property.
that's what I was gonna point out, is that the issue is that the law says don't lease unregistered property, and way back, 20 years ago, somebody leased unregistered property.
Well,
So,
my-
so that's, that's what I was saying, we'll need to look at what the options are.
It might be better to table this one then and allow Attorney Finney to review and find what options we have available to you. In good faith to try to help Mr. Cruz out, but yet I see what Mr. A is saying, what Glenn's saying is that should you allow the loan guarantee and a house is built like those other homes, and somebody files claim and wins, and said CHamoru Land Trust will be have to relocate those people and provide at fair market value a replacement for them. So we would be in real deep problem. We'll have big problems. You know, for each home, you don't know how much that will cost.
I'd like to make a motion. Wait, I have another question. Look at this basic lot, right? There's like 10 lots. They're all CHamoru Land Trust?
The whole perimeter here, this is CHamoru Land Trust property here, but already it was severed out here, this portion here for Guam Waterworks. So there's some, so entire, this whole lot here was
Okay,
CHamoru Land Trust here.
The large portion on the far right corner.
I have to confirm that with the maybe Richmond check and see if it's still ours or is it leased out.
Here, you know that right corner, the green, yeah. Who owns that? I mean, who's that leased under?
Unmute, please.
Sorry, it says it's not leased.
Okay, what's the area?
I believe there's a map. Hang on, sir, let me,
Yes.
It's lot 5380-2.
You're not owning
Right.
so,
You know, that property is pretty steep. I'm not sure if you can use the property.
So 5382-2 was parceled out, and it was intended for a land exchange, but the exchange never went through.
With,
So that's why, look, this, showing this parcel right here.
yeah, land exchange with Guam Waterworks?
No, with, it was a land exchange, and you see here, let me, see, and I'll show it to you. There's a special number on the map here, just let me give me a second here, and I'll try to get it up here.
That's your players. It's 275,000 square meter. That's about 20.
That's it, again over there. Here's that.
It's like 20,000 square.
So it says that, the law was intended, authorized by public law number 28-84, it was for a purpose for a land exchange. It was, never got consummated.
Public law
Never
20
consummated.
24, public law 24.
Oh, gosh. Sorry, but there you go. 21-84, land exchange was never consummated, and instead, another lot was located in Harmony. It was owned by Edward Youngwell and Evelyn Youngwell, which is the subject lot for land exchange. It was purchased by the government of Guam, so it never was consummated. That's the reason why that lot was portioned out.
Okay,
So it was never, I can verify whether it was, still under, it was under GovBomb or. 2, 3, and 4. So that was good news. Well, actually, you know what, this parcel was already consolidated back into the basic lot, or the remaining lot of 5380-R1.
okay, so it's not R2, but.
Yeah, that's what this map does, it consolidates, you see this is a consolidation symbol? So it was consolidated back into the basic lot of 5380-R1.
Okay. So it's not -2 no more.
No, not anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Chairman, I have a question on the SBA loan guarantee, right? I know that Mr. Cruz has been approved. So if we're gonna table this, right, and start working on the administrative process to register the unregistered, would that give him the window or to be billed?
No. It would.
Is it because the SBA has a timeline, right, for construction? You got it? Yeah?
I'm sorry, one more time, I was,
Okay, so the SBA has a window for, when you're guaranteed a loan.
yeah, and what SK does is when they give you an approval for a loan, right, they'll give you X amount of days, 30, 60 days, what have you.
How many
And
days?
if
How many
you,
days?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, we have to make sure.
That's in agreement with, I don't know what he has, right? He has to look into his contract, Mr. Cruz. And if in the event that you don't meet the deadline, you can always request for an extension. I know because I've done that before,
Okay,
with my
so,
SBA one.
so to work on this property, right, now that it's been consolidated again, the timeline to get it registered, would that kind of coincide with the SBA loan guarantee, or would that leave the tenant hanging for maybe another week or another month? For the loan guarantee process, maybe
Like I said,
2 months, maybe?
like say, again,
Based on your experience from the last.
to my experience, let's say just to go out and do an assessment. Assessment has to be done first before you do a land registration. You gotta check the surrounding neighbors and
Maybe
make
6
sure.
months?
Sometimes to get everything put together, it might take, I'm not sure, 4 to 6
Are you
months.
talking about doing the actual land registration survey before?
No, I'm just getting
Because remember, this
information.
is a disaster loan. This is not to build an ivory tower.
Yeah, but
This is a
the
disaster
process
loan.
still the same, it doesn't change.
Okay,
That, like I said,
I
that
hear you.
you have to go through the process again to go and check with the neighboring lots and get their names, addresses, and if you can't find them, you have to find them, because you can't go to proceedings to land registration until they are given a notice. And if they're not given a notice, they can always find, and in order to find out later on, they make claims, then we're in trouble. So the process has to be completed before we even, those information has to be gathered before we even proceed to a land registration. We have to get all this information down.
And in the meantime, he can be standing by under a tarp in the weather.
That's beyond our control, sir.
Understand. That's it.
That's why, Commissioners, you might want to consider just tabling this so we can move on with the other ones. It seems this one's gonna be, has some problems, and we'll come back to it at the next meeting and see if we can, and if anything can come up with a resolution of some sort. But if registering property, according to what I've heard and what Mr. A is saying, it does take time, and it might exceed his timeline when he applies for a loan. Most likely it will. It might be easier to just do a land swap among us. That might wind up that way. And I know Mr. Cruz has put some investments already into the property. I mean, it's very clear that he's done that.
And we're willing to pay for the
But
improvements that he made.
But the problem that has occurred here was that a lease was given, and this may not be the only one, by the CHamoru Land Trust Commission
Yeah.
in violation of local law by granting a lease for unregistered property.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's the big problem here. And the issue there is that I know people can file a claim on anything. Even if you have title, they'll still cloud the title. But
Yeah,
unregistered property makes it even more difficult.
Don't take me wrong on this one, okay? Because I understand that you're reading the mandate and looking at it in the humanitarian approach. Because this is disaster loan from the federal government, from the Small Business Administration. So, you know, we have like 27 individuals, right, that applied, correct? No?
Yeah. And more
And
coming.
huh?
And more coming. There's
Correct,
several.
correct, yeah. And it appears, right, that, no, this is an administrative process that, I'm gonna say that we failed to thoroughly go through the requirement. We gave the individual a lease, a 99-year lease, and we have the Attorney General on our side, then we have the Department of Land Management on our side. And what I'm sharing here that when we compare, we are the government, CHamoru Land Trust is the government. We have basically the resources of the legal, the expertise in properties. And apparently the individual, went through the process. It was, you were saying it was an agricultural arrendum back then. We're going backwards to the history, then we're here today. And we're here today, and because of the declaration, the presidential declaration of disaster, the federal government provided FEMA and Small Business Administration. And you're right, if this one needs to be tabled, I'm just concerned, and you guys can see my position a lot on almost all of these. It's on legal humanitarian portion, that's number one. And number two, the land trust was created because of the unjust land takings from the past. So we have to take that computation into account. So that being said, I'm hoping.
Okay, well, commissioners, I know legal has advised us, and based on that advice, if the decision's going to be up to the board itself. But you gotta remember that if you go against advice of legal, then you will be assuming the responsibility as board members, and you'll be placing that responsibility on the CHamoru Land Trust Commission. Just remember, I mean, your vote too might put you, might make you liable to, with the understanding that legal has already advised us.
Understand.
So it's going to be your call in the end.
Well, that was our issue from the very beginning, when we only had 300,000 in the bucket, and we had 10.4 million aggregate. Remember, we only had 300,000, and there's like 100 applicants, and we've been approving them because of disaster loans. 10.4. Now we have about maybe 3 million aggregate that's coming up, and we're still facing this kind of fear of being sued personally, the fear that I may lose my personal assets. And yeah, maybe I shouldn't be in this chair to start feeling this and just become a legal compliant to say, well, Mr. Cruz, you were given a lease that was unregistered, it was our fault because we gave you a lease, so, have a good day. You're gonna have to find, we're gonna give you another option. We'll give you a land exchange, is that what you were saying?
No, we, in this case, we don't do exchange,
So what do we do with that?
we can relocate.
Yeah, we're gonna relocate.
The lessee, but again, like the director pointed out, there's our lessee, had, have improvements to the property, and he invested a lot of money in that, so.
Give
we
me a
don't have to
value on the
account-
investment that you saw.
I can't determine the value in that one.
You're a former contractor, so you could give me a ground, let's just be truthful.
Let's just say that the one invested there is very costly.
Yeah,
It's
put
not-
a dollar amount.
Not in the dollar sense, we're talking about, I can't really estimate out. That estimate on that one, there has to be done by an appraiser, a real estate appraiser. That's normally how it's justified. Not by contractor's point of view, or maybe former contractor, you can't base it on that.
Okay.
In short, it's too expensive.
Yeah, let's say 50 grand.
Because
50 grand?
I put a chain link fence about maybe 2/3 of what he had, it cost me over
This is
25,000.
concretely.
This is all concrete now.
Right.
So it's gonna cost a lot more than chain link.
About $200 a square foot, roughly, no?
I don't know the linear feet, whatever square footage.
That's a half acre, 2,000 square
Yeah.
linear feet, 100, 200, 300, 400 linear feet times 20,000? You're the contractor.
I don't want to throw out any number right now because, it might be misleading. Yeah.
But
You have to really sit down and
We
calculate that.
forgot the footings for the 4x4 vertical columns.
And you can
But
consider
galvanized
that
steel.
other expenses, clearing the property, and the new structure that's on the premises, and so forth. And a lot of things you have to consider, not just the fence.
Thank you, Mr. A.
So we're gonna table it.
Well, legal counsel, right? We're legal reliant, so
It's your
let's hear the legal. Because I don't want to be personally liable, so we're legal reliant.
It's up to the board.
I would recommend that the board table it for now, and we move forward with the others we have not. And this is a complicated issue, and we'd have to consider whatever avenues are available and see how we can correct an error that occurred years ago. This lease is since 1999, so it's been there for a long time.
Yeah, 99, but he occupied it before 99? About what year?
95, apa tu?
Zapura, halong taon mo.
Tahun di Tempoku,
Sabi mo, malo mo, giyalong taon no? Kung nagasgas, feso, ibisino man magto, no? Sa madibidi tano. Ani madibidi tano, masahalom mo, man angkas. Sa mga sa 3-4 na guma. Kasi 3-4 na guma, man manai no kontrakta. No? Kasi naman manai kontrakta, timatungo na ti-register di tano. Siga man manai, no? Hazi di dakta. Hagu pa imunan na yung pudel.
Imunan na
Sige na.
Mau madedesi.
Anigit.
Apa para wapa bipanyo.
Zonlit na manakaw may ito ngesti, no?
Sa Paraguay, i decision mizu, hamtu mas tumumu pendisidi apa pendisidi. Lo itempokko ni dago halong gini, o katgas na tano sa waga desi, imana iu, haza zu na ujuti siya basula gui, unagasgas sa onra ihafa mana iu. Lo i decision mizu pago sa mucho mas para taibini para matsuwekku ni taja un aktan da para apa da bitana fan preo ni otusha na tano ni mamanana ni ti manasitendi hafa pago na para wago pabifana isti na klasi.
Benta
Ti
gigago.
tinamagu festi.
Oo,
Ti matuzo magigini put pabi sanganya tu fucking pezekwi.
dinansya. Za
Gosno kwa like no pega hamdu bisa patosu pagu.
unggan
Zon senti afa sininteko.
maulik
Dato kamalongo tu tani familia ko magaigan biologi langsung na reglan tila pandona.
oh
Jadi siguro na pinapanmago famdo ni dumitete ni mamatete nesti. Na klasin organisasyon na departamento sa pinapanpanidoso amdo sa uno na tau-tau ni umagradesi di Marainya. Desde gizo pago no fafanasti.
esta un dia
Di
no
no parafa mono no senyor na senyora sa Paraguaho tetu
ti no
di tetu bidan maulik isti.
unggan
Desde gi be sangan pago na masapit zo masalong mo da panidoso zo ni Manayu.
atan
Lo hafa pago na pagwa pa be kapgas ni na kiluus sa ginin bidan otro ti sina o agang ti pumalus siya sa Manayu gini tano.
astige no celu ane moktu ubisita i lugar makoni zu watu no
Si Zeus Masi laman hudong hamdun din sili.
al primer
Ungget
brother
tongklo na si Zeus Masi nali na tiwa pandodo na taza gui kareta ni man mazuzuti uzun gui.
astige
Taza gui upepega siya ni ti panisisaryo ni pomaliin ni tauton ni tigaskas.
budik tu i
Da
lugar
pago otro sina manhatsa. Da pago ti sina tu manhatsa. Maapa na klasin tratamento.
dinansya
Estigi pago na gagit pago patafafana esti ti namago sa itaw toy bangko. Basta da bisa mali itaw toy bangko na basta di roga. Matu tempoku pago aga sa mananga zo. Kontu bagana kontu bi panggasto bi bahaksa ti mao pago manayo esti na pitidita. Esti na klasin salapi po patu za pona judo. Da pago so soda esti na klasi. Dispenso sa pinut samboro zo ni mas maulid no komento so. Da lai esti. Da pago patananga da patailo turusti.
malaza ta na claras ti no senyor eno yung lalag no si spiritu mo no winya na lamasa malaza ta baba kontu wini sinya bumaga spiritu niya po sienti spiritu mo sa kwa tuma sinon li na sienti spiritu mo i titso mo wina lugar ni dismonti feso na sazin no colat-cemento zona regla bonito primer braya na maktu le kumaudik stin na kilizan ibanta niya lo anunungo kapag wini no yung no planta na o i lugar i jay igilay i esti lo i question no i kwanto na taonto winista in a prueba lagwan bigay na problema na taon no kihago lo in a prueba pragu taalog na tisinas ti wow be kwentos be tsansa za be no togi za be no alaba i ginagawa mo ni para i loan guarantee be alaba i ginagawa mo ni po maat sa gima be alaba kublali ko be in favor anti makumprendi ko ni afa finoo bes problema niya estima manggi gini tapis tigi idos interpretisting umana claro zo ma no pula di fino English zo mahumo na dongkulus ti na gera bertagot kay kanu bago na tagot ti sinata noya dishonrus ti da disrespeto di spiritu ni quello kami quella atan stilo na lingwahe muli stilo no muli nga tapokas sila tasonggi berata putih ihinenggi kultura
Tinamado, senyor, sa ansinya tau juda iman tau hujung di papan halum dati sinya ina juda itau tan iman gagi gini kesno tinamado
disganaw zula ilo
lo ini susun itu pago ni gagi tau respeta apa susun itu Tan hafan at salan na lagmidyo pon salami. Lo haswa na ilukwi. Nagwahalo ki dilitsok Wadi tsok gwini. Sa gobyerno muna idzo. Da sempi tangin hafa decision midyo bispia loki hafa pa dilitsok
Sa mafid.
Dati para bisangonyo pa ako, senyor and senyora. Todo santo ni magagi gwini manekumo.
At sige na
Na
gusto ko.
bisangon na pa ako. Na tipur iginaha. Tipur hafa gwi. Lo imasalong mo gwi.
Dani bida ay
Nalibitaw pa ako para matsugwit ko. Kwa na sa siyempre no
At tananay na
Tio sastangan hafa no tobi hafa mauli. Then trata tauto kuno mampareo. Go.
Kasi esta sa ilu o siyente spiritu mo.
Dus masi nani kumo na
Oh,
sa i corazon kumikintus nani masalum.
dan espiritu na. Kasi esta makan chair, hamdo na dos, lapan desisyon mismo. Sa bons daw. Usangan na pa malago uso.
I'll give to, Mr.
Based on the director's recommendation, and it's quite evident that there's a lot of complications for this issue. I see both sides of the predicament here, where I see our tenant here has done more than his due diligence in maintaining in a very orderly fashion, and he put in very good improvements to the land. I also see that there was a mistake made many decades ago, and that led to the issuing of an unregistered property. We need to go in and find out what are the actual processes and timelines that will be needed, because I don't want to see this person, this individual, lose the property. He has an attachment already, he has an emotional attachment to the property, and like he said, he put his blood, sweat, and tears into improving the property. So I do feel for him, but at the same time, we have to do things the right way. So I suggest that we do table this for now. I hope you don't mind, because I'm not saying yay or nay, I'm on your side. But we need to know what are the timelines attached to the procedures to register that land. And since it was initially a fault of CLTC, maybe CLTC should bear the cost to register the property. That is my recommendation, that is what motion I want to put on the floor.
Second motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So we will investigate this for you further, sir,
Thank you.
and we will try and do our best to resolve the issue.
Dus
Because
masi.
I know what you went through, so I'm doing the same thing. Gawin na gawda si Tanaw pa by Lansuzi. Chainsaw. Ti bulldozer. Ti bulldozer, ti...
Lo talo na hamon pa ako.
Ganun siya, ti pinagtimugi sa...
Jumlago zo na binaklaro lupin na tsaga na mali, Pimet Brian na mali, no?
Sana mas nagfakti tumuni nung exam.
Jauh siyente spiritu mo.
Ya.
Dan bagi ni man hahalun na umaktungit tutu. Pimet Brian na umaktungit.
Tao sa tumuni exam.
Si Dus Masi.
Ya. Jadi dos masih tahu sambil.
Thank you.
Rasa.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'd like to request that we move, we go to, we skip down to, number 24, Vicente Cruz, who's sitting there right now. He's feeling ill, and we can request that we see him first before others right now.
Vicente Cruz?
Yeah, Vicente Cruz. And she-
Number
He is
The last
number
one.
24 on the list. Right here, right here. Okay, we have, Mrs. Cruz right here, who's gonna represent her husband, who's not speaking right now. Can you please state your name?
My name is Bernadita Cruz. I'm here for my husband, Vicente Cruz. And we're requesting that we get through the guarantee for to build our own house.
So, Mr. Cruz, Vicente Cruz, is requesting, approval for loan guarantee for the amount of $184,600, for reconstruct or rebuild his home. And, as you can see, there's, photos there, attached to our report there, that is the like semi-tin, house home there, which you wish, I believe that's going to be totally demolished and rebuilt, to a fully concrete structure. And it's also requesting approval to build. And the issues at hand right now, as listed in item number 1, this lease is issued under date and time contrary to 18 GAR, Chapter 6A, subsection 6A111. There, we found that Mr. Cruz has 2 agricultural lease awards to him, and at this time the survey. Well, there's a in-house survey right now, which is that is good. So the main problem right now at hand right now we want to address in the issue is that Mr. Cruz has 2 agricultural lease awards to him, and I believe that the recommendation is the place where he's currently occupying, that he remain there, and the lease, that other lease that was awarded to him, he terminates that lease, because the law requires that you can only have one lease for one application. You can have 2 leases. So I believe Mr. Cruz has agreed with our land agent, Ms. Dede. We had discussed this earlier, and if we can also. Okay. We can also motion to not terminate or cancel rather the other lease located a portion of 7150-B-2 Jigo containing an area not more than 1 acre subject to survey. So that's the one that you wish to cancel after. And keep his current lease where he's actually occupying.
What is this one referring to now?
This property is a registered property. Yeah. I don't know why it's
It is registered.
there was a typo there, sir.
This is Charlie Evangelista Road.
Yeah, this is located Challen Evangelista Road at Jigo. The second one.
That's the first. And this is
We don't have issue with unregistered in this one, right?
This is, at this time, this is a registered property, sir.
Yeah, he just acknowledged earlier it was a typo.
How big is the second lease?
1 acre.
1 acre?
They're both 1 acre.
They're both 1 acre.
It's half
And
acre.
half acre?
Number 5 and facts.
The first one is 1 acre,
Okay, first one. What about the other one, second?
half acre.
Half acre? Okay. And this-
2,006.
So the second one is where it's actually occupying?
Yes,
maybe?
the 2006.
That's where you're occupying, right, sir? Okay. Okay, sir, there's one,
Okay. The reason why I canceled the 1 acre because it will encroach my neighbor who built a cement house already on license. If you will go there again and you see it, I'll show you. So that time I told Mr. Camacho and Ms. Blas here across the hall that I do not want the 1 acre because it's gonna encroach somebody's property. Because it wasn't surveyed at that time.
You mean they
They
encroach into your property?
The land wasn't surveyed, that's under my mother's lease. There was a 5 acre lease under land management at the time. Then when, the CHamoru and Trust came in, and it surveyed, and they said 1 acre, and I said no. Because I asked them where, and the surveyor at the time showed me where it would go. Then I goes, no, I don't wanna hurt my neighbor. I don't wanna have no grudge for nobody. Just give me away from that house. And when they surveyed their property, they were going to go towards me, cutting me to 1,000 square meters. So I brought that person here to CHamoru Land Trust, and we settled it.
Okay.
So I agree with 2,600 some square meters. So it's surveyed, all full corners. I got the map registered to the land, and I gave CHamoru Land Trust.
Okay, so that wasn't mentioned in that part, but right now we can recommend to terminate that lot where you wish to terminate.
Yeah, the 1 acre, I don't want.
Yeah, and
It's existing, but I don't want to go on acre.
Right.
Because, yeah, I was farming and living in it at the same time. When they said, already they built after 1997, 1997, I'm shaking because they built that house. And in fact, the owner of that house wanted to borrow my license from my house to stick it to their house so they can continue in case CHamoru. I said, no, I cannot. Because I got a permit to build my mother and I got it. But I hope everything will turn out okay.
Oh, yeah.
I can build my home. It's leaking and everything. I have a top.
Where was actually
This one,
where is occupied in the half acre.
this one,
She's telling me right now.
get it back.
By what you see.
Yeah.
You have questions? You have questions?
Thumbs up?
So here, cancel this. This is the.
This is the
remaining.
neighbor. This one here?
Yeah,
Yeah, mine.
yeah.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
since the commission has no questions on this matter, I would like to put on the table that we approve Mr. Cruz's request for his loan guarantee, and that he relinquish lot 7150-3-2 containing an area of 1 acre back to CLTC. And we go forward and we approve this loan with SBA for this half-acre lot.
With the amount of.
The SBA guarantee amount.
The SBA guarantee allowance is 184,600 for real estate reconstruction.
And to approve to build.
And to approve the bill.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. So our map also is approved? Our map, the blueprint? You did that? No, then we did that.
She's asking if they approved building, to build.
Yes,
No,
it
you
is.
did. No, but the blueprint is, good to go.
They already reviewed it. Okay. Can you just put Mr. Cruz's name as well?
I didn't hear a motion for approval to
Oh, yeah.
You only motion for the SBA and the relinquishment of 7150, but no approval to build.
Yes, I included.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, just okay.
Thank you.
Okay, moving to the next, lessee is, Mr. Tony Inoue Cruz, is he present?
He wants, yes.
Okay, since, he was here earlier, I don't know what happened, if not, maybe coming back, but, moving forward, Mr. Tony Cruz is, requesting for SBA loan guarantee for the amount of $195,800, and also, approved to build as well. And the issue at hand that's, listed here is a residential was leased, was awarded on July 29, 2002, contract to 18 Guard Chapter 6A, subsection 6A111, which is, again, mentions contract award priority, which is first come first basis. And also another one, which is contract to 18 Guard Chapter 6A, subsection 6A120, residents permitted on agricultural lot, no farm activity, there's no farm activity found during inspection. And also, contrary to residential lease agreement, section 7.3, the lessee shall conform to all territorial zoning, building laws, subdivision, environmental, and administrative laws or policies. Site special findings are household trash, white goods, junk vehicles, and an aircraft. This is the first time I saw an aircraft on a property.
It's got, engine?
You can see it, it's an aircraft with no engine. I guess it missed the 210 airport there.
So this, he had a previous loan, SBA loan that was guaranteed?
But there is, yes,
Yeah.
the original lessee, but it was paid off before it was transferred to Mr. Cruz.
Right, but I'm just wondering, you know, were the conditions of that met to what?
You mean the letter of, yes, he has one.
This is Ms. Day's case, so she knows.
It was submitted prior to Mr. Tony Cruz taking over the lease.
Who's satisfied?
Yes, it's called, not what it's called, I'm sorry.
Right, but what I'm wondering is, you know, then, was the original loan, you know, were all of the requirements met, like the structure was conforming and everything that was built with the original?
I'm not sure about that.
We haven't read the lease and as to what the contents are, but, you know, based on on our findings and the photos, you can see that there's a semi-concrete building with tin roof. If it was part of the contract, as far as, you know, I don't know, we don't know.
That was allowed under the original SBA?
That's why I don't know, SBA, depends on what time, because right now, for disasters, even right now, we're even putting temporary roof, you know, and with FEMA and everything, so I'm not sure what was required of them at that time. Maybe she can find it there. Did you mention it?
This is the one that it was paid off.
But the condition of the loan was met, the building requirements and stuff like that.
So I don't see a building permit or plan in the file. There's nothing in there. Under the original lessee.
When was that, what year was that?
It was done in 2003, on 2003.
And this one, unlike, because there was another one where there was a prior SBA loan and then SBA had filed something saying that you would not be eligible for future
This is another
assistance. Was there anything like
Well,
that in there?
There's a document from, because that was asked prior to it transferring to Mr. Cruz, that he submit that document, and I don't know where, I know there's a document in here that was given. Here, this one.
I can only assume if it's paid in full and everything, they're satisfied.
It was then prior to transferring to Mr. Tony Cruz.
Right. Any of the original, yeah, it says here, the above mentioned loan was paid in full in January 2006.
It's for to Tony Cruz.
That's concrete.
It's semi-concrete, but you know, the way, when the walls, when I look at it, most of the walls are like hardy board. It's similar to concrete, but again, the thickness, you got a quarter inch, half inch, 3/4 inch, depending what you're using. And I believe they were using a half inch hardy board. And there are some areas where there's concrete towards the rear, so it's mixed materials for the structure.
This is what it looked like when Mr. Tony Cruz had it.
Yes, we funded something like that.
Yeah.
It was a disaster as well.
It's nothing compared what we're trying to really do now. Yeah, right?
So I didn't know that banks or financial institution finance.
That's what I'm wondering, and so that's why I'm just raising the question about, guaranteeing a second loan.
A second loan?
So right here it's the loan authorization and agreement.
So as mentioned, the first loan was issued to the first lessee. So the loan was satisfied, paid off, and after it was paid off, only then they transferred it to Mr. Tony Cruz, who's now applying for an SBA loan. So this is his first time applying for that loan.
Also, this is Eddie Cruz that applied for, was given a loan, so probably doesn't apply because now it's a Tony Cruz.
Yeah, I was just
It's
wondering.
paid off.
Right, I was just wondering because the structure, the loan was supposed to be used to,
For the first structure?
yeah,
And the first structure was in compliance to the SBA?
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have the SBA contract for the first one?
Well, we have an authorization and an agreement here that we're looking at here, but
The SBA contract for the first?
This is the only thing.
yes, we only have the loan authorization and agreement. But as far as the structural wise, we,
Was it to build a permanent building?
Check if the building plan is there for the first one? The building plan
So
is there?
would get one person's loan transferred to the other.
hard to, there's the contract.
But he had a SBA loan for how much for the first one?
Something was filed like the other one, or something filed.
48,700.
48,000.
So part of the requirement and the agreement here that that was said by SBA, that it has to meet, it has to be valid building permit to repair or construct a Class A structure as described on Guam title tariff or written evidence from proper authority that the building permit is not required. So that's what it says there.
1968?
No, this was 2003, I believe, when you,
Typhoon,
yeah.
Kung Sung Mo,
2003 was that Pangsawa?
Kung Sung Mo, December.
Yeah.
okay.
Took 6 months.
So,
But that 2003 loan from SBA, that was to build?
yes, it is to, what versus
Is Mr. Tony Cruz in the house?
Let's hear early, and I don't see it right now.
well, you can only assume because SBA actually is after a loan for building. So with that set amount, it must be to build, you know.
How much was the amount, the initial?
40,
$48,700.
That's good money back then
Yeah,
for building.
2003.
Construction rates were down to about $80 a square foot,
Yeah.
if not
Pretty
cheaper.
low, yeah.
Sure.
he's asking now for 195.8.
I would like to suggest that we put this, sideline this issue until we bring in Mr. Cruz, so we can ask him some questions concerning his application. Based on our field workers' site inspection, we just need to investigate more. So we'll put this in the back burner for maybe next board meeting. Just for,
When you say investigate, what is it that you want us to investigate?
well, apparently there was a loan that was put out for him to build a permanent structure back in 2003.
That was,
No,
the
the
loan was
first- the
for
first
the
tenant.
original lessee,
Who is Eddie
who
Cruz?
is Eddie Cruz.
We're talking about
Yeah.
Tony Cruz now.
Yeah.
But Tony Cruz is the son?
Brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law. So now, Tony Cruz took over the lease, and now there's a disaster, now he's applying for an SBA loan, which is his first time now. So his SBA loan has nothing to do with Eddie Cruz.
And the SBA vetted Mr.
They-
Tony Cruz.
Yeah, Eddie Cruz was, I guess the loan was satisfied, was paid off.
Yeah, yeah.
And now, for Tony, right now,
He went through the
he
process.
went through the process and it was approved for the total of
198.
$220,000,
Mhm.
which we're only with a loan guarantee is $195,800.
Yeah, so what's the problem?
I don't see any problem at this time.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the first. Because SBA won't give you two loans for the same person.
Yes, if you fulfill the first loan.
Yeah, we could do the first one, yeah.
And just point out that the property is also, they're not in compliance with the lease terms.
It's not registered also,
Excuse me?
No,
No,
not
no, it's not in
registered.
compliance with the lease terms.
and that's the time and date.
No, it's the junk vehicles and white goods and other items on the property.
Yeah, so as far as farming activities concerned, is only has a piggery there. I guess approximately 20 pigs on the premises.
And it's a residential lot.
This is an ag, sir.
It's an ag lot, it's more than an
The
acre.
septic tank, sewer would be
Uh,
refused.
There is
Oh,
a
the
septic tank that's,
No.
that is on place, that it's not completed. When I say not completed, it already, it dug already the depth and width requirement, but it has not enclosed the top part. But, you know, again, that was done years ago. So the question is, how, has he been using that?
And there's 20 piglets.
That, I'm talking for the house, not
Yeah,
for the
no,
septic
but there's
tank,
20
but
piglets
it's
now.
approximately about 20, yeah.
And that drain goes to where?
I didn't see any basin or any catchment rather for any, for the area of the, where the pigs are being raised.
Is this swamp road?
Yes.
Yeah, this is a
There
long
one-
swamp road, but you have to, it's about a quarter mile away from swamp road, but you have to go, swamp road will be the main access to the
Any
property.
warm waterworks pump there in that area?
The pump, there is within the, along swamp road,
Any
but it's
aquifer?
far.
Any aquifer below that property?
Well, it's in the northern aquifer, so, swamp road is within, located within the northern aquifer. But we have to,
To send the scientists.
go
in
back
to find
again
out.
and check and see if he's got the proper, plan for raising pigs. He has to submit you know, a farm plan or even to include raising pigs. So, and we're, to find out where are you storing, you know, the waste, and stuff like that. So those things that we have to consider too as well.
And on your inspection, did you see any containment tank for the waste of the 20 pigs?
That's what I was mentioning, I didn't see any at the time.
I didn't see the pigs.
Oh, I took pictures of the pigs there.
So he
Yeah.
flushes it maybe down to the ground or something? Or maybe he's got a vacuum to vacuum the, whenever he flushes?
Compared to others, there was no foul smell, but I can't confirm anything other than that.
How about these vehicles here? Do they still have gas, engine oil, transmission oil, differential oil on these vehicles?
Most abandoned people or junk vehicles have some remnants of gas or oil, stuff like that. That
Airplane.
is the concern from EPA.
And this 40-footer container?
40-foot containers where he stores his equipment or like lawnmower and stuff like that. But I believe there's no leaching fluid as well, just only septic tank.
Okay, legal?
But as far as when he builds his house,
It's for
he's
legal.
gonna be required to put all those into place.
I guess he's asking, is there any
Oh,
resolution
yeah.
items?
Well, just the, you know, the non-compliance with the lease terms, I'll just point that out to you again. I don't know if you want to,
Terminate the lease.
You could approve based on the condition that you clean up the area, and if you want, some kind of septic system for the piggery that has up there,
Provided a farm plan.
yes.
Well, what is the ratio for a piggery on an acre and a half?
See, those figures are contained, right? So there is I'm not sure what are the ratio, but the part of the, a requirement for piggery, it has to be contained, right? And because it's not like cows, right? There is a 1 acre ratio, 1-to-1. Pigs are contained.
2-to-1.
Or 2-to-1, okay. Stand corrected. But I'm not sure what are the ratios for the pigs. Like as mentioned, we have to also address are they in compliance with the farming activities? Because it's we don't even, right now as we speak, it's an agricultural lease, but he has to provide a plan. What type of farming are you going to be doing there? Is it for piggery or is it for, you know, for
Subsistence?
subsistence or what have you? Yes.
Madam Chair.
He-
Madam Chair, I have already a motion on the floor.
To table?
Second,
Make a second.
All in
Table.
favor?
favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried to table. Mr. Cruz.
And to call in Mr. Cruz.
Yes, I'm calling Mr. Cruz.
Okay, moving forward, the next lessee is Mr. Jose Navarro Bautista. Mr. Bautista here? Okay, so Mr. Bautista is requesting approval for a loan guarantee and also to build, as well as to relocate the water line to public easement. Issues are, board approved back then to give him additional acreage from original half-acre lot to a three-quarter agricultural lease. And the lease that was awarded to him was not awarded on a first basis.
The initial?
The lease that was awarded to him, because he applied on April 20, 2000, and he's not a pre-required. Per discussion, I asked him, I said, how did you acquire the property, or how did you get in the premises in the first place? He had mentioned that, if I'm not mistaken, his brother was occupying, and he had passed, and he asked one of CHamoru Land Trust employees back then, can I stay there, right? So from there, he carried on, and then was allowed to stay there, and he got a merit certification that he's occupying the property, but didn't give a specific date. The specific date will validate that if he was a pre-occupier and stuff like that, but it was never, the date was never.
Do we know who was the initial tenant?
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it might be his brother.
And the brother's name is also Bautista? Or
If his brother, most likely it's about this type.
and it's got a rental permit or a land use permit? Or, anything?
I tried to think of that, but I have to go back and check. I don't want to say yes or no. But this was just based on,
This is in G?
sir, this
Or-
is
Vergara?
located at Vergara, right next to the adjacent, very close, in between revenue tax and mobile station. That's where the property is located.
This is where the fire broke out on that time, or, remember, tax and revenue?
I'm not sure, I don't think so, no. But to get there, I'm not sure if you know
But this is the quarry, right?
the back where the quarry is.
Yeah.
He's about 200 yards away from there.
And the record service?
Yes,
This is the record service?
he's a lot before several lots before.
Got it.
Yeah. I believe they put an aerial there. Yeah, the aerial is there,
Yeah,
you can
understand.
take a look at it.
Yeah, I see.
Is the area being farmed?
Right now, as you can see, there are a lot of trees and a lot of fruit trees and a lot of banana trees, but as far as maintenance, they're not maintained. When you're farming, they're
Manicure. You have to
right, not
manicure.
managed, right. So there's a way to,
Trim the hedges.
right, and stuff like that. So you can see there.
Is he farming on at least half an acre?
The amount of trees that he has and you can see even the photos where it has a lot of banana trees in the back.
And you
You
can
know,
climb.
we can count those and stuff like that.
mango tree?
We'll very close to, it meets the mandate of 3/4 farming. I'm pretty much, I'm satisfied the way I look at it, yeah.
Is that a dog house there or?
There's a dog house there
And
roosters.
roosters.
Right, no?
Roosters, yes. The thing is, I see a lot of, farming, long-term trees, mostly, right? And there's some fruits and that, but
Are these chicken free range like that? They,
fighting roosters, something like that?
Looks like.
They look like it.
That's not free range.
Not the way they're set up.
I think I have to reject the lease on this one. It's, doesn't meet the standards.
So, yeah, the roosters are not farm animals, right?
That's a sign of
Yeah,
confidence.
you can see, yeah. So,
This is a 99-year lease.
yes, sir. So,
Hey, it's a land use permit, right?
I'm sorry,
It's a LUP.
he's not an LUP.
Oh, no, okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Number 7.
Preoccupied, right?
Okay.
So just to clarify, his requesting to realign the water line, what it is his water line comes out, his main line is adjacent to mobile station from the highway, and then it cuts through several properties. You can see this in the area of the heavy vegetation to the rear of his property. So he's asking that they realign it to the easement location, because at the time, the water line, if I'm not mistaken, is a 1-inch water line. By the time it gets to his property, is little to no water going to his place. And because of the vegetation there, and many typhoons and what have you, every time he has to go out there, because there's a breakage, because it's surface, it's not underground. Yeah. So he went to Waterworks, and they says, check more land trust.
Chamorro Land Trust?
Yeah. Because, apparently, Waterworks, when you're requesting for water line, or even, they're not responsible for putting water services
Well,
in your lease, unless you pay for it.
Primary water lines are the responsibility of the GW. Secondary, which is residential, like for your house, it's responsibility of GWA up to the water meter. Anything inside of the water meter is the resident's responsibility.
Yeah, like many of our residential or even farmer, our lessees, they don't have those infrastructures. And the issues that we're having is they will not entertain us as far as putting the water lines to connect to residential or agriculture. That's the problem, that's.
But he's asking us to put in,
Yes.
relocate the water
Yeah,
line?
he's asking us to do that. And I said, and I asked him, I said, did you know about this? And then he replied, I know this because he was a former manager for PUAG. So it's nothing new to him.
So why is he asking us? Where's the water meter at?
It's next to mobile gas station along,
So everything from the
Route
water
16.
meter in is his responsibility.
yeah.
From the secondary line or primary line?
The primary comes up from Route 16.
Primary ends
Yeah.
of the meter.
Right. That's where the meters are, is right along the right of way, Route 16. So that's why he's saying that he doesn't want to bear the cost to connect it there. He wants us to put it in the easement that leads to his agriculture lease.
He allowed it initially?
I can see he got an estimated cost of $30,000. And he wants CLPC to put the bill.
Mr. Director, what's your recommendation?
I paid for my water line all the time. I never asked the government to pay for my water line. It is expensive, just the application for meters, $3,000 and then another $3,000 depending on distance to connect.
Not including the sewer.
Not including the sewer, which costs a whole lot more. You're talking.
How far away is his ranch from the main highway? Route 16?
Approximately, about maybe close to a length of a football field.
So 300 yards?
It's not 250, plus or minus.
So I think the law there is 200, I'm not sure if it's feet or yards for sewer hookup.
This is, did you include sewer in this?
You see,
Just one
Commissioner,
second.
you see this part, right? You see the,
He's not asking for
Yeah,
sewer.
the
No.
road.
right, this is
But
where
like
the
I said, that's
you see
what
the
$6,000
6 acres
to
there, the
put it on the
tiny.
basement.
How does he?
Near the pit.
You probably
Right,
could help with the
right,
basement.
and that
Road
road
is just right next to Bello?
ABC, there's water, but
you
it's,
see tax and revenue?
It's a sewer.
So,
the main,
that's the one.
the main sewer comes in Route 16.
Right there.
And this is
That's
where
the one.
his meter is located, right over here.
The one he was.
So it goes from here all the way here,
Uh,
this way. It traverses 2 lots.
How far is he from the sewer line?
The near sewer's right here on Route 16.
Yeah, but what's the distance in linear
So
feet?
if you're talking about linear feet, wow, you're talking about, man,
it's
it's,
Well, it's more than,
4,000 years.
so I know there is a requirement, I don't know it right offhand, that if you're within a certain
Yeah, it was
distance.
like 100 feet or something like that, but this is over,
So it's probably
No, I
on
think it's 200.
yeah,
200 feet.
100 feet, yeah.
Yeah.
The red lines there,
Those are property lines.
and that's that cross?
I have to confirm it, it may be, more like that, I think it is. Because, when I was, doing inspection and trying to locate his water line, one of the consistents that were
On the front,
in
with
the front,
The mobile.
in here, came out and says, what are you guys doing?
So that's mobile, right? That's mobile?
This is mobile right here.
Okay,
Right.
and that's the one that has the vegetable stand? Remember this, like a veggie stand?
See, the one I was talking about, that, he's now deceased, so the brother came out here and asked me what was my business doing there. So he's occupying, the property now. The lessee passed away during COVID.
And our map is showing that land trust?
I believe that's land trust, and you're right, that's where they used to sell the vegetable before.
Maybe there's no the offline. But okay, so.
How much money is he asking from SBA?
Is that, you have the sheet, how was he asking? for
200.
everything?
200,000 for, what's that, for the construction?
What's the total,
Total's,
220,000.
something's wrong here.
if,
The zero's missing.
yeah, you can tell them.
Yeah, so
Okay,
228,
2,000.
228, maybe, 228 total. And he's asking for construction, 200,000.
You can have it put on.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a week. Yes.
just-
Is the structure habitable?
Well, the structure that they have there is a semi-concrete tin roof, but does it have a building permit? At this time, there's no building permit when they constructed that.
So why don't we bring in this tenant?
Well, he's coming in for a loan guarantee as well, but at this time, I don't have the number. We're looking for it.
No, the number's here in that big sheet.
Okay.
But the final total, it's wrong.
Yes.
It's typo.
No? Should be plugged in.
28 times.
We're trying to confirm that.
This one is 200,000.
It's 262,000.
This one here,
Yeah,
the
that's the
22,
problem.
the 22,000 is an error, that should be about 220,
Yeah, he's
220,000.
missing- Yeah, he's missing that.
Yeah.
Let's see.
That, it was a typo here, it should be
220.
220, yeah. Because what we're asking for loan approval is 200,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's a typo in the spreadsheet.
So acting director Bert, what is your recommendation in this aspect?
I don't think we should do the pay for the water transfer. Most average citizens, including myself, pay for our own connections up front.
Should we sideline this and we'll bring him in?
We can bring him in to question and find out what more, just table it for the next time and move forward because he's not here to defend us or to respond to this request. So is he really committed to obtaining a loan guarantee? If he doesn't have time to show up, then that should be our consideration too. If you're really interested, you will show up.
Madam Chair? I would like to place before the board my recommendation that we table this until our next board meeting so that we can bring in the tenant, so he can answer some questions in regards to what he's trying to do here.
Okay, thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay, next item is Imelina Chargula Mariano, who has an agricultural lease, requesting to approve SB loan guarantee for the amount of $196,200. Original loan amount approved is $209,700. And issues at hand is an item A, lease is issued outside the time and date, as mentioned, and the acreage awarded is suitable for commercial usage, contrary to 21 DCA 75, chapter subsection 75A 107. Also, item C is pending payment of taxes contrary to 21 GCA, subsection 75A108, and subsection F. And item D, no building approval for structure on property contrary to 18 car, subsection 6A126.
When you said outside of time and date, what is exactly the time and date?
If you look at the facts, item number 1, original applicant, date and time is February.
2001?
It's 2001, correct.
It's very far from where we're at.
So, I got a note for the amount for the one that was tabled for the loan amount was 228,000. Yeah. But we're not yet, we're loan guarantees for 200,000.
On this Mariano, it's an agricultural lease?
This is an agricultural lease, yes.
And it's not recorded.
But it's preoccupied.
So the lease is not recorded and the taxes aren't paid.
It's signed.
Oh, lease.
This is ag, yeah. Right, the lease itself, it's not in compliance with his agricultural lease. As you can see, there's no active farming there. It's the background is surrounded by coconut trees, which is just the adjacent lot. That's not within her lot line.
But her lot is 2 acres.
Subject lot is
5
acres, yes. And the lot size, that the 2 acres, you know, if you look at 21 GCH, chapter 75A107, this lot is suitable for commercial use. This is not a subsistence farming. So we have to take a look at this
2 acres.
to see if we can bring it down to a reduction of acreage down to at least half acre where the existing building is located.
The existing building is semi-concrete?
Yes.
This is a stumbu. There you do know, Chalan Iban. She has a farm plan?
There's no farm plan.
2 acres.
How big is her footprint in your estimation?
Where the property is actually, where, if you look at that, the footprint right now based on where the improvement and where they cut the grass and keep it clean, maintain rather, they're talking approximately close to 1 acre.
Including the backside there?
Yeah, what you see, that's what you see right there, yeah. Behind the house is about 20 feet, there's nothing, there's no improvements there. There's no farming activity.
Acting Director, what is your recommendation for this?
What is she requesting?
How much? 196,200.
And that's to construct or repair the building. Right?
This is, I believe, we have to construct.
I believe we allow the tenant to approve the loan. We'll see some improvement in the property. We could require that pay their taxes on the property. I don't think it's gonna be that much. And it would be up to the board to seek a reduction in the size. I mean, it is an agricultural lot. And it looks like, we could use that property for other people, you know, it's being wasted right now. It is available for commercial use. And the size, I guess, if you're gonna, it's agricultural lease, yeah, non-compliant. But then again, you know, we hope that should she get a loan, and if she was approved for it, and this says for an SBA loan, they would require that she clean that up, and we could make that a requirement.
Being that the lot size is 2 acres, at least that, you know, you have to see if they want to keep it, they have to recommend to have, that her have being a modified license, you know, farmer, and, you know, and to get it right.
Did it look like at one point in time she may have tried to be compliant?
I
2 acres?
I don't know, but several times I went there, the Leslie was not at home. I'm not even sure if they're even occupying the premises at this time.
Would you table this, and again, we'll try to give her a call, make sure that, I mean, if they're really serious obtaining a loan and having us guarantee it, they would be in this room right now. So I think that the commission does have a responsibility to that effect, because there are other people we know that are come in to apply for loan guarantees. And if we have to show them that they're really serious about us guaranteeing almost $200,000.
Do we have a vicinity map?
I can ask Mr. Pierce to put it up, Mr. Pierce?
He's online.
Is that online? I don't think I was able to put an aerial map there, but at this time I didn't put that there, I just put down the photos of the building and.
Where did it do this?
Is that the Iban? Iban Road?
It's,
Machinano?
Yeah.
Machinano?
What time did they get?
So when you know where you are, Market,
Yeah.
where the end, like you're going to, what is that, housing?
Or,
No, not the conference, I guess.
Right there's the guy that did
Yeah,
that.
but the housing,
Ironwood, right there's the guy.
Ironwood. Ironwood, it's near Ironwood. I was trying to remember. The conference on the other side of the.
Commissioner, you might want to just table this and we move forward with the others that are here waiting. This person didn't see that it was worth her while to come here for this. You know, it's not saying no, just say, take time to come in and see us and justify why she should keep 2 acres of commercial type property for a single home and.
on a farm?
Yeah.
So this is a
Beat
zone?
me to the ground after. That was what I was just about to do.
Okay.
So this is zone commercial?
It says here that it,
this is an agricultural.
But we're saying that it can be used for commercial?
Well, but the type of, the size of the property,
Oh.
2 acres is.
For commercial farming?
You're right, anything over half acre
Okay,
is recommended for commercial use.
commercial farm.
But it's no longer a subsistence farming,
I see.
yeah.
Madam Chair? I would like to recommend that we put off this applicant until our next regular board meeting, and we be able to bring her in to answer some questions as to the conditions of the property, and for the pending approval of the SBA loan guarantee for $196,200. This is for lot 7-2, block 1, tract 1021, Bordeaux. Lot size is 2.5 acres, and we have to have an open discussion with the tenant as to possibly downsizing if she's not compliant with the mandate. That's it.
Okay, second.
All in favor, say
Aye.
aye.
Okay, moving forward, next, lessee is Vicente J. Cruz, which we already had, heard earlier. So moving, next, person after that is James Roland Mathis, who's not here. And, Mr. Mathis' request is approval to acquire SBA loan guarantee in the amount of $196,100 for real estate improvement for reconstruction. The issues are listed are two items. One is lease issued outside date and time contrary to 18 GAR Chapter 6A, subsection 6A111, and also the survey is completed.
Completion of service.
The completion of survey.
Is this
It
correct?
needs a survey?
Needs to serve.
Okay,
Yeah.
there's no survey, I'm sorry.
Is this correct, January 2023?
It's
Applicant's
unregistered
date
land.
and time. Number 2 in facts.
There's a copy of title.
Is this okay? Oh. That's the-
Do we have Mr. Mathis on?
It's not survey, huh?
Yeah, not survey, it needs to, check in the back.
It's a registered land?
Yes, it says it's registered property.
Yes, no?
January-
That's when he took over.
January 23rd, 2001 is the original applicant, so this is probably when he took over. Can I take over?
Takeover is August 13,
This
2007.
is a mistake here on item number 2. It's actually, the original applicant is January 23rd, 2001 at 11:04 a.m. 2001. There's a typo there. It's just a James one, actually.
I was looking at,
You're on the right one, that one. No,
this one.
yes.
Okay, it doesn't have a tab on it. Oh, one of those, okay. Okay, I was on the wrong one. This is registered property, yes.
So a survey's been completed and we went out there and did a site inspection. As you see in the photo, the whole house was demolished. The only thing left there was just the flooring of the house. And you can see the roof was still attached to the tree and it's been held up by rope so it won't fall down. And right now, in the second photo, as you can see here, they're actually living in tent. They put a 20 by 40 tent and they put also a camper tent in the inside. So that's how that's where they're occupying right now, where they're staying. And when to cool off, most of the time, when I went there were 3 cars started. You can see what's on, to keep them cool. So they said, this is how we keep ourselves refreshed. You know, and the old, in the car during daytime because it was really hot. So, yes, their house is totally gone.
Wow.
It's gone.
So the issue is that there's no survey?
No, the service is, no survey, right? No survey?
Yeah.
It needs to be done.
And you're outside the date and time.
Yes.
Yeah.
6 years outside the date and time.
2000.
What to take with this?
2001.
Yeah, I'm compliant. Don't.
But they did in time for the, this, 2001, that's, I assume that they are because they're a LUP, right? Because they remained there and they occupied, never left. It was a practice back then that CLT issues them a lease, only to find out later that it wasn't right to do that. They can remain there and occupy there and issue a lease until their date and time has come up. So, but what we did back then was we just issued them a lease, which was a practice back then.
If it's Clifton,
Pre-occupier, LUP.
Right.
that one's got land use permit.
Yes, right there.
And it's not-
The original lessee, then, I believe, passed away, I believe the son took over. So he remained there as a child.
The LUP should be there if it's.
He never left, so, does he have a right to be there? Yes. Should we have given them a lease? Probably not, because it was out of the date and time of application.
Yeah, and this is where we want to see first what we have. LUP.
Not necessarily. I mean, if you can't, the law says you can't remove them from the property.
Can't remove
So it's not an issue then.
So I
Oh,
don't
which
think
one?
So it is an issue.
They're a pre-occupier and a LUP.
Oh, yeah, according to 12-260,
Right.
and public law, yeah, if they're there,
They're there. And they are
with
there.
land use permit or just being there.
If they're living and occupying and never left, you can't chase them out, but once they leave,
Yeah,
it's invalid.
let's say they leave for 1 month, right? For
Yeah,
the-
they have to remain there. If they're leaving for a month, they have to give us a written
if they
note
want
that
for
whatever
heart
purpose.
transplant
Or,
or,
yeah,
yeah, no?
yeah.
Acting Director, what is your recommendation?
I said, let's get them out of the tent. Put them in a house.
But this is not compliant,
It's not compliant, they're pre-occupiers, they're LUPs,
that is.
and they've never left the property.
Madam Chair? I'd like to,
Because in agriculture, there's no farming activity, so
Yeah.
we can ask them to, as they build their house, they also be in compliance with the farming, activity, in conjunction together simultaneously, or maybe after they build, then farm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I would like to recommend that we approve James Roland Mathis on his request for approval to acquire SB loan guarantee in the amount of $196,100 for estate improvement and reconstruction.
And
The
also.
lot number is
Also to build
a
it.
portion of lot 10125,
To get the loan guarantee.
consisting of
Yeah.
2,601 square meters plus or minus.
And permit to build.
There you go.
And what? Oh, and permit to build.
Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
So, last one. I have, next is, Pauline T. Acosta. Is she here? Present? No? Okay, so Ms. Acosta, is requesting to acquire SBA loan guarantee in the amount of $62,200 for real estate repair and reconstruction. And issues at hand is lease issued outside date and time, contract 18 guard, chapter 6A, subsection 6A111, and loan guarantee from CLTC for Guam Housing Corporation. So what it is right now is Colleen Acosta has an existing loan with Guam Housing. And now she's coming in to get loan guarantee for SBA loan. So the question that we might ask is, are we allowed to give a loan guarantee with an already existing loan guarantee from Guam Housing?
This is like a second mortgage.
Yeah.
Correct, yeah. So that would be up to our commissioners. And you can see the photo here of the building. It's
It's a nice building.
no damage, right? So what happened when we interviewed her via telephone was that what was actually damaged was her outside garden. So she wants to build a permanent structure for that, outside garden, which SBA had approved for that purpose.
And this is a residential lease.
This is a residential use, yes.
Acting Director, your recommendation, please.
I think because it's for two loan guarantees, right? That we have a loan guarantee already for one housing. Christian, do you have any issues with us guaranteeing two different loans?
On the same property.
That's up to you guys.
Okay.
She's current on the loan. It seems like, I guess the question is, so you said this is to build something new. This isn't to repair or?
This wasn't part of the permanent structure that was originally built, like you can see in the photo. It was an extension for a outside garden.
Because doesn't the SBA loan say something about it's for
Repair and reconstruction.
repair and reconstruction? And that doesn't, something isn't matching
I
up.
didn't find, I remember too, and when I was, I didn't conclude anything with my research or findings that shows that, the warranties, I don't know, but that's on SBA, I don't know, they made their decision.
I think this is one where if the tenant's not here, that we should, again, request that the tenant come in. I mean, if it's just to build her a nice garden at $65,000
Under SBA.
under SBA, yeah, that's something
not
we could use.
disaster.
You're right, you could use that for someone else who is a great team. I don't know, is she using her garden to support her livelihood? I have no idea. So,
And the SBA already approved the amount, right?
The original amount was
65.
approved was $87,400, and loan guarantee is $65,200.
Okay. Wow, that's first time I've heard of it.
Madam
No,
Chair?
SBA to approve for a structure that's open or
For structure that's not there.
A real property.
yeah, it's not mitigation, I don't think, unless she's gonna protect her plants. I don't know how.
good for her, it's 2%, right? 2% at 30 years.
That's a-
Huh?
That's what she mentioned.
Yeah, that's
Like
because it's a
Because
low
it's cheap.
APR.
Madam Chair?
That,
That's what she mentioned, that it was a really good deal for her. That her property is maintained and her house looks really,
It's one of the nicest residential lot we see in our
compared to
our
the
lessees.
neighbors.
Japanese
No,
grass
I
and
think
all.
Mr. Cruz's improvements were a lot nicer.
Which is not compliant, right?
yeah, and
Compliant.
I think this is more for luxury. We're looking at helping people who lost their homes in Typhoon Mauer.
Right.
Madam Chair, once more. I would like to propose that we, the commission, not passing judgment on Ms. Taitingfum or Acosta, that we invite her into our next board meeting to do some clarifications of her intent. It's a loan guarantee Item 10 is for a loan guarantee in the amount of $65,200 for real estate repair and reconstruction and rebuilding. This is for Lot 2, Block 5, New, Track 1022, consisting of half an acre.
Taking,
All in favor, say
And
aye. Motion carried.
Madam Chair, because of the time and we have some people still waiting here, could we table the CLPC financial statement until next week and take care of the folks that are here today? And
There's no fund. No financials.
Yes? He's asking to table it till next month.
Yeah. We do have some people that have been here for quite some time, and that's. You do have the document in front of you.
So you want to table it, or you want to discuss it now?
Well, so I could bring Joey Cruz in to present this part.
To expedite time, Madam Chair, I would like to suggest that we do table this until our next board meeting.
So be it.
I suppose they're here. They're here.
Well, they're here.
The CFTC.
Oh, okay.
Well, this is, yeah, the financials, but yeah, for the
Country club, for the country club.
the country club, they're here, we can allow them to.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, this is something else.
Yeah.
No?
No,
Okay, if you want to talk about this one? Okay, so they are here, and you may want to,
I thought it was CLPC also, but.
Yeah.
It's from the CLTC to
Yeah.
the country club. It's a village.
I saw that on the workstation.
yeah, oh, I don't know if they call it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So no need to table.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah, that's-
Old business. Guam International Country Club.
The CLPC, for the GICC.
Okay, so today in your packet, you have a statement of GICC account. They're current, they're complying with their payment arrangement and paying their monthly rent. It's just an update for them. Although Mr. Yogi is present, you may want to say something.
That's the main purpose.
Also, Dexter had just shared a letter with you.
Yohei Koike. I'm a general manager of Guam International Country Club, and I'm here with Mr. Camacho and Mr. Bernie Poe here.
Madam Chair, board members, acting director, good to see you again. So thank you very much but this was a long day today.
Very long.
I'm already trying to get my train of thought here. Anyways, we just wanted to share our views, since we've been through one public hearing of one bill tied to one of our pending bills that's still waiting for it to be heard in the public hearing. But we wanted to find out if there's any concerns. We heard through some of our legislative friends that there may be some concerns on, at the public hearing we heard, on the endowment side of the equation versus mostly that stuff from the last hearing. So we're very flexible in that angle. The only reason we wanted to look at the endowment at one time is we wanted, if 179 passes, we wanted to make sure the funds that these guys would be accelerating and paying upfront is protected for you guys. They won't, as they stated at the public hearing, one of the senators stated, it will not be raised by any future governors or any future senators. But that's not our call. If you guys want the flexibility, we support any amendment that the bill puts that type of restriction. That's not our goal, to restrict it to whatever the case may be. We just wanted to make sure that historically, when they used to take funds out from your account and you guys' account, for a large amount, we want to make sure it's protected. But if the flexibility needs to be there, we do support that angle too. Whatever needs to be done to allow you, the commission, and you, the management, to figure out how you want best use those funds if we succeed on Bill 179. But what I wanted to do also, just to clarify that, is a lot of times you guys were asking how strategic, when we first started this many months ago, when we, as Mr. Cruz said, we became compliant, started making payments. We've seen the fluid industry from the tourism, the market's not too strong. One of the questions that you, the board, asked was, what do we need to do to improve our economic base or diversify? At that time, several months ago, we did not know what we were looking at until we saw what was publicly available through medias, through the legislative report, that there are going to be need for future renewable energy under the utility scale approach, not the power purchase agreement where you see through a lot of different homes all over the island. So we looked into that, and in the presentation we did to you guys, and the reason I'm rebriefing because Mr. Birch wasn't there prior. They did 2 to 3 utility scale solar, one in Don Don, one in Marble, and the present one, as you guys can tell, they're still negotiating the CCU that they wanted to bid, but their off-site infrastructure was too expensive. They needed to adjust the cost of their kilowatt or whatever the case, because they said they're going to deliver 50, but now they have to deliver only 22. And the reason for that, again, that's whatever's in the media, was due to the off-site costs. So when we analyzed the GICC conversion to stabilize the cash flow, we did our research also with the team. And some of you went out there, some of you have not. But could I pass this? This is very important because this shows something that some of you did know, some of you probably don't know. This is just an overall view of the golf course. This is upside down, but on the left side where the red arrow is at, that is the GPA substation. It is right parallel to the GICC golf course. Why this is important, if you look at Dondon, Marble, and the one that's in the news recently on the adjustment of the kilowatt, all the offsite costs were $18–20 million investment just to bring the infrastructure to the solar farm. In this particular case, it's right parallel. This is why we think, one, we can be very competitive, as we stated, on regards to our pricing. Nothing's guaranteed, like I said, because everything's gonna go up a bit, but our pricing. We are right at parallel to this property. Two, our property is very clear, our topography is cleared, unlike the other properties that are gonna start from ground zero. And three, all the infrastructure is in place. So we think this is competitive. And the last final one in 2022, on the past presentation I presented to you guys, Congress passed called the Inflation Reduction Act. You don't have it here, but the Inflation Reduction Act provides a 50%, I love, this may be not to Guam, a 50% tax credit to the institutional investors investing to solar project. Now, tax credits are from the IRS, not from the Department of Revenue Tax. I want to make that very clear. These are investments from our solar industry that will offset the cost of the investment by 50%. Only in 2022 did this happen when Congress passed it into law. And that's called the Inflation Reduction Act. So by that, by GPA being close by the topography and the property's already cleared, that's why we think by giving us the opportunity through converting this property to a stable more income, we think we can be competitive. Knowing the fourth phase of GPA's renewable energy utility scale bid, the law says they have to be at 45, with the US law, they have to be at 45% renewable. They're only at 13% with the two renewable energy plants they got now. And again, this is only based on what they publicize, because we don't know what the RFP is going to be when they put it out. So we know there's going to be an opportunity, because we won't be doing our due diligence and going all this through this exercise if we don't think we'll find a potential opportunity. And third, finally, the environment. Again, this is on top of the Northern Aquifer. We, by not putting pesticides on the grass and all that, will protect the aquifer. So from environment to increasing the solar opportunity to be offsite, get off the fossil fuel, and being competitive, we think this is a stable operation. So the only thing, like I said, I heard in Bill 178, that's type 179, is the endowment definition. We're very flexible in that. We supported an endowment just to protect, again, not for us, because we're providing the funds to Chamorro Land Trust, to protect Chamorro Land Trust for no future governors or senators to take the funds. But from the 178, we heard that you guys want the flexibility. You guys want to make sure it is not treated as a tax write-off, a tax credit. So our tax credit is from the IRS, from our investment, not to the endowment, not for us to offset to Department of Revenue Tax, to make it very clear. So we will be very flexible in regards to the endowment definition. We want you, the board, to have full control of it. We will support any amendments on Bill 179 to make that clear. I know 179 made it clear to put in the endowment, but we want to make sure it's not conflicting with 178. So we will support our part, any flexibility that you guys may need. So that's the latest update we got. And of course, on that public hearing 178, from the Director Birch's success of the Such Lands Commission on their investments from the 5 to 8% return off their funds. Last time when I presented this to you guys before, I was being conservative at a 4% return of that investment. So I also did another one. If Mr. Birch's success on LLC in the 5 to 8, I also did another one for what happens if you guys do get a 5 to 8. Piggyback with the Insurance Lands Commission's investment vehicle, because that's already a case study that's real. The last one I did for you was just a hypothetical 4%. And again, that's based on his success of the Insurance Lands Commission. And if you guys choose, and again, that's your call, if you guys choose to use any of those investment vehicles that Mr. Birch has done successfully with the other sister agency of this government, that $9 million will yield anywhere from, at 5%, $450,000 a year, or $37,000 a month, if you decide to analyze it. At 8%, $720,000 a year, or $60,000 annualized, if you fully invest the $9 million. But again, that's assuming we put everything in it, but that'll be not our call. That is just assuming the assumption of a successful case study Mr. Birch did with Conservation Land Commission. So right now, this is assuming hypothetically if you did those investments, but that is going to be the call from this commission and your management on how you best fit those funds. You may want to say the reason we want flexibility because you may want to use it for something else, put infrastructure, pay for survey for other properties, or pay for operation. That will be up to you guys. But we want to give you the best heights and best yield we think based on Mr. Birch's successes of our Central Land Commission. The final one I brought in, this last one that you have. No, I think I want to talk about it here. Is the sources and uses. Because they may say, this is the last page. They may say, everybody got one? Okay. They may say, how would you, because two different operations here. We got
Just give you my information, I don't think I can last any longer. Just going to,
is good? We're good?
But then if we don't have, I would recommend, at least that we don't have internet for us to go live stream. we wouldn't have a choice, we would have to recess and come back.
The non-compliant with the open government laws.
Right.
Is the GPA just, is this just an intermission or is it gonna be a, maybe 1 hour or?
Normally, these are 1 hour.
Yeah.
Per hour.
We're still-
We're still in.
Are we on the Facebook also though? Cause we're,
We're not on Facebook.
No, because we're in Google.
Yeah, that's
The Google Meet.
right, well, I just with the announcement, I don't know what the announcement said, I'm just confused.
Should be the same as.
Oh, it does, yeah, okay, well, as long as if we're
Well, we come back on,
broadcasting, then it should be okay.
and we're broadcasting over there.
Yes, and YouTube's still going.
So, that would be okay then? The government of Guam's, I guess we should proceed once you're ready.
Get back on.
We're on. Commissioners, we're back on.
I can proceed? Okay.
Well, you might want to make some kind of statement, something about, do we call you?
About the transmission.
Yeah,
Okay. Due to a power fluctuation, we had a transmission issue with broadcasting and live streaming. Now that we're back on, I recommend that we, Madam Chair, that we continue on with the meeting.
Go ahead.
Okay, Madam Chair, board members, Mr. Director. Thank you again, as I was explaining prior to our little technical setback. Another concern some may have was the cash flow. And the reason I say that because if you look at the left side of the arm under a golf course operation, historically and presently, when we're just in compliance now, you see sometimes a very fluid income cash flow. There's times when they're behind, sometimes they caught up, sometimes behind, depending on the economy. So, the last time after COVID came, my client was behind, but we came in and we made things in good standings. And I still remember when Commissioner Guerrero said, we'll give you one chance, but you better not be behind. And you'll be in a probationary period, at least for the first 30, 60 days. And I think our liability at that time was close to 800, 900,000. We're down to 600,000 and moving forward and to making compliance. But the exciting part is when we try to find a diverse certification and how do we sustain the cash flow where it's not depending on the fluctuating economy. When we were asked, that's why, as I explained 5 minutes ago, on the resources and infrastructure available and the potential opportunity. Again, nothing's guaranteed to do it, so that's why we went in and tried to push 178 and 179. The most important thing to get it down, the question is, well, how are you going to fund the $9 million? You know, $9 million, I just want to make it very clear, because if you can't even fulfill the 800,000 right away, how would you fund $9 million? Now, on the other side of the hand, if you guys look at the back, the total investment for this solar farm is close to $270 million. Now, that's already been analyzed by our total investors and the potential syndicators and the solar farm. The Don Don farm, the marble farm are over $200 million also. We analyzed this as we stated in our last presentation. That this potentially could be a 65 megawatt infrastructure. Of course, we don't know that yet till we spend the due diligence and fully do the whole architecture and engineering design. But based on this, I would want to source and use of 270 million, where on the source side, from our US partner, over 8.8 million will come in. Our Korean solar partners will come in at 8.8 million. And US finance institutions about 2.5 million, 250 million, which is the tax credit investors and our finance institutions. We deliberately not put the names here because once this becomes a public record, of course our competitors will know who our partners are. That's why we have to just be very general. Below it you see pretty much the use of the fund. The general equipment about 88 million. The balance of the plant 81 million. The interconnection to connect everything in internally and everything. And to the grid about 9.6 million. And most important here, we fund the $9 million accelerated rent as part of this. If you add all that, it all adds up into this. Now, how do you get this money? When you develop this, you create a kilowatt hour as like Don Don and Marble. And if you win, GPA will say, we'll buy that at whatever, 14 cents a kilowatt, 15 cents a kilowatt. You take those kilowatt hours and you leverage that to get the financing. Just like the other two, Don Don and Marble. To make it as easier as this is the same way you guys approved the homes here for the SBA guarantee. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Kanata, everybody else there are being led by SBA based on their income. You know, based on 2.9, they can get 190,000, 200,000, but they have to pay for it, they have to qualify, they have to have income. That's how they got a $200,000 loan. We assume, based on the 65 megawatt development, and based on the analysis of what we think we could sell it for, through the comparable rates that we think we could, we will yield a $270 million total investment to do it, annual cash flow. If it doesn't cash flow, and we don't win, this doesn't mean we're not stopping paying the rent. We will still be paying the rent to move forward. So there's no, you guys will not lose any opportunity. The GICC guys will still pay the rent until 1. If they do win the bid and the first milestone kicks in for the corpus, and the 9 million paid, that's when the ground rent will stop from the GICC side, because they'll merge over to the solar side. If they don't win, that's what the law, the 179 states. If they don't win, it stays the same, and the rent still moves the same. So it's not like you change law, then there's zero rent. You guys will still get the rent from the original contract, the base rent you got. But if we win it, you get even better, because now you get a more stable rent. And then if you invest it like Mr. Birch has done, then you get those other rent if you want, if you decide to choose that route. If not, then you just stick to the other rent. So we assume there will be good opportunities. Now you're right. The last meeting we had the opposition from, these are my friends, some of the golfers in the industry. But as I mentioned before, this would be different if we're the only golf course in Guam. If we're the only golf course in Guam. But there's 6 other golf courses here. So we're not excluding, we're not monopolizing, we're not taking them away from the opportunity. Second, right, we're just trying to find sustainable cash flow. So we hope that the opportunity is here for you guys to make a decision, and we want to be as flexible as I stated 10 minutes ago, from what I heard in 178, on clarifying the endowment, and making sure if you guys need to further amend 179 to make sure it's not exclusive, we will change it. And the only reason we were protecting it is, as one senator stated, that it will never get raided from any governor or senators in the future. But that's not our call. We're here just to either support your endeavor and whatever, because you guys may have immediate needs, and that'll be your guys' call. But we'll make sure the flexibility is there, and we'll support any amendments if needed. So, thank you, Ms. Paul. Any questions?
No, I think I'm here for hard
Okay,
questions.
and again, our attorney, Ms. Polster, if there's any technical questions, because I know sometimes we weren't here when they keep saying there's some technicalities and laws and all that, so I asked them just to please join us, just in case there's a technical question that may arise.
Technical in regards to what?
Legal.
Legal issues.
Oh,
No, I can't
no.
answer financial
No,
issues.
I don't have questions for you, I have questions for these two gentlemen. You've put down on this page, $9 million of accelerated rent payment.
Mhm.
Over what course of time?
So if you remember the first presentation, we showed you, I'm gonna use my hands here, we showed you what we're paying rent right now. Not in this person, but the first packet, we showed what we're paying rent, right? From,
No, but what does this break down to in terms of monthly or annual?
no, the 9 million is the rent from the existing rent we got now, so the new net present value, remember that?
Okay.
Net present value. Now, how we came up with that, that's why in that potential 179, you guys were hired, as Mr. A said, and trying to get other properties appraised. You get a third-party appraiser. We don't control it. You guys will hire your own master appraiser to appraise the net present value of the cash flow. We use our Excel, because they have the net present values, and we came from 7 to 9. So we always use the highest one, so see how that will yield a better cash flow. But you guys will still have the master appraiser to reconfirm those numbers.
How do you break this down? Is this over a course of 5 years, or is this a course of over 10 years?
The 9 million,
Yeah.
it yields all the way up to the year 2000. If we do get the lease extension, up to 2055,
And you're.
which is the remaining 17 years.
Okay, that's what I was getting.
I'm sorry.
So over 17 years. Okay.
Oh, you asking when the 9 million will be paid?
No,
Oh, no.
I was asking what was.
Oh, no,
the term
it's
that
based
this
on
9 million will
it's
cover?
based on the term of the
And you said
lease.
17 years.
Yeah,
Okay.
and by law, we need to ask the legislature to extend the lease for
Now,
17
I
years.
also know that you have your ears to the pipeline, meaning to GPA. And the first solar farm done then, how many megawatts are they producing?
And that's 45 megawatts. Oh, isn't that? I think I put it in here. 25 megawatts.
Okay, so 25 megawatts.
And then Margot is 60 megawatts.
And the third one?
The third one that's still, it's like 22 now because they had to adjust because the offsite infrastructure. Again, if that's only the news you're reading, that their legal just said you can go ahead and re-sign because they said they're adjusting it and they're going to re-sign their PPA.
What you're vying for is the fourth slot.
Well, it's gonna be, there's 185 megawatt, again, what's been announced in the news, 185 megawatts of demand they're looking for this next round.
Okay, so an additional 180 megawatts?
80, but we're only coming in at 65.
Okay, now, these are technical, but not lawyer technical, it's electrical technical.
And the reason, I know you guys asked to invite GPA last time, remember?
No, what I'm going to ask you is based on the amount of property in the golf course, what is your projected maximum?
65 megawatts,
Only 65?
yeah.
And that's based on your engineer's computation.
Yes.
So if you do win and you do 65, you'll be the largest solar farm in Guam. Because you said
Oh,
Dundan's
we the
25.
yes, that's correct.
And then you said Marlboro's 60.
That's right.
And then the third one's done, 20?
Done.
25. And so you guys will come in at 65.
Now, I forgot to mention, if we do win, our lease is only for 30 years. After 30 years, guess what happens here? You know, we already know that renewables too can be needed after that. Our lease ends, and as CHamoru Land Trust will either become a solar provider and have additional cash flow by itself. So it's not like our ground lease ends and it's zero. You get all the real estate asset there and continue, or you negotiate with somebody else.
Now,
That's for opportunity on that side.
what do you anticipate if you won the bid? Your rent towards CLTC will be? Because you're prepaying the 17 years for 9 million.
Yeah.
So after the 17 years, what is your projection that you're going to be paying to GPA on a monthly basis?
To GPA?
Yeah. I mean to CLTC, I'm sorry.
No, we prepaid our lease already.
Only up to, for the first
For
17
the
years.
first remaining 70, yes.
Yeah, but for the remaining.
Oh, after that, after 30th year, just renegotiate whatever you guys want, you negotiate after that, after 30th year. If you still
No,
want
because
to.
your remaining lease is 17 years, right?
13.
Huh?
14.
14.
years.
Huh?
14.
14 years.
Which is asking
So
for
this
17 more.
9 million is to prepay for the 14 years.
No, for the remaining 14 plus 17 additional we're getting, up to 2055.
Oh, so this is a lump sum
Yes.
lease payment?
Yes, that's what's called net present value, huh?
But Commissioner, currently with a flat land lease, we get about 288,000 a year in lease, so we're supposed to get with that proposal, based over a 17-year period, it'll equal about 300,000, so it's about 12,000, 11,000 more per year. We willing, I mean, would that fall into what your questions about the fair market value of what we're gonna
No, I wanted to establish, I haven't gone into fair market value yet. I just wanted to establish how you came up with 9 million. Okay, and according to Carlos, right now, this 9 million is for the full 17 plus whatever you're granted by the legislature. So this is just one giant lump sum payment.
I think the 9 million accounts for when they are, if they win the bid to supply solar.
Yes.
So they can win the bid within 6 months to a year from now,
Mhm.
right? So you have 14, 17 is 31, so based on a 30-year period, and you amortize your $9 million, GICC, or whatever the company will be called then, will only pay $300,000 a year, which is about $12,000 more than what they pay today. Not factoring in the potential interest that could be earned based on the corpus.
Right.
But just for speaking to Mr. Commissioner Garrido's concern, I think that's where you were leading to. If I'm-
No, not really. What I was leading to, I just wanted to break down how they came up with this
9 million.
9 million. So it was to, if they won, to cover the remaining time on their lease plus the extended time. Correct?
31 years.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, it is a little bump, okay, but normally, we get a percentage of, or we ask for a percentage of profits. So depending on your PPP, because that's what you're gonna be bidding on, is a PPP, right? With GPA, public-private partnership.
Yeah.
So whatever profits you make from there, case in point, like what we had with the raceway, where we got a piece of, aside from the basic rent, a piece of the profit margin.
If I may,
Yeah, go ahead.
Bill 179 is almost literally writing the lease term. So the participation rent won't be considered if that bill is passed.
Yeah, but normally they give us the options to finalize.
But Bill 179 is almost writing the lease
It'll
term.
be a legislative piece.
Yeah.
Can I just point something out though? It's just about, you know, he mentions competitors, and I just want to remind everybody that the reason that they're there was to operate the golf course. If the commission doesn't, you know, if the commission wants this property to become a solar farm, it seems like it should go out for a bid. It should allow competition. And I just don't see
No.
in this bill where it allows for any competition. And
No, the competition comes in on the bid from GPA.
no, I mean, to lease out the property as a solar farm.
See, Commissioner, if we were to, like, we have property that's large down in the downtown area, close to the current solar farm down there. If we were to put that out, we would have to RFP that, a request for proposals. And we would go with the highest bidder for the property. This one here would not follow that. It would be legislated. And the legislature could do anything they want. And what Mr. Cruz is saying is that it would essentially be a legislative lease that would lock us in.
Yeah.
And that's why I was being very careful about, I didn't go out against the bills or against the solar farm or anything, except the endowment fund was my concern, because right now with the program, the ISP, IPS that I developed for ancestral lands, right now I got a report from Raymond James that I told him I wanted a few of those, our investments to go into extreme conservative investments, which were CDs and cash equivalents. And they just informed me that they've invested for over a year period or so. Ancestral lands will be getting 5.4%, and each one of those 4 investments I just authorized. So yeah, we can do better than 4%, and that's only on the most conservative. Of course, you got moderate, you got aggressive, and if the board ever thinks of going into that route, that's something we could look at now. Ancestral lands is going from ultra conservative to conservative, so now I'm investing in shares and stocks. That investment policy statement could be tailored here. And I know that it doesn't tie the hands of the commission or the board, unlike the endowment fund it would tie the principal up, where you would only have access to the interest earned. Unlike if you actually go into investments, then that allows you flexibility, so in case you need a huge cash outlay for whatever project you want to get into, you would withdraw it all, or draw part out. You just station or set up your investments for different periods of time throughout the year, the time horizon. So that's how come I was concerned about the endowment fund. It ties your hands, and it limits you to the amount of whatever you interest income you get, and it could be limited to $300,000 a year that you'll be able to use for any other project.
I guess I'm not I'm not expressing my point.
Yeah.
Okay, it has nothing to do with the endowment fund. What I'm saying is, like the proposed 50-year renewal for the raceway.
Yeah.
All right, the legislature, before they passed the bill, said that they had to coordinate with CLTC on the terms. Okay? And in our basic terms of the raceway, we got a percentage of profits that they made over the monthly lease. That's what I'm alluding to is,
Yeah, the 10%
we inject
revenue.
something like that.
Right. This doesn't allow for that. This actually ratifies the current original lease and extends it.
What I read from,
So it's not,
what I took out of what was being proposed in the legislature is that they would have a dual role. Either they continue as a golf course in the event that they don't win the bid, or they can transfer over and become a solar farm. Is that correct or not?
That's correct.
yeah.
But on the CLTC part, hopefully the legislature will allow us to insert our interests towards finalizing the terms of that agreement between,
And that's if the
in
commission
the event
agrees.
that they win.
If And also if the commission agrees to go with a solar farm versus a golf course, that part I leave up to the board. I didn't interject that in my testimony. My testimony was strictly on the administrative part, my concerns over that, and not whether or not we're going with a golf course or a solar farm or whatever endeavor we want to get into. That's strictly up to the three of you at this point. So I just don't want our hands to be tied, or the board, this board, or any future board. I don't want their hands to be tied as far as investments, because things do come up, and this is a really long-term investment that we're thinking of here. So,
The bill would take that out of the board's hands, so like
Yes.
you said, it's up to the board, it wouldn't be up to the board at that point, it would just,
if this becomes law.
it would just be the legislature deciding that the property is better used as a
Yeah,
solar farm.
right now, it does not include the verbiage for us to negotiate our side. But what's to stop us from trying to include that, to modify the intent? That's all I'm saying, is maybe we need to be a little bit proactive in modifying.
Well, that's why I've always been against legislated leases. We get the case like the raceway track or the farmer's co-op. When we put things out to bid, we let the market decide. And essentially, CHamoru Land Trust has quite a bit of property around the island, not just the golf course. That may be larger too. Like I said, there's a
But
large.
see, this
piece,
situation's a little bit different.
This is quite a bit different, because it won't allow for the RFP, it would simply ratify the lease, that's one, the current lease, and extend it up to the year 2055. So it's something to think carefully about if you're gonna endorse the bill or not, or if you want to ask or talk with Senator San Augustine with issues that we might want to change or amend the current bill, and see if that goes through, to gain your support or not. Because it's still in bill form, and you know how it is. By the time it gets to the floor, the vote become law. It could be totally different than what we agreed on. And that's why I've been against, because we run into that here at CHamoru Land Trust with the raceway track. We sold the result of that. I've run into that with the ancestral lands, the same or similar legislated lease. But then again, that's a decision if we are going to support it. So far, with my testimony, you were there, you heard that it was simply against tying the hands of the board. I'm very concerned about that. That should be done administratively. The board should make that decision. And you should be able to look at the proposal that I haven't brought to you, but I plan to bring you. And it's tailor-made for one government agency, and it's working. I don't see a problem bringing it down to COTC for as far as investments, if we do agree to accelerated rents. I just don't agree accelerated rents should be locked in and locked out, because we could make that locked, like what they do with ancestral lands, where by law, no one can raid that fund. And we only have to put that in. We don't need an endowment fund to lock it, because the funds at ancestral lands are locked in by law, and it's not required to go to an endowment fund. So those things could be put into the bill 179 to have that amended if you decide to go with that. It's just options. I don't want our hands tied. I know we're not gonna be here permanently, you're a new board, and I'm only not even a month here yet. But my job is to protect the agency while I'm here.
I'd like to add to the director's point on section 4 on funding of COTC endowment fund. I believe that's the part that's kind of locking everything up, because according to this language on Bill 179/37, it's saying that all accelerated rent received shall be transferred to COTC endowment fund. So probably that language needs to be.
Yes, Commissioner. My name is Jerry Kane. I've been sitting back there for all the meetings. I'm observing the hard work that you guys do, so I want to thank you first. And I see all the beneficiaries that you guys help every meeting, well, with all the loan guarantees and trying to work out their lease problems. And, I wanted to finally speak today because number one, to thank you guys and for the hard work that you do. And number two, was just to clarify some of the things that sometimes Carlos misses. So it was never our intention to put the CHamoru Land Trust commissioners in a lockbox, and we're respecting the endowment fund. So I think it was a drafting, we could have done a better job in drafting that. So if you take a look at Bill 178, the one that actually creates endowment fund, the language in there says that from the accelerated rent, it's the commissioners who decide what portion thereof, if any, goes into the endowment. So 179, it should have tracked the same language as 178. So what's that, when we caught on to that, oh man, we don't want to do that to World Interest, because things like typhoons happen, and then sometimes the World Interest needs access to its funds. It really should be, no one is better situated to manage World Interest funds and to use it to best benefit its beneficiaries other than the commissioners. So when I caught that inconsistency, I said, hey, we need to reconcile 179 with 178. So what we want to do with 179 is tell the senators, hey, look, we need to correct it, and that so even the $9 million, right? It really should be, that's accelerated rent, and to be consistent, 178, it should be up to the commissioners what portions of that 9 million, if any, they say, hey, you know what, we could put this, we could invest it, or you know what, we just want to be able to use it right now. And so I hope that clarifies that a little bit. And then, I just want the opportunity to, now speaking as a Guam resident, I want to thank not just the Chamorro Lenters, but all the Chamorro people who's made me feel very welcome. I wasn't born here. I came here when I was 3 years old. And Guam has really been always so welcoming to my family. My parents, I don't know, you might not know them, but I'm pretty sure you may have eaten at the restaurant. My parents, they had Shanghai restaurant down in Again, next to what used to be Bank of America. Yeah, and then later on they did a Hong Kong restaurant in Tamuni.
JK?
Yes.
We probably all our age is short.
Yeah. So I've always, I've made Guam my home, but even though I'm a Guam resident, for me, you can't really claim to be like local unless you really prioritize and understand what Guam's history and the needs of how Chamorros have suffered. A lot of times, it's not even about it's not about what our local government is doing, because Guam is such a small island, where there's global events, things with the economy that we don't have control. So now, when we came up with the endowment fund idea, it was because we knew that every year is a battle for appropriation. What agency is going to get what? And it just seems like Chamorro Interest is always underfunded. Was always underfunded. So we thought, hey, maybe endowment is a great idea because it has the potential to grow. If it was invested, the market could grow it, and then it'll just start creating a additional supplemental source of income. And then I really liked the idea that it was going to be perpetual if you don't touch the principal. But it was never our intention to say how much of accelerated rent has to be put into the endowment. And we want to correct that. And then I want to just briefly talk about going back to contributing to this island and what's really important for the Chamorro Interest right now is I've always felt even the whole thing about having a municipal golf course on Chamorro Land Trust land, was that ever the highest and best use of that property? Was because from the decades of, of it being run as a municipal golf course with subsidized rates, it's just not viable. It's just not viable. What's that? And it's just kind of weird that running a municipal golf course has nothing to do with Chamorro Land Trust mission. It was always a commercial lease to generate revenue to support Chamorro Land Trust mission. So there's been a lot of talk about, putting, what about this golf, these golfers and stuff like that. But you cannot, especially for the Chamorro Land Trust, we cannot prioritize some golfers over the mission, over the housing needs of its beneficiaries. I just can't fathom how someone could even come here and argue that, and sometimes for me it's a little bit offensive when someone comes here and says, hey, you know what, I may want my home for 40 years, right? I've been here for 40 years, I have all these, they try to establish a case that they're local, and then say, hey, you know what? It's more important for me to have subsidized golf than the mission of the Chamorro Land Trust. And that's offensive. It's also offensive when they say, hey, when I won't mention names, but it was offensive when they say, oh, the Japanese owned golf course, they prioritize tourists over locals, right? And that was really, really funny. He was disparaging Japanese businesses when he used to see president of Nissan. That was just kind of weird, right? And then, but it's not just that, it's just not true. When you call a golf course and you make a tee time, they don't ask you if you're local. You only get they don't give you local discounts, by the way. So when you go check in, you show them your blonde driver's license and you pay the local rate. All the golf courses give a local rate. And it's just not true that they prioritize tourists over locals. That's just simply not true. So, I really appreciate the opportunity to talk today because there were just so many things I wanted to say, and I just keep waiting for calls to say, or okay. What's that? So now I want to go back a little bit also and talk about the 9 million and what was how did we come up with that number? And I have to really educate myself on this. I'm sure this is something that Director Birch, you know by heart, the whole concept of net present value of a future cash flow. And basically you have to determine, you kind of have to assess what kind of return can you get on that money, right? And that's something that people, economists, they negotiate, and there's certain standards that businesses use, certain standards that realtors use to determine the discount rate to apply. Because what they're really saying is, instead of getting, the most simple example is, if I have a 1-year lease and the rent is $100 a year, right, and it's payable at the end of the year versus I pay it in the beginning of the year, right? If I pay you $100 at the end of the year, you have $100 at the end of the year. But if you could get 10% interest, if you could get 10% interest on that $100, right? Then the net present value of that $100 a year from now, right, would be like $90, right? So that's the general concept. But when we thought about that, so what we were trying to say is, even if you used a really low discount rate, really low rate of return that you think you're going to get off that 9 million, what's that? Your annual income from that 9 million invested, right, will be equal or exceed your monthly rent that you're getting now. Moving forward, because if that, theoretically, if that's invested, it's going to provide that income in, you know, in perpetuity. But like Carlos was mentioning, and I touched upon also now, is that we don't want to dictate how much of that accelerated rent is actually invested. That's something that, you know, in 178 it shows that it was really up to the land trust to determine that. And so what we want to do is make 179 consistent in the language, so that the 9 million is up to the CHamoru Land Trust, up to the commissioners, how they want to, if they want to make that, you know, what portion of that, if any, they want to put into the endowment fund. And I hope that clarifies, you know, some of those issues. And I'm open to any questions.
So, I guess, yeah, Commissioner, you better go first, if you have questions.
Oh, that was my question on section 4. And it was, it's a language to lockbox the amount, and that was, it wasn't consistent with 178.
Right.
That was my, so now I guess.
Yeah, I think it's very important that we didn't, you know, that was the oversight in that drafting, was that, because it was always intended to be like 178, where it's up to the commissioners what portion they're up to, and that's because really, you guys are best placed to manage your own funds, and you know what priorities you have, what needs you have, right?
And then we have a big liability, right next page to the old business. That's another problem we're having. That once we have this amount of money in the bucket,
Right.
maybe not only rated, but
Right.
that's one.
Yes, they do rate, you know that,
Yeah, so.
other agencies.
Yeah, and that's what we want.
Commissioner, if I could be very open, I thought about that, and, you know, it's some type of a balance, is like, if there's things we could do in legislation to make it harder to loot, right? But then you might run into political opposition, right?
Of course.
Because one of the things that I thought about was, hey, you know, what if we give, I don't even know if commissioners like this though, I was thinking like, what if we give the beneficiary some type of standing, right? To sue whoever loots it, right? But then I don't know if the senators will support that, right? Let's have that.
Legally, there's another option. It's similar, but is to put all the $9 million into the fund, but give the commissioners the right to A, decide when the fund is dissolved, and B, give the commissioners the right to take, by a vote obviously, the principal. So that would do two things, so that the fund, right, in theory, is safe because the money's in there, and then the commission would have the authority, because so once it's in there, you can't take it out, right? The governor can take it before it's in the fund, but can't take it once it's in the fund. And if you give the commissioners the authority to, as I said, one, determine whether or not the fund should be, and of course it would be for any commissioner board, right? And any given commission could decide, we want to dissolve the fund and use the money this year. But you could also give the commissioners, you know, by whatever kind of vote you want to do, the authority to also take principal. And so, good year, bad year, right? Good year, you might have so much invested that you don't need to take the principal. In a bad year, just let, you know, it's how households live, right? In a good year, you live off of what you have, and in a bad year, you borrow from your neighbors. And so I think the fund could be set up that way to minimize the ability to rate it once the money's in there versus, okay, we're gonna put 6 million in and 3 million, because of course the governor can always, right, the governor has line item authority, but that might be an option to minimize the ability and to maximize this board's ability to determine what it needs and when it needs it. And again, in a good year, you might decide that you want to increase the endowment, and in a bad year, you might decide
that you need to take it. I mean, that's really, in terms of retirement, right, that's the 4% rule. That's really what the 4% rule is about, is in good years, you take from you can live off the interest, and you expand it, and in bad years, you take off. And so that on average, you take out a certain amount. And so I think that it can be written in such a way to minimize that issue.
Before I forget, I think there's one other thing, maybe this wasn't asked, but I thought this was, I thought someone asked this was, regarding the 9 million, what's that? Couple of things I just wanna, reiterate is that, the monthly rent, GICC continues paying that monthly rent.
The 25K,
Until that whole 9 million is paid in full. So what's that? So, and the 9 million is paid in 2 installments. One is when the first installment is when the power purchase agreement is signed. And then the remaining installment is when electricity is first delivered, transmitted to GPA. And but throughout that time, they will continue paying the monthly rent. And I think that's important to point out what's that, because one of the things that, for me, it's not just about advocating for this bill or that bill. I really wanted to do something that was good, that was right, that I felt like, hey, you know what? I could contribute to this island by using my knowledge, my experience, what's that, to try to do something good. And just to give you a little bit of background, what's that, I used to be a practicing lawyer, but now I just feed people because I just have a lot of restaurants. I have a decent ramen, right, and then IHOP, Longhorn, Olive Garden, Biology. But me and my partners, not just me, right? But what's that?
Harry?
Yes. but I this was the opportunity where I was like, hey, you know what? I really like this idea of this endowment because I thought, hey, it's going to be like perpetual income, right? But as I further looked into it, and it's like, hey, there's all these other issues, right? Like, what's that? So as I attend all these meetings, it became very clear to me that the Chamorro Land Trust really needs money, and we really, should, the funds, the service should not be put in a lockbox. It should not be put in a lockbox.
Well, I just want to say, I'm glad we're going through this Q&A because we're not done yet, because I still have 15 heads down at the public hearing that will probably ask
A lot of questions.
a lot more questions.
I was
So,
there from 8 to 12 this morning. And I came here missing lunch, so, yeah.
so this is great, yeah, this is a great back and forth, so they may have other concerns that you may have. And
We have one, what about the current arrears? How's
Oh,
that gonna be?
that's the other beauty about this. What's that? The moment that, we want to make sure that because, I think maybe within 30, 60 days of the bill passage, right? What's that, Yohei, they will pay up all the arrears, 100% of the arrears. They'll pay within like 60 days of the bill passage. Because really a lot of the money is it's not, hey, how come you can't just pay it now? Well, because it's, a lot of the funding partners, right, will only fund it if it's solar. What's that? Because they don't want to back they feel like the golf course, is not a good investment, right? So what's that? But for solar, they think it's a proven investment. What's that? And just a little bit of side information. We're so confident about this bid because the property has all these advantages that Carlos talked about. What's that? But one thing that is not really talked about is that the Space 4 GPA bid they're seeking like, I think like 180 megawatts. The total bidders, right, all the people who are gonna submit bids does not even reach 180. So as long as everybody hits GPA's target price, almost everybody wins. You just gotta hit GPA's target price. And because of the property's location, its proximity to the substation, its proximity to the energy demand, because that's, you know, that little jiggle is where the demand is at. It's such a great opportunity, and before I forget, I mean, there's, you know, this $270 million investment, about 180 million of that are capital improvements, meaning the solar panels, the storage, the connection line. When they say transmission investment, that's the connecting infrastructure to the substation, right? Those capital improvements, they do depreciate, right? Accountants always say, you know, they use some type of formula, right? But under the lease agreement, what's that? And under the requirements with GPA, they have to guarantee a certain production of those panels, a certain amount of electricity that they're going to deliver to GPA. They can't go bid out, you know, bid 65 megawatts and then, you know, only deliver 30 megawatts. What's that? So what I'm trying to say is, at the end of the lease term, this opportunity is like, you're gonna have $100 million asset. CHamoru Naturals will have $100 million asset that it could choose to either operate itself and sell power to GPA, or release it out at max value now, at max value. Or if, you know, it's up to CHamoru Naturals, if it feels like, hey, you know what, let's sell it to GPA with legislative approval, right? What's that? But you're going to have in possession of something that's way more valuable than a rent-controlled, unviable golf course.
Yeah, okay, you say in 30 days we'll get all rents. If that's not written into law, I didn't see
Oh,
that.
because we have the, sorry, Director, what's that? This conversation goes back so many months, maybe like almost half a year ago, maybe more than half a year ago. And it was, we presented that to the land trust before, the commissioners before, and if I recall, what's that, at one point, yes, Commissioner Guido warned us, make sure that we're on probation, make sure we pay. But also there was supposed to be some type of written payment plan.
There is.
Commissioner, right? What's that, we had in letter form, but if you know, in the what's that, if we were to, I remember we were waiting for a draft, we weren't really sure who was supposed to, you know, prepare the draft, whether it was going to be the AG's office or you know, we were supposed to do the initial draft of the payment plan. What's that, but we've agreed to, what's that, in several of our letters stated in several of the letters to the commissioners that we will pay up 100% of arrears upon so many days after passage of the bill.
Okay, and that'll be done even if the property is not used right away for the
Yes, that's not tied,
That's not tied to that, because I see the little caveat in here, I think it's on page 2 or 3, whatever, where my little assessment of that says that if the property is used for renewable solar power, the leasing will pay all rents due under lease in advance.
Oh, that's, yes.
That is net present value, right?
Right.
And then determined by certain, and that's where you said a certified real estate appraiser.
Right.
You said that'll be our responsibility?
Well, I wanted to make sure that, what's that, you know, because we ran our own numbers, and honestly, what's that, when you take the net present value of something, right, what's that, if we use standard business models, standard realtor models, right, it would just come too short. That's why we want to make sure we boost it up, and we wanted to let CHamoru Naturals pick its own appraiser, because using standard models, the net present value of the future rent I think would only be like $6 million.
And, you know, I keep hearing $9 million, but I also got out of that, the payment we utilizing a market-based discount rate, which will be between $7 million to $9 million.
Yes. You know, because
Yeah, you could explain that one.
we, again, you know, because we have to pick a discount rate, and then what's that, and if we use like a 6%, 8% discount, it would just yield too little. And what's that, so what's that, so even using, so when we went to like a 4% model, right, a 4% model, to be conservative, what's that, we like 4% on 9 million would be 360,000 a year, which would be equivalent to a little more, slightly more than the annual rent that.
Yeah, about 11,000 more per year.
Right, right. And then because if it's, if that 9 million is invested in perpetuity, right, then you'll keep paying that same amount, you know, throughout the whole lease period. And at the lease period, the corpus will still be there. But anyway, that was our thinking. That's how we arrived at that amount. And why we always use 9 million, because I just assume that World Natural is gonna take 9 million. If it's 7 to 9, I figured that World Natural is just gonna take 9.
Yeah, it's just like in the last bill, 178, the language used there was advocate to place the money in the endowment fund, and 179 changes the language. Yeah, we just don't wanna get caught in something, like I said.
Right.
When bills go to the legislature, they go through the process, many times it doesn't look like the one that we submitted or agreed to. That's why I'm afraid of legislative leases, and this in effect would be similar, if not exactly that.
It's very important that we have this conversation, because what's that, the legislative process, what's that, I feel that from the senators that we've spoken to, right, they're very supportive of this idea, because how can you not, as a political leader, how can you not be supportive of funding the Chamorro Land Trust?
Yeah,
So I think the way forward, right, is just be very open about your concerns. What's that, and then at public hearings, right, or also, you know, in your private meetings with the senators. What's that, and we will do our best to make sure that those concerns are addressed by the senators.
Yeah, because I was looking at alternative lots in CLTC, and we came up with one equal to or maybe larger than the solar farm that's down in the Malolo area. Real close to it too, that CLTC has.
There's a phase 5.
Would you be interested in something of that nature? But that would, of course, go out to the highest bidder, the best deal that we could get.
I think what's that, because of timeline pressures, what's that, I'm not saying no to that, because I can't speak for everybody. I'm really just speaking a lot from what I know and my involvement with putting this transaction together. But what I know is that this is phase 4 for GPA. There's going to be a phase 5. What's that? So that's a great opportunity. What's that? And I just, you know, I jump all over the place, because what's that? I've been thinking about this for so long. And, you know, I know one of the things is like, you know, why would, how realistic is it that people will opt to pay accelerated rent, right? But my time in private practice, I've learned a lot of things that, and also as a businessman, right? Sometimes it makes sense to pay accelerated rent, because when we say accelerated rent, we're talking about the net present value of accelerated rent. So if the discount rate that you apply, for example, like if my cost of money is so low, right, and I could get a discount by paying the rent up front, I do it. And this is really not that outrageous, because when
Back on. Okay, I guess we're back on. Okay, sorry, we just had another power glitch, and we're back on item power. We'll continue, Madam Chair, and we're allowed to move forward. Okay, where I left off last time, before the power went out, was that my job basically is to make sure that the board here is aware of the risk, and they're gonna weigh it in the end. Mine just to advise them. You're doing the same thing here with this roundtable type of interaction, which is great. So at least they know what the advantages are, and they can see it from both ends. So, you know, we really appreciate that. If it's anything to raise more money for CLPC, of course, we're gonna be for it. I just wanna make sure that we get the best that we can, and I understand the discounts in this business.
Right.
How you wanna pay things up front, because I do the same thing too. I mean, I pay things off just when I see the interest rates start to go up and down, right? And I reinvest depending on that. And that's why I advise the other board at Ancestral Lands on how to do these things. So that's my job here too, among many other things. So it's to make sure we get the best deal and make sure we don't get sued, go to court. Make sure our board doesn't get sued. And that's why I always advise to listen to our attorney. Her job too is to make sure that we're on track. Because GovCom has a lot of laws, and believe me, it's easier to operate in the private sector. Of course, it's, your risk is yours, right?
I agree, I agree.
Yeah, you take the risk, but I tell you, sometimes I miss that. Being in government, you have to be very much aware. You may be looking at one code in government, and there's another code written somewhere else that affects, so you need an attorney there whenever we make a move, pretty much. So that's why Attorney Finney's here, to make sure we don't mess up. But on the financial end and investments and other stuff, reading laws and see what benefits the commissioner, basic operations of the office, that falls in my territory. She just makes sure I don't step out of it, which I thank her for. Sometimes I do things she says you can't do that. So I listen to her a lot. That's why I advise my board members here to do the same. So you see why we're being very cautious. We were here earlier, you've heard of mistakes made by previous boards and previous directors.
Right.
Our job here with the new board and the people here is to fix those issues, and sometimes they're not repairable.
And I also see just how hard the commissioners try to make it work for the tenants. Was that if there was any way possible to help them without getting in trouble.
Right.
Commissioners will do it.
I could see that conversation Commissioner Rivera had with one person, Mr. Cruz, and you could feel the pain they're feeling, you know, by acknowledging that this was done outside the law, and therefore can we perpetuate violating the law? And while he wants to do something, his hands are tied.
Yeah.
So even if you want to help as much as you want, and things are right or wrong, my job, and of course, Attorney Finney's job is to make sure we stay in line with the law.
Right.
So they have a tough job.
Right.
I'm glad I'm on this
Everybody.
side and not that side.
Even all the staff on this side, they work extra hard to prepare for each meeting. And I see that every single case, every single tenant has their own file, has their own issues that they have problems with, right? But I gotta just, again, thank the commissioners, because I've attended a lot of, when I was practicing before, I attended meetings like this, but this is the first time that I've spent so much time with Small Land Trust. And there was one meeting that there was like, maybe you guys went through, there was like 30 beneficiaries or tenants trying to get loan guarantees, and this was about like 6:30 already, and everybody's so tired, everybody's ready to go home. And what did the commissioners do? They said, hey, you know what? There's so many people that needs help. Let's not wait till next month. How soon can we schedule the next meeting? Right? Now, I've never seen that before. And that really moved me, and I don't know if people realize the work that Small Land Trust does, and how your heart is just really into it. That was really touching.
Yeah, well, their community service, pretty much. They're doing it for free almost. I think it is for free. You don't get paid anything. We need more people like that. They do it because it's what they want to do.
Right.
It's not because they're making any money out of it. And so that's why I say our job is to make sure that we protect people we have that are willing to put up their time. And that's why we have a lot of questions, and when we go to the legislature, I know they're gonna have a lot down there too. So the commissioners will make a decision on this. Of course, I'm gonna tell them we'll probably have to have a work session on it to go over everything they've given us.
Okay.
And so that should this ever come up for a hearing, we'll be prepared for it. I see that, yes, can we make money out of this? The answer is yes. We get arrears finally repaid. I hope I can do that at Ancestral Lands. I know Carlos is here, and I've been begging him, please help me out, fix that thing. But anyway, you know, if we can get that done, I don't see a major issue in this. I just wonder what are the golf enthusiasts out there are gonna do, because some of them are already floating petitions, to be honest with you.
I do support the local golfers. I'm in a golf club, but it's more of a drinking club. What's that? There was some really good ideas that was floated at the last meeting by what was his name? Anyway, I won't mention names, right? But what's that? And I think that's something that if people like Carlos put his mind to it, we could find a way to help the local golfers. We could create maybe working with Gita, some type of a program with the other private golf courses, right? Because you know all these golf courses, even the other private golf courses, they're pretty old. These are all pretty old golf courses, and they need like some type of a Gita back loan or Gita loan or some type of incentive, you know, some type of tax credit that in return they have to have these programs to support the local golfers. And I really prefer that route because again, subsidizing the golfers is not the responsibility of the Chamorro Land Trust. If the government of Guam wants to subsidize local golfers, let it come out of the general fund. Let it come out of some other agency, but not the Chamorro Land Trust. I don't get it. What's that? Because if you really wanted a viable municipal golf course with the cost of fertilizers, cost of maintenance, it's skyrocketing. What's that? If you wanted it to be viable, and it's, oh man, you know, some other operator comes in, I'm telling you, I really believe this, like in a year that we come here, can we get a rim break? Why? Why should you get a rim break? Why should it come at the cost of the beneficiaries, as well as the beneficiaries?
But you know, when we're getting into the golf course and running it and all the pesticides put in the ground, we're all concerned about that. But also with the solar farms, we don't have much, we do have batteries, right? What do we do and where do the batteries go once they're used up?
You know, that's something I want to clarify, you know, with our solar partners, because I know the latest technology, I know before it's all lithium, and lithium is harmful, right? And most laptops, cars, they use lithium because it has a high density. You know, small space, it can store a lot of power. But the newest technology, especially when it comes to solar farms, they're moving away from that because, number one, lithium is very expensive. What's that? So there's a cheaper solution now. It's a sodium-based battery. And sodium-based battery works for solar farms because you're not like a car where you need to have very dense, a very small space and pack a lot of, you know, be able to store a lot of power. Sodium batteries are cheaper. They take up more space, but they're cheaper and they're not, they're more, you know, they're not dangerous like lithium. They don't have the hazard of running away, you know, burning up. Right.
I know we carry it every day in our pockets with these things.
Oh, yeah. So I could look into that and find out what type of batteries, I mean, what type of technology that our solar partners are.
Yeah, because that's what I read into some of these things here, is that one of the issues there was environmentally safe.
Right.
And from my note dealing with lithium batteries, that
Oh, yeah.
they are a problem, and a problem of disposing of them too. It's just that we don't want to inherit another issue where we start to have to be responsible for that, because we do have some, whether it be here at CLTC or Ancestral Lands, where we've had tenants who have left their materials behind, and we're responsible for cleaning it up.
Right.
And then, you know, then it's, sometimes the way I look at it, sometimes it goes up in the amount of millions of dollars just to clean up something from a previous tenant. As I'm dealing with that also.
Wow.
And that's because materials were left behind, and we don't want to be stuck with anything, especially if you're using lithium batteries or something that might be harmful.
Right, right.
So yeah, that's gonna be another big concern.
Well, look into that, because really, I want to confirm that, because what's that, really, you know, the lithium is more expensive, and we don't need that,
Yeah.
that energy density.
And to show that we're interested in renewable power, we started looking, the staff was looking for other size lots that could be alternatives to it, that's just as large, maybe larger.
Right.
Because CLTC has over 11,000 acres out there.
Mm.
You know, that's quite a bit of acreage
Right.
spread out throughout the island. And some are near other solar farms, like I used the one in Malolo in that area. And so, you know, that is an alternative to the golf course we use, but then again, that's a decision our board will make.
Okay.
I'll just advise them of the options they have, and hopefully we'll get a work session together where I can sit down and we could discuss this. But, yeah, it's been very good with you coming in. I mean, this is not a bad deal, I'm gonna say that. It's a decent proposal. Of course, like Commissioner Garrido said, it takes us out of the thing of negotiating for more. You know, if it becomes a law by legislation, and I know he would just love to negotiate. I like doing that too. But that's the thing with legislation, and the senators could do whatever they please when we head down there. And that's the risk that we do take.
If I'm not mistaken, the initial lease that you guys acquired for the municipal golf course was also legislated. So we
Yes.
didn't have a say-so in it.
Yes.
That was just put it in our lap, take care of it. You gotta work it.
And that's why we're being very cautious about it, because whether it be in CLTC or ancestral lands or any other agency, many times the legislature has legislated the leases. And then we come up for our financial audits, and the auditor says, where's your lease? We say, here's the law.
Right.
They said that privately, they said that's not a lease, but it doesn't give us an option to negotiate. So, and that's happened many times, so we get dinged on that by the financial auditors when they come in and they wanna check the leases and we give them a public law. I know, we run into that often enough, so that's why I'm very cautious about that, because I like getting clean audits, but with that type of situation, it's almost impossible. You're gonna get written up in something that's beyond our control. And I know that's happened here, right? Yes. I'm done. I know it's late, and we can talk till the next morning.
I know.
And we have a couple of issues, and that's why I would like to.
Oh, it's good that, it's pretty much clear.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for showing up. Carlos, we've got to talk about other things.
Yes.
Not tonight, though.
No, I know.
I'm burned out after all.
I missed my family dinner, they've been waiting since
I
5:30.
missed lunch, I went right through. Yeah.
So,
My wife called, who's making the bill, and said she's a great.
Madam Chair, on the agenda, we have a lot that's listed, it doesn't say the ratio test. I'd like to table that one and move it to a couple of other issues. We still have someone here that wants to speak, and one that's very critical for operations that Joey will, I guess you explain it now, it's pretty simple.
It's under new business, item B, designation of authorized signatories.
But that's if you agree to table the next item, which is the lot, whatever the lot name is. You got it here.
Lot 7161 R1.
are they here?
Mr. Reyes is here, but we'll table it and give us to the next meeting. That's gonna take a long time, we're gonna go through that. But it's not the federation, it's about the lot itself. And already Attorney Finney is gonna go through the MOU with GCC that apparently the board was not aware of. Because I was caught by surprise when I got called out to remind me about the MOU.
Well, that
And
one
so
was-
these guys, they were all caught by surprise by an MOU that we thought, we never knew ever happened, so.
With the GCC,
Yes,
I see.
so, but,
Jeffrey, if you wanna talk, make it short.
I will, if that's okay.
okay, Commissioner, so we got little.
Real
time.
quick, off the day, and thank you again, everyone, for staying back so late. Big concern, so I'm not gonna do all that whole thank you like this gentleman did, that was a lot of thank yous. So, and I know we're all hungry, maybe Chinese. Yes, Commissioner Rivera and Madam Chair, and of course, Commissioner Guido. I know that you're not in any position to make any decisions with that lot number. I would though just want to say, it's been 167 days that the track has been closed. And just on my phone as I'm sitting here, there's been another accident in Manila. I'm not saying that that's because of drag racing or anything like that, but you all know it's happening. It's happening. And as much as I have no footage to show you, because I won't do that, but it is happening. And there was a very bad crash about 3 weeks ago with a new car, a very fast car, and both individuals in the car died. No one's saying anything about that, but I'm gonna say it. Please, please. I know we can't make any decisions about a 2-year lease at least, but can we at least decide that maybe this can be done? Give us a 4-month memorandum of understanding. Let us go in there and clean the place up. Clean it up, have a couple of real, legal, controlled races. If that could happen, you can give us more time, 4 months, to at least talk about the 2-year lease that we are proposing, to just iron out, what the Federation is trying to do. But we gotta get these guys off the road. And that's all I'm saying. That's it, my phone blew up. With an accident that just happened, KOAM, I follow it, check it out, KOAM, it's right there, another accident. And I think it was Thursday night, but they're reporting on it today. But I'm just saying, it's happening all the time. So I'm asking Madam Chair, could that be something, Commissioners, can we put something like that on the floor today for just a 4-month MOU? Just thought I'd ask. Is that possible? I'm not asking for an extension because I know we can't do it. I'm not asking to rescind the eviction because I know we can't do that. But that's all I'm asking is, let us get in there and clean up. Have you gone by there? It is terrible. It's in such disarray. It needs so much work. And we're all going to do that. It's not like we're going to. Right now, these guys are hungry just to get in there. They'll clean it up. 4 months, the place will look like it did on June 1st, the day before we got evicted. So can that be considered? Just throwing it out there.
Well, I know that with government agencies, we're allowed MOUs and MOAs. I'm not sure we can do that with a nonprofit.
I think that's really the problem, is that the land trust just isn't, if you look at, that section of the law that talks about, how they can lease and license out their property, there's no provisions there for any,
But
like,
there are MOUs,
short-term.
right? Attorney, you have MOUs in place. Do you not have MOUs in place now?
There's MOUs with other government agencies, which is not the same thing as a commercial venture.
I'm just saying, this is more of not a commercial venture.
Yeah, but
Attorney, this is a community venture. We need to get these guys off the street. I want to be part of the solution. I want the commissioners to be a part of the
The
solution.
discussion isn't really, it can't really be here. It needs to be with the legislature, because the law sets out what the commission can do.
I understand.
The laws here are more restrictive than the laws with ancestral lands. Ancestral lands has a lot of flexibility. CLTC does not enjoy that.
I just had to ask.
I
That's
know.
all.
I know you had to ask,
I
but-
had to ask, commissioners, I had to, Madam Chair. I'm just, it's happening, I'm concerned about it, and that's all. I mean, if it was something that could be done, that'd be great. We go in there, we get an insurance effective tomorrow for 4 months. And if it's 4 months is too long, give us 3 months. Just let us do something to get these street racers and drag racers off the street. I mean, if it comes 3 months later, we have this discussion and it's just not gonna work with the Guam Racing Federation, then so be it. But it's been 167 days. I'm counting. A lot of drag racers are as well. We've lost
I wanna say we've lost 10% of our motocross riders to the kids because they've just found something else to do. And a classic example was, I remember having this conversation with Commissioner Rivera last year when we were so excited that we're taking kids and racers to Saipan for a race. We're doing it again. 39 riders last year, 30 riders this year. That's a substantial loss of interest. And, you know, they're motocross riders. They'll find something else to do. Guess what? They'll race cars, right? So they just have the need for speed. So I'm just saying, I'll make it, that's it. That's all I have to say. So if you want to talk about putting that on the floor and a motion on the floor for 4 months, that'd be great. A motion on the floor for 3 months, that'd be fine. We'll take it. That's all. If you want to, go ahead. That's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Have a good night.
You too. Okay, Commissioners, there is on the agenda, one of that is administrative, and then Mr. John Chaffis is coming before us.
Under new business, item B, the designation of authorized signatories. The current signatories is Commissioner Dorito and former chairperson John Regis. But Mr. Regis is no longer with us, so it is important that the board designates 2 signatories for all of the Bank of Guam accounts that are in the custody of CHamoru Land Trust. We would recommend that the chairperson or acting chairperson and the administrative director or the administrative director be appointed the signatories for all Bank of Guam accounts under the CLTC's custody.
So we have to make a motion for nomination. Refer to our chair.
How long is my term?
How long do you have to go?
We have a couple of years to go, I think, if not more.
Because we came on board basically together.
You guys are new.
Yeah.
I'm old.
No, because you still are old, right?
Age has nothing to do with it.
No, I meant, I've already put in my,
You've done your dues, you paid your time.
We look towards experience.
The reason why this is a pressing matter is because we're going through an audit. One of the tasks within the audit is to do bank reconciliations with.
well, it's up to these guys.
Okay, I nominate our acting chair.
And I second the nomination.
What's the name of the acting chair?
No, we won't use names, just positions.
Okay.
So it was,
Acting or chair, because we don't have to come back to this issue again.
and it'll be administrative director or acting administrative director.
Yeah, just in case we change, you know, because one day I could be there and we'll switch. Yeah.
So,
So he second.
Oh,
you have to make a motion.
Yeah, I motion to nominate our acting chair.
The chairperson or acting chairperson,
Yes.
and the administrative director or the
And
acting.
the administrative or acting administrative director.
I second the motion.
All in favor? Aye, aye.
Okay, you got it, Joey.
Joey, so when are we getting the RFP for, oh, no,
The raceway?
I keep asking the same thing, he's been working on it, but we're also in the middle of a financial audit.
So I've spoke with Kristen briefly yesterday, so we're about tying up all the loose ends to the RFP. After that, it'll be forwarded to Director Birch and to Kristen for their review. And then the board will be informed, and then we can start discussing dates. Because there's a process we have to go through. After we issued out the RFP, there's a time frame. After the RFP has closed, before that, the board will have to decide who's going to be part of the committee to review the RFP. And then from there, we'll report to the board on what the committee has decided, or who the chosen proposer is. So we hope by the next meeting, it'll be done before the next meeting, but that's what we
Yeah,
have
we'd
to.
like to give you the opportunity to see it before the next meeting and go over it. But we do have, Mr. Chalfers has been waiting here for the longest time. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the update on 7161-R. So we can move to the constituent matters, Mr. John Charfus, who's here.
Madam Chair, Arnold Regalia, members of the board, and members of the CHamoru Commission, Acting Director John Bird, Assistant Attorney General Christine Feeney, and Land Agent Glenn Hay. Thank you for inviting me to this meeting. So,
Okay. Mr. Charfus, Donnie Charfus is here today, and who is requesting to relocate to a Jigo property located at tract 10121, block 9, lot 3, and it's approximately 1 acre lot. So a little history of this one here, that Mr. Charfus was issued a lease back in, I believe, 1997, and it's located on 7150-3-4 Jigo, and what had happened was back in '97. To date, he claims that he has not been shown the property area of his lease, and he came in several times to try to mitigate the issue, and was not assisted by line agents in the past, and so he's here today, many years later, requesting that we finalize this and we take into action, that because the property is no longer available, the lot that was issued to him, so that we can relocate him to another area that's available, and that's what is here for today. And I'd like to also mention some issues, that I have here. Issue number 1, an agriculture was awarded to Mr. Charfus on June 5th, 1997, located on the parcel of lot 7150-3-4 Jigo, who did not occupy the premises as of to date, as I mentioned. This COT has not received any payment, rental fees, or tax, property tax, which is contrary to 21 GCA subsection 75A 108, conditions in leases. B, the lessee shall pay a rental of $1 a year for their tract, and the lessee shall be for a term of 99 years. Item C, the lessee shall occupy, commence to use or cultivate the tract as his home or farm within 1 year after the lease has been made. And also for F, the lessee shall pay taxes assessed upon the tract and improvements thereon. The commission may, in its discretion, pay taxes and have a lien, therefore, as provided in 75A 114 of this law. So those are the condition, those are the issues that were found, you know, that, you know, as of today, like I just mentioned, that, lease fee hasn't been paid, property tax hasn't been, paid, and, he was also, at the time the lease was issued to him, he has not actively, farmed or cultivated the property. But of course, you know, like he mentioned, he did not farm or do anything to the property because he didn't know where it was located, as of today. So he's here today, like I said, trying to, request, to relocate to a farm that he had, chosen, that we went out there and I showed him the place, and that he agreed to, and which is down at Chico. Along with that too, I want to also add to that, at the time when he got a lease, that he also, his deceased wife also had a lease in the same year. A year later, there was a legal opinion that one of the married couple that, you know, would have to terminate one of their lease, which is within the law. You can only have one lease, you know, for one type of application. In that case, they both had a lease for agriculture. So, you know, we have to consider too that today that one of as of today, there are still two leases, you know, for his deceased wife and for himself. So we have to make a decision to also to terminate also, you know, one or the other, and that's pretty much it right now. You know, for I'd like to leave this for your decision here to see, you know, if it's possible that he requests to relocate for the property description, and that is, like I said, mentioned to is he decided to go to 101 21 block 9 lot 3 Gigo, which is approximately 1 acre. This is 4,047 square meter. Now, that being said, we also, because I also want to mention that because the lessee did not fulfill the condition of his lease that was awarded since 1997, and also request to relocate to another location, we recommend that a reduction of acreage from 1 acre to a one half acre lot. That's just my recommendation.
Is he in agreement?
It's up to him now. He you know, he can have the floor, and he can.
All right. Back when I signed that lease agreement, I did not know about it. Okay. The reason why I signed that piece of paper because at that time I asked him for 1 hour of my work, and that's to help out my wife with her situation with her agricultural land. That's the only land that I know of. I've been helping my wife out for about a year. Okay. Now I've been working a lot of overtimes. Okay. Now I asked for that day 1 hour for my work to take my wife down and she had an appointment. So I sat outside, and evidently it ran into 2.5 hours of arguing between the agent and my wife on her agriculture. And I was very furious. Finally, they decided that they got everything under control. Then they said, Mr. Jarvis, can you sign over here that, you know, we took care of your wife's situation. I said, it's about time. So I signed, and I left. I went back to work. Last year, in September, I decided to take over my wife's agriculture land. So I came down here to the commission. I said I would like to take over my wife's agriculture property. It says, no, I don't see your name in here. It's Privacy Act, okay? Now, I've been paying all the taxes, okay? Including the one up at Chico, okay? I got proof, okay? So, like I said, I did not know that I signed for the agricultural property up at Chico, but I was paying taxes. So anyway, as the story goes, since September last year, all the way up to now, you know, I've been waiting. I'm number 11 on the list, according to the law, first come, first serve, right? So what happened? When I came here, before I left the island 3 months ago for my wife's surgery, okay, Mr. Glenn Hay here says, I'm gonna try to put your name on the list. You approve of that Chico property? I said, yes. Okay, so I signed the paper. Next thing you know, I come back here October 9th, after my wife's surgery in Hawaii, and I was wondering. My wife says, oh, you know what? They had a meeting in September and my name wasn't on the agenda. I said, what? So she said, there's another meeting, October. Right? I said, I'm going there. And I came here at 1 o'clock that day for October. And I waited. Then I brought the subject up to Chairman Arlene Battaglia. And I also questioned Mr. Glenn Hay, what happened? You know, when are you guys going to take care of it? Because originally, Mr. John Regis Jr., before he left to, I don't know what reason, okay, he apologized to me and told the director, you know, the one that resigned, to take care of Mr. John Chalfers, okay? She said, yes. You was there listening. Did anybody take care of him?
Well, to answer your question,
now that I'm here, I listened to you guys for 7 hours, right? Now, I told you what happened. I did not know I had a property. You promised me that you're going to put me on the agenda. You took me to that Manila property that is half an acre and is solid rock. So I said, let me have my Jigo property back, the one that you promised. Because I asked you, is there any property in Manila? You said yes. I said, I would like to take a look at it. Okay? But I already signed a piece of paper of Jigo, the second one. Now, the original one, oh, I asked you guys to show me the property up at Jigo. The one that you said I signed in 1997. What happened? You did not show up because the director assigned you at the last minute to another job. They sent the two over there, Joanna and Jessica. They came up there at 9 o'clock in the morning, schedule time, right? I said, okay, where's Glenn? Oh, he didn't show up. I said, now you guys are here to show me the property that you guys get sort of threatening me that I know of the property. I said, let's go and show me. They said, no, you're supposed to show us the property. I said, what? So, you know what's going on?
okay, may I comment? Okay, like Mr. Trumper said, he made arrangement with me to go out and show the proximity of the property. where it's located on a portion of 7150-3-4. So like he said, I was redirected to and assigned to do another project, and Ms. Dadia and Ms. Kasim Johanna was going on the field anyways, and they're familiarized with on that area. So when they met with Mr. Choppers, they said this is the proximity of the lot, but he's upset. He wants to know the exact location because the property was never surveyed. You can't say this is it. This is the location, but this is the proximity. He wasn't satisfied with that.
Manila, in
This
Manila.
is in Jigo.
Oh, the one that's
Yeah.
10121?
So when he said that we threatened him,
No.
he threatened my land agents.
Okay, but we're here tonight not to argue, but
Yeah.
to rectify whatever occurred. And, okay, so Mr. Charfers, are you do you agree to relocate to the Jigo property?
I agree to the property that I signed for.
And
The one that between me and Mr. Glenn Hay.
which property is that, this lot? that's
Okay,
listed?
sir, you know, like
The
he said,
second Jigo property.
I took him to 3 sites, okay? Because, you know, you want to show him different sites. So, the first day I showed him 2 sites, and then he agreed that, okay, I want this site, there in Jigo. Then,
What's that lot name?
which is the property he wants now?
10121?
No, which is
Block 9?
1121 block 9 lot 3.
Okay.
Then he calls me up and goes, I don't want it. I want somewhere in Manila, where I originally intended to get is close by his late wife's
I did not
property.
say I don't want, I said, do you have any property? in
So
Manila?
I took him there.
I'll check it out.
We took
And-
it, and he
and
checked
then-
it out. I'm sorry, sir, let me finish.
I didn't like it.
You
I said-
signed it,
But
that
hold
you
on,
liked it.
I did not
Hold on,
sign
we're
it. I
getting out of
signed
control.
the Jigo.
Glenn,
The
hold on.
second one,
Yeah, okay.
not
Mr.
the original
Charfers.
one since 1995.
Mr. Charfers, we're gonna resolve this tonight. Whatever happens, we're gonna resolve it. Are you interested? I don't know where 10121 is, block 9, block 3, it's 4,000 square meters.
Yes,
Is that the one you're interested in?
yes.
Okay. Okay, the issue that we had before is the survey of the property. We show you
I'll
the
take
general
care of
area,
it.
you'll
I'll
take care of it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. Okay, Mr. Commissioners, Mr. Garrido and Mrs. Bordallo. Mr. Chomfer is priority 1, he's a pre-occupier. He's been around for a long time and he's still waiting. Many things happen before us, our job is to fix it. I don't want to get into arguments or to escalate into a shouting match. We're here to fix things, and I think that things happen along the way. Yeah.
Can I just
Yeah.
so a lease, there is already a lease, is that correct?
Yes.
So what we would be doing is just amending the lease to reflect the property that he wants.
That's my understanding.
Is that
Glenn,
correct?
It's gonna be amendment, yes.
Okay,
Because there's no,
and, that property is available, okay?
yes.
There's no problems with it? Okay, all right, sorry,
Okay,
I just
so we're
wanted to
on
make
track.
sure we're good, right?
Let me throw in one more. On the original property that I signed for, the two there, when they went up to show me the property, I said, they showed me the map, they put it on the map. I said, right here, right here. I said, is that the one? He said, oh, you look like it's all occupied by somebody. So I'm sorry, you cannot have it.
Okay, but we'll resolve that tonight. I know the commissioners we went through, you saw we went through a long day. We're here, you're here, and I keep looking, why weren't you taken earlier, before everything else happened? But anyway, we're at the point now, and you've been here all day. Unlike some of the others that we worked on today that didn't show up, Mr. Chaffee showed up and he stayed here the whole time. He listened to every problem we went through, so he knows that you're sincere. Now, commissioners, it's up to you. You've heard our land supervisor, Mr. A, say that the land is clear, there's no issues with it, it's simply an amendment, and I would recommend let's go for it. He is priority 1, a pre-occupier. don't see why we should be holding him out, the way the laws are set.
He's a pre-occupier on federal land, or,
I believe that would mean local or federal.
I don't know.
Well, in the statement was that he was preoccupying
On the federal
government land, but when we went and verified with Joey Younger upstairs, the property that they were occupying was Guam Central lands. It was not Chamorro Land Trust property.
But that was probably property that, we had many properties, and we have to work this out, because I'm also with ancestral lands.
Okay.
There are CLTC tenants who are occupying ancestral lands property with Chamorro Land Trust leases.
Right.
Right, we have a few of them. We gotta go through that. It's a humanitarian thing that the Board of Ancestral Lands allowed them to connect water and power with the agreement. This was like 3-4 years back. Before I arrived, they agreed to this, because these people can't go without water and power. They have a lease with CLTC, they just happen to be misplaced, because many of these people were preoccupiers, they were there, some of them had land use permits, before ancestral lands was even created.
I see, okay.
And so we're not allowed to evict them, and I won't make anybody homeless.
Okay.
And that's what I told the board, in ancestral lands. In my tenure, no one will be kicked out. We'll find an avenue to take care of them, because these are our people, and, you know, we've been through this, you know, so we know. So I'm just recommending, let's find a solution tonight.
So this property here, does that have water power?
Water and power is available within 100 to 200 feet.
And that road?
If you can see the this Atagwek Street, right there, the dirt road there, there's pavement there as well.
That red?
It's along this street right here. There's a house here with water and power here.
Okay.
Fronting right here, there's a power pole. And, you know, and so to connect over to this land, there's a right of way here.
Okay.
That is partially open, because this guys cleared it up, but, you know, it will be through this easement right here.
About 100 feet or so?
Yeah, about 100 to, you know, plus or minus, or so.
So he can do water, sewer and,
Oh, so, a septic tank and leaching fields are required.
Okay, another qualifier for him, commissioners, is that many of ancestral lands CLCC tenants, you know, most of the property that ancestral land got was transferred there from CLTC. So that means they were on CLTC property at once upon a time, and that's why they have the current leases.
okay.
So it's not that you misplaced them, they were placed on CLTC property that by legislation were later transferred to ancestral lands.
So technically they were.
Technically, they are
CLTC.
legal, got it. So their leases were not created in bad faith, they were in good faith. It's just that the legislature did not know about that, because they legislated the transfers of property. So that has occurred, and we should fix it. This is one fix we should do. We have it here before us tonight. So I understand your frustration, Mr. Chavez. I would feel the same, I mean, you know, I understand, I've seen too many out there.
Okay.
But it's now up to the board.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to make a point, just before, you make your decision. As Mr. Chavez said, that, you know, he signed the contract not knowing, you know, what's on the contract, what he was signing and everything, because that was mentioned, you know, there's a default there on the contract, you know, it's like, he didn't know what he was signing, because he didn't know what he was signing, and, you know, that's considered, you know, like, okay, you know, more or less like, could be null and void or something, because he was signing as something that somebody forced him to sign, you know, without his knowledge, full knowledge. I just wanted to bring that out, you know, because he did open up the doors to that.
When we mentioned he had 2 leases?
Yeah, the wife and his deceased wife and himself both have agricultural lease. So there's a legal opinion that one has to be terminated.
If the, for example, the wife and husband, right, were not married, and they were both awarded a lease before they officially got married, and then they got married, do they still have to?
Yes, it's not to terminate one.
Even if they were not married in the beginning?
The law says that.
Okay. All right, I understand.
Okay, so Mr. Choppers, you understand that you will have to,
Yes, I did.
okay, great, thank you.
I did that. I told them that since back in September
Okay.
last year. And I don't know whether it goes in here and goes out this way and disappears.
Well,
But I do not like that.
yeah, I just want to resolve this issue that's been on for such a long time. You know, so,
It's good.
No, to stand correct, he didn't tell us, we told him, and he said he wasn't made aware of that. So just, he didn't know that
So
there was two leaves. I just stand correct here.
And
Yeah.
Mr. Glenn Hay, Mr. Glenn Hay, I'd like to remind you that whenever you make an appointment with me and you tend to disregard or fail to do so, at least give me the dignity of calling me that you're not gonna show up. Don't pretend like God's gonna do it for you. Okay?
That was only one time. When
Oh, 1 year. When I came back, 3 weeks, you did not answer my phone. Oh, I came to the office, I left messages. You never called.
At the time he came in,
No,
just
that's
to make
not
it
nice.
clear,
That's not
I
nice.
came in at the latter part. Okay, I wasn't the initial land agent. There were 2 or 3 land agents prior to me. So because of the case difficulty, it was issued to me. So I had the latter part at tail end. So I never had prior conversation with Mr. Choppers in regards to this issue. And
No, but the time Mr. Trifus did come in, we were closed, and he did meet us up at Guam Ancestral Land office, because we were detailed out. Our office was closed. But Mr. Trifus ended up going up to Guam Ancestral Lands, and then that's when he saw us. And then that's when we informed him that our office was closed, and we didn't know when it was gonna open.
It was closed due to the mildew.
That's what I said, the
Yeah.
mold. I just said that, that's what I said. And we didn't know
Yes,
when we were gonna open.
I
and
remember.
they were with us
And we were
upstairs,
detailed other agencies.
so that they could come to work, perform their duties, and, of course, and not get sick from the mold that was in this building.
But we had no,
But, you know, that's already done, it's in the past.
Yeah.
We've already aired out everything. I just want, and I recommend that we just move forward. And, from today, move forward. And
So, let's do the lease, the lot number,
then,
and approve that. And the lot that was given to whichever property it is, or lot number, that we need to cancel.
the one that has to be canceled is it's up to him now which one he wants to cancel. You know, the choice has to be made from Mr. Choppers is, do you want to cancel his lease or his right lease? That's an
But does he
option.
know the difference on the lot numbers?
Yes,
and
because
the location?
because we gave him a copy of the white lease. He has,
Okay, so that's the property that he selected.
yes, sir, this is the
Yes,
property that,
That's the one
That's
that
the
I
one.
selected because the original one that he said I signed back in 1997, which is 1995, okay?
Okay.
Because they gave me a copy, okay? I never received a copy from more than trust or be told about it until my late wife passed away and I started paying the land taxes.
Understand.
Then I noticed Jigo, that I've been paying Jigo taxes, and I thought my wife was paying for maybe a secret family inheritance property. But when I went to revenue taxes, it says, oh, you know what? This is registered under you, and you've been paying on the property. I said, I'm paying for a property that I never use, and I never told. That's how this whole thing started. I got the receipt of the taxes.
Oh, the tax roll was wrong?
No, he signed a document. See, not everybody can read legal documents the way we read it. I mean, I go into it, I read between the lines, I do my assessment. But not everybody does that. They take your word as you tell them what's on the document, and they sign it, and maybe it wasn't made clear to Mr. Choppers that his property that he was gonna get was in Jigo. but he's paid for the taxes and all.
On Jigu.
The one that someone's occupying, with the property's right there, below it, about maybe 4 inches straight down to your right.
In that vicinity.
But, and you're being offered a new one?
Also, it's just within the area.
Yes.
Yeah, so, yeah. Same size.
Originally, the property was here.
Okay.
Okay. Then all of a sudden, it showed on the map that there's houses, somebody's living on the property.
So that's the one you were paying the
So,
taxes?
Mr. Glenn Hay decided to, somewhere up here, took me up to this area over here.
The second one.
Yeah, he said, there's power and water there. I said, oh, I don't like it, the neighbor, they're, you know, not. So I went and he showed me this area back over here, and I said, okay, I'll take that.
That one now?
Yeah.
The one with the yellow?
Yeah.
There, okay. All right, so let's make the motion,
So I signed the paper that he gave me.
Okay, very good.
I don't know what he did to it, and he said, gonna give me a copy, but never did.
Well,
Got
the
back to me.
first lease was
He has to.
not registered, or rather,
Okay, so conditional.
doc-
The first lease that was issued to Mr. Choppers, like he said, is within the proximity. We couldn't point where it was, that's why our land agents went there and said, this is a general area. So, now we're here, I found a property close within that proximity, which is 1 acre, and which is,
Surveyed and map.
that one there, it has to be surveyed.
How do you get that kind of configuration?
That one where it is already there's a.
Master plan?
If I'm not mistaken, it might be a master plan already, but then again, it has to, before we give them a survey authorization, which we should be giving a survey authorization as well, it has to be approved by our peers to provide a sketch drawing or a map that would reflect to the survey.
Just because it appears to be a.
Yeah, it'll be made
A
of.
survey
That's
that's
a
already
registered property?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Okay, so it's gonna be conditional use, right? Okay.
And we have to also be mindful that as soon as the lease is commenced, that if you do choose to give him the 1 acre, he has 1 year to comply with the farming activity before he even builds a home.
I read that all that you guys provided recently. Okay. Good.
okay.
Okay, let me see if I can language this correctly. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the request for Johnny C. CHamoru to relocate to Jigo property located at T10121, Block 9, Lot 3, an area of 4,047 square meter under the conditional use.
He must meet the prerequisites.
To meet the prerequisite, and let me see if this is correct, for the transfer. Correct?
You must meet the condition of lease,
Okay.
for as far as, that he has to farm 2/3 within the year.
Okay.
And then once that's done, then he may come to us and ask for, to build, and then we'll verify that, and once it's verified, then we can authorize him to build a dwelling.
Okay, so for the conditional use to farm 2/3 of the property,
Right.
right? And then to return back to the CHamoru Land Trust.
If he wishes to build, then he can come back and ask
To
for
obtain for a
permission to build.
permission to build.
Right. Yes, sir.
Do you want to include the water and power requests?
We can do that with condition, yes, to include utilities, Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, you got that, right?
Or that he be required to have utilities hooked up?
No.
Or that he has the authorization?
Yeah, to be issued
Okay.
an authorization.
Okay, an
Yeah.
authorization, so,
Right.
because that's,
To request for,
In case he needs water for farming, whatever, stuff like that.
that you'll be given an authorization in advance. So whenever you have the time and the money, you could go apply for power and water.
Okay. Now, do I have this approved?
He's making,
oh
yeah,
yeah, I'm making the motion.
Mr. Rivera's
now.
making a motion, he's gonna wait for a second,
Okay.
then they'll vote. And once it's done, George will take care of the paperwork.
Okay. Can I say something afterwards?
Yeah, just don't make it,
Well, I'm gonna try to make it look simple.
okay.
We have two things to say.
Yes, because one is to the other property too, right? From the wife to
Terminate.
terminate
Right.
what you said, yeah.
So that's in addition to terminate the spouse's property?
First do this,
You have to
Two
name-
motions.
two
Name
motions.
the individual.
I don't
I
have that.
second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
I'm sorry, Commissioners, you have to name the name of the lessee that you're terminating.
No,
Right.
that's the next one.
You just mentioned that you're terminating.
No,
He's making
we'll
two,
break it up into two. We piecemeal it. So.
First one was to give him that lot.
Yes.
Second one is to terminate the other,
The name and the lot
Yeah,
number,
so we need
so.
the name and the lot number.
yes.
That, the other lease is still existing?
yeah, so he's gonna terminate it, that's part of the agreement, to get this one. So he has one lease, not two.
Yeah, somebody's already living on it, on that lease. They got a house.
Oh, wow.
I don't know how they got it to the property, without the commission's approval.
Okay, I have in front of me, I just got the folder of the lease that is going to be terminated. So this is a ground lease, right? That was issued on the 5th day of June 1997 to Ms. Doris Cariaga Chafras, and on a portion of lot 5402
Lot 5402?
dash R5 dash new dash R5 Manila, containing an area not more than 1 acre, subject to survey.
Okay. Do you want me to include subject to survey on a
No,
terminated
no,
lot?
no, that's okay, that's okay. You can stop at 1 acre.
I'm not,
Okay.
I don't look that stupid.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make another motion to terminate the lease for Ms. Doris Cariaga Chafrus on lot 5402-R5-new-5
Dash R5,
dash,
R5,
that's R5, after new,
yes.
in Manila, 1 acre.
I second.
All in favor, say aye. Motion carried.
Esta provisão, sa primatsoli dokumento, za si Zeus Masi ni CHamoru.
He waited all day for
Can I
this.
say something?
Mr. Chafras, you waited all day. Okay,
Thank you. Okay. I would like to acknowledge my new wife. Okay. Can my new wife be with my name? Yes, on this lease?
Beneficiary?
Yeah. Mrs. Linda May Hernandez Choppers. to be added to my assigned agriculture lease document. 2, I would like to ask permission to have said property mentioned surveyed as soon as possible. 3, once I have it surveyed and properly recorded with CHamoru Land Trust and Land Management, can I have said property fenced in due to a lot of wild pigs and other animals that might cause vegetable and fruit trees, plants destruction. 5, any vegetable and fruit trees planted will be in accordance with CHamoru Land Trust law and with the support of Department of Agriculture. 6, the last one, I need permission to build a house, okay, for me to stay in that area, to be watching over my agriculture plants. Okay, because there seems to be a lot of thieves running around. So that's a house and storage facility for my tools to store. Either a small shack or a 20-foot cargo container.
Number 6.
For me to put on the property.
Size, no?
That's it.
Size?
Size. Do you want a copy of what I said?
Esta gaya na
Okay.
recording.
So,
About the wild
Madam
pigs,
Chair,
the wild pigs,
plenty wild pigs in that area.
yeah, but we have no control over that.
Yeah, that's the reason why I'm gonna have fence. So I'm gonna put also concrete. They don't dig underneath the fence. Because that's what happened in the
Yeah.
middle of with my wife's agriculture. Oh my God. I lost a lot of money. I bought a lot of plants and I planted it.
Yeah, they are,
It's
they
all on.
just miss up.
So this time, they're never gonna do it.
This is small C.
Okay, so. Madam Chairman, Mrs. Arden Gallen, board members, Mr. Garrido, and Mr. De Pereira, and CHamoru Land Trust Commission, Acting Director John Birch, Assistant Attorney General Catherine Finney.
Christine.
Please, CHamoru.
And Mr. John, Mr. Glenn Hay, thank you very much for listening to my
I like to add a
request.
Charles malagong sa nonis siya na todi tanumizu sumay ang pena man kundema. Si tanumizu pena man kundema. As no pena lig na monta.
Kung giningwa, tanumizu fena?
Antes?
Di familia, no?
Yeah.
Antes? Yeah.
So,
No
John,
problem.
if you look the family name of Chafrus, you see it.
Well, I'll be able to find it because I'm also
Yeah.
with Ancestral Lands. If your name is listed, I'll find it.
Yeah.
But, yes, if you're gonna do the fence, it's, you know, you
Yeah.
can do
Okay.
that, but it's at your cost, of course, and all that.
But
And then if you want your wife in, you have to have her come in and fill out the documentation.
Okay. So, I can start anytime in getting the surveyor under the CHamoru Land Trust surveyor listing.
Okay, if I can answer, just maybe a couple of requests. We cannot do an add-on for his wife as
beneficiary?
As part of the lease, but we can add as a beneficiary to lease, and then also we have the wife would have to qualify for the program.
Right.
So those we have to consider, And then we can, also we have forms for Mr. Charter's wife to fill out for, like the family tree, so that we can help assist to see if she qualifies for the program. Okay, and also like to add that the survey cost will be, shall be, will be mentioned in the past that will be put upon the lessee, not the trust, and that also, before even thinking of starting your farm, that you also have to provide a farming plan. So we want to know what type of farming activities that is within that 1 acre.
Okay, but you can start.
And those will be in the condition of lease. Those, they're standard in agriculture lease.
And when do we start providing our own survey funds to do the surveys?
That's another we're gonna have to take up at a future meeting.
And
The speaker just talked to me about a lot of things today after that, the public hearing, and she has a long list of her agenda too, but I know that that's what we're thinking about. And she was concerned that we have all of this on our agenda tonight, and she's wondering, what are we doing about other things like that?
Oh.
So, yeah, everybody has an agenda for us, and it took us, over 8 hours, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
No problem, because
But we finished this, every time since I come here, this is all I see.
yeah,
3 or 4 inch binders.
Don't forget, for everyone here, that it started since 1950. This is not a new problem where this is the continuation of the unfair taking of
Yes.
federal land.
That's exactly
So,
right.
no, what we're doing now is like correcting the.
So, Mr. Chavez, were you here for the 8 hours, because it's really 8 hours? Our board members were here.
I'm cold.
I know, but they were here, and they don't get paid a salary. I do, but mine's fixed.
I'm sorry,
These are volunteers, so, yes.
Mr. Chef,
Choppers.
thank you for coming in and being patient.
Yes.
Mr. Garrido would like to have a recess on this meeting.
I want to do in motion form that we recess this meeting until the earliest possible time, because we didn't get through all our agenda for this meeting.
Where is Dexter? Did Dexter set aside with TDS? Did you set aside? They want to just go on a recess, we're not adjourning. We're gonna take up the other issues that we didn't address.
27, Monday?
That early enough? That's a service we can get.
Okay, and that we invite Mr. Chu to attend our meeting.
For global?
All from Global. Yeah, that was a big one. You
Yeah.
didn't skip over that. Oh,
We didn't touch it at all.
you guys are take on the big ones.
Well, that's provided that Mr. Chu does confer.
Will we also address
Whether he
and
confirms
invite,
or not, we invite him. If he doesn't come, it's on him.
for those that we were tabled, we'll make an attempt to bring them in too? Is that what you're looking at?
Good idea. You know, Joey's here, right? So Joey did.
Can we finish first? Motion to go and recess
To what
Second.
time?
till 1 o'clock, the 27th,
Monday, November 27th.
the 27th on Monday, November 27th.
Second?
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Now your turn.
I'm done.
We talked all day.
Are you sure?
Yeah.